Chapter 1: The Quidditch World Cup. For the last time, Draco, Lucius Malfoy bellowed, looking up from the letter he was trying to write. We will not go mingle with these mudbloods and blood traitors, dressing like muggles so the ministry can control the scum that's owning this pathetic excuse of land. Who's asking you along? Draco spat, his face flushed with fury. I was merely informing you that I'll be going to meet my friends and... You will not. His father shouted. If you put even a toe on this filthy camping area, I swear to Salazar. I don't need your permission. Draco yelled back. You lost all authority to give me orders when you tried to kill off my friends with that bloody diary 2 years ago. I am your father and you will listen to what I say. Lucius boomed, getting to his feet and glaring down at his son. Or you will stay at home, and there will be no Quidditch World Cup for you. And what will you tell the Minister for Magic when he asks where you left your son? Draco demanded with a nasty smirk. Will you tell him you grounded him because he went to see his best friend, who happens to be the boy who lived? Please do. I'd love to see how that goes down. Don't you dare talk to me like that, you ungrateful. Oh please, Draco rolled his eyes. Spare me the drama. I've heard this line about 1,000 times and it has lost its intended effect several years ago. I should have sent you to Durmstrang the moment you started spending time with the Potter boy, his father sneered. The influence these brats are having on you is far superior to yours, Draco interrupted, glowering. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to answer my friends and confirm the time and place of our meeting. I mean it, Draco. I won't take you to the match if... Then I'll ask Weasley if his father has one more ticket to spare, Draco said with a shrug and a grin. Choose your poison, father. With that, he turned and left the room. His father was sputtering behind him, preparing to shout some more, but before he could say anything, Draco had already slammed the door shut. The sudden silence of the corridor was grounding, and Draco took a deep breath, trying to calm his temper. His mother's soft voice came from the nearby drawing room, cutting through the anger clouding his mind. Darling, is it really necessary to shout like that so early in the morning? It scares the elves. Draco sighed and rolled his eyes as he stepped into the room, closing the door behind him. His mother sat in her favorite armchair by the window, overlooking the gardens and sipping tea. She barely looked up as he crossed the room to take a seat on the largest sofa in the three-piece suite near the door. He's driving me insane. Draco groaned, running his fingers through his hair in frustration. It had grown out slightly over the summer, and he was determined to keep it that way, especially since his father disapproved of it. How do you stand living with him? It's only been 2 months, and I'm ready to throw him out of the window and right into that fountain he loves so much, hoping he'll be speared by the wand of whichever ancestor's monument is placed in its center. I managed to live in peace in this house because I know how to pick my battles, Narcissa replied, turning her head and raising an eyebrow at her son. I won't give your father the satisfaction of discussing every detail with him, so I keep the fights to a minimum. What he doesn't know won't hurt him. Well, he'd have noticed if I just ran off to meet my friends without telling anyone, Draco pointed out petulantly. It's not like it. No, but he wouldn't have realized until it was too late. He couldn't have made a scene at the stadium with so many high-ranking ministry officials around, his mother said in that tone that always made Draco feel 5 years old again. You still have a lot to learn, my little dragon. Well, I hate this, Draco grumbled. Why do I always have to justify myself when I want to go out and meet my friends? You'd think he'd have accepted the situation after 3 years. You can't change him, Draco, his mother sighed, looking at him wearily. You'll just have to accept things as they are and deal with it until you come of age. I will try to keep him in check as much as I can until then, but you have to work with me. I know, Draco sighed, pursing his lips. But I'm going to meet my friends before the match. I don't care what he says. And I'm not going to waste my energy trying to stop you, she replied with a small smile. In fact, I went out of my way to get a portkey for you. The elves brought it up to your room along with your ticket. It leaves tomorrow at 7:30 in the morning, before your father even comes down for breakfast. Now go and let your friends know." "Yes, Mother," Draco chuckled, getting to his feet. On a whim, he crossed the room and stood by his mother's side, leaning down to kiss her cheek. "What was that for?" she asked, her eyes bright with amusement and fondness. "Nothing, really," Draco shrugged sheepishly. "Just, thank you for being you, I guess. Is it Harry Potter's influence that makes you so emotional and ineloquent?" she teased, but her smile was pleased. Okay, Draco laughed, stepping back and leaving the room. He passed one of their house elves on the way out, who squeaked an acknowledgement. An excited greeting as he entered. Ever since the incident with Dobby, the house elves had been much friendlier toward him. One of them promised to bring some mince pies up for tea later. Draco smiled and made his way back to his room, feeling much more cheerful. Once he closed the door behind him, his eyes immediately fell on an old, tattered handkerchief placed strategically on the coffee table, next to a shiny golden ticket for the top box of the Quidditch World Cup final in 1994. He hummed and crossed the room, picking up Harry's letter from where he had left it on his bed, smiling as he reread it. "Dear Draco, I arrived more or less safely at the Burrow. There's been a situation with Dudley and a candy the twins designed, but thanks to Mr. Weasley's damage control, no one has suffered any lasting damage. On the bright side, they won't want me back at their place anytime soon. I will tell you all about it when we see each other tomorrow. Ron told me to tell you that we'll arrive early in the morning, so whenever you want to join us is fine. Just tell us the time and place, and we'll come to pick you up. Looking forward to seeing you." Draco walked over to sit at his desk, picking up a quill and a fresh piece of parchment. Aquila landed on his shoulder with a soft hoot, nuzzling his cheek affectionately as he began to write his response. "Dear Harry, my portkey arrives tomorrow at 7:30 in the morning, so it would be great if you could pick me up at the arrival area then. Mother has already given me my ticket, so I will be able to enter with you. As for your cousin, I'm thrilled to hear he got tormented the way he deserves. Kudos to Fred and George. I am looking forward to the whole story. Can't wait until tomorrow. Tell Hermione and Weasley I said hello." Draco read his words over once before nodding decisively and rolling up the parchment. He sealed it with the family seal and handed it over to Aquila. "Say hi to Hedwig and the tiny nuisance for me," Draco said as the owl whistled and took off through the open window. He stretched and watched it fly into the horizon, a smile on his lips. 7:30 from Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire, a voice announced the next day as Draco arrived, still feeling unsteady from the rough portkey travel. A bored-looking ministry official approached him and took the battered handkerchief from his hands. "Welcome, Mr. Malfoy," the official said, eyeing him speculatively for a moment before turning to his colleague, who stood a few feet away with a clipboard in hand. "I didn't know the Malfoys reserved a spot." "We did not," Draco replied quickly. "I'm just here to meet Draco," Hermione called. He turned to see her hurrying toward the portkey arrival area, waving. Harry and Ron were right behind her. "Hi." Draco grinned and stepped away from the grumpy ministry workers to pull her into a tight hug. "It's so good to see you," she said as she stepped back, looking him up and down. "And the muggle clothes suit you. I don't know what you were worried about." "You think so?" Draco asked, a bit self-conscious. "It doesn't look weird? Did I get the outfit right?" "You look like you stepped right out of a muggle fashion magazine," Harry chuckled, shaking his head. "Sometimes I forget how posh you are." "Oh, shut it," Draco snorted, wrapping Harry in a tight embrace. Not everyone wears the hand-me-downs of their cousins, even though they have a lot of gold in their vaults. "Hey, these aren't Dudley's." Harry frowned as he let go, looking down at himself. Indeed, the shirt he wore hugged his skinny frame comfortably, and the jeans had no holes. "You gave them to me for my birthday, remember? You don't know how much of an adventure shopping for these was," he grinned. "Mother will never get used to casual muggle wear. I had to negotiate for clothes you'd actually want to wear for almost an hour." "Well, thank you," Harry laughed. It's nice to have something actually my size. Also, a big thanks for all the food packages over the summer. They saved my life. Don't mention it, Draco shrugged. You should have seen the elves' reactions when I told them to make something to send to you. They almost fell over each other in enthusiasm. Come on, let's get back to the tent, Weasley demanded, scowling into space. I still want to buy some merchandise before the game starts. It was only then that Draco remembered that money and shabby clothes were a touchy subject for Weasley. He exchanged a look with Hermione, but she just shrugged and made a face before changing the subject. So, your father did not try to stop you from meeting us? She asked. Of course he did, Draco snorted. But I'm not going to let him dictate my life anymore. If I want to go meet my friends, I'll do it. I'm not a child anymore. You're not exactly an adult, either, though, Hermione smiled. Won't you get in trouble if you provoke him like that? Who cares? Draco shrugged. Sirius left his parental home at 16. I would just be following the family tradition, in a way. Speaking of Sirius, Draco said, turning to Harry, did you hear from him lately? I did, Harry smiled. He seems to be doing well. His letters keep arriving through tropical birds, so I'd say he's hiding somewhere far, far away. That's good to hear, Draco replied, nodding approvingly. He deserves some holiday. He does, Harry agreed. When they arrived at the tent the Weasley family had obtained for the occasion, Arthur Weasley and what appeared to be most of his children were sitting around Draco! Arthur Weasley called out warmly when he spotted him. He stood up to shake Draco's hand. Good to see you, boy. Good to see you too, Mr. Weasley, Draco replied, working to keep his smile natural. The Weasleys had taken quite a liking to him after he saved Ginny from the Dark Lord's diary in his second year, but they still made him a bit nervous. I hope I'm not intruding. Oh, not at all. Arthur waved him off. You're always welcome with us. So don't worry and take a seat. Would you like some breakfast? Thank you, that would be lovely. Draco nodded and took a seat between Harry and Hermione, who had already speared a sausage and handed it to him. Hi, Draco, the twins cheered in unison. Had a good summer? It was all right, Draco shrugged. Time spent under Father's roof is never quite enjoyable, but what can you do? Yeah, well, George said, making a face. The two redheads beside him, whom Draco had not met yet, looked at him curiously. This is Draco Malfoy, son of Lucius Malfoy, George explained. Oh, said the first one, who was broad-shouldered and short-haired. He grimaced as he reached out his hand to Draco. That's tough luck, mate. I'm Charlie. You're the one working with dragons, right? Draco asked, shaking his hand enthusiastically. I am. Charlie smiled. I just came over for the match, as did Bill here. Bill Weasley, the man next to him said as he shook Draco's hand too. Draco almost faltered when he took in Bill properly. Bill had a somewhat daredevil look, with his long hair tied back in a ponytail and clothes made of dragon leather. Draco wasn't sure if he should be appalled or awed, knowing his parents would condemn this kind of appearance. You're the curse breaker, right? Draco asked. Weasley, I mean Ron, he stumbled over the name, feeling it awkward on his tongue. Spoke about you. I see, Bill replied with a nod. And yes, that's me. Good to see you again, Draco, Percy said importantly as he stood next to Arthur Weasley. He reached out to shake Draco's hand. Hello, Percy, Draco replied. Congrats on your ministry job. I heard about it at home. He chose not to mention that his father had complained loudly about another Weasley brat working at the ministry. Thank you, Percy boomed, sitting up a little straighter with pride. Draco remembered why he had never liked Percy much. He opened his mouth to say something more, but Bill interrupted him. Please, Pierce, spare us the talk about cauldrons. It has been such a nice 5 minutes. Draco exchanged a look with Hermione. The way she bit her lip to hold back laughter told him all he needed to know. His eyes caught Ginny's for a moment. She was seated between Hermione and Percy but quickly looked away, her cheeks flushing slightly. Draco politely ignored her reaction and turned back to the others. Ever since the chamber business, Ginny had been almost as shy around him as she was around Harry. Draco didn't understand why he received any sort of hero worship, and it made him uncomfortable to think about. So, he mostly tried to pretend he didn't notice it. "Are your parents coming to the match, too, Draco?" Fred asked. Draco gratefully shifted his focus back to the twins. "Sadly, yes," he nodded. "Father would never miss an opportunity like this to show off how influential he is. We're there on personal invitation from the Minister of Magic." Draco scrunched up his nose, expressing his thoughts on that matter. "I already apologize for everything he'll say or do later. He'll be furious enough when he..." "Realizing I ignored his orders and went to meet you," Draco said. "Don't worry about it," George replied, rolling his eyes as Percy jumped up from his seat to shake hands with a passing ministry official, acting more important than he probably was. "You can't choose your family, after all." As the afternoon dragged on, the atmosphere at the campsite became charged with magic and excitement. Salesmen apparat left and right with trays and carts of merchandise. Draco, Harry, Hermione, and Weasley strolled down the pathways to see what was on offer. Weasley bought a ton of knickknacks, most of them to show his support for Ireland. They fell into a pleasant conversation when he purchased a figurine of Victor Crumb, whom he admired just as much as Draco did. This was not surprising. Crumb was an exceptional talent, and Draco looked forward to seeing him in person more than anything else that day. The only thing Draco purchased was a scarf in Bulgarian red and black, with Crumb's name on it. He also ended up with a pair of omnioculars, which Harry acquired for all of them as a gift. As they made their way toward the stadium, the sun began to set, and green lanterns lit the path through the woods. Harry was as cheerful as Draco had never seen him, which made Draco feel just as excited. He made a mental note to take Harry to a Quidditch League match sometime in the future. With how passionate Harry was about Quidditch, it felt wrong knowing this was the first professional match he had ever experienced. When they finally reached the stadium, even Draco was impressed by its sheer size. He listened with one ear as Mr. Weasley explained the construction process to Harry, but a bigger part of him tensed up as he kept his eyes open, looking for any sign of his parents. To Draco's surprise, Mr. Weasley had procured seats in there. The box looked just like the one his father had, and the thought of them running into each other made Draco feel ill. Their last encounter was still fresh in his mind. As they reached the secluded VIP area, it was nearly empty, with only Mr. Crouch's house elf present. Harry immediately struck up a conversation with her. He leaned in closer at times, especially when she mentioned Dobby demanding payment for his work, but mostly he kept glancing at the entrance. The box was starting to fill with high-ranking ministry officials, most of whom Draco recognized from various social events where they had exchanged polite greetings. When the Minister of Magic arrived, he was busy hosting the Bulgarian delegation but took a moment to greet both Harry and Draco. "Always together, aren't you?" he said with a fond smile, seemingly forgetting the events from the end of the last school year. "I saw your parents on the way here, and when you weren't with them, I wondered if you were out and about somewhere with Harry." "Ah, here they are." "Lucius." Draco froze and slowly turned to see his parents making their way through the second row to the empty seats right behind them. His mother smiled at him, but his father wore a stony expression, his gaze grazing over Draco's face for only a moment before shifting to Fudge. A bright business smile spread across his face. "Ah, Fudge," he said, extending his hand to shake the minister's. "How are you? I see you've already found my son." "Indeed, I did," Fudge nodded. "Such a pleasant boy you have, Lucius. And keeping such good company, too. I see your influence." Draco would have snorted if he hadn't been raised better than that, but he noticed his father's smile tightening at Fudge's words, which made up for the minister's poor judgment. "Yes, we're very pleased with him," his father replied, his voice revealing no trace of annoyance. "Did you know he's at the top of his year?" We have high hopes for his future, Fudge said. I'm not, actually, Draco corrected immediately. He placed his hand on Hermione's shoulder, who stood next to him like a unicorn caught at one point. Hermione here reached a higher total in the end-of-term examinations. So modest, Fudge exclaimed with delight. It took all of Draco's self-control not to snap at his disregard for his muggle-born friend. I can see why you're so fond of him, Lucius. Fond, my ass, Draco thought to himself. He just pretends to be whenever it's convenient for him. He is our pride, his father confirmed. Out of the corner of his eye, Draco saw Harry's fingers clench into a fist. Now, will you please come and sit with us, Draco? Lucius asked. Oh, why don't you let him stay with his friends, Lucius? His mother smoothly inserted herself into the conversation. What kind of 14-year-old prefers the company of his parents to that of his peers? Mr. Fudge, she continued, extending her hand to shake the minister's. It's been too long. Draco could not suppress his smile this time, so he discreetly turned away from the conversation and looked out over the field. Narcissa Malfoy truly was an artist when it came to social interactions. No one could hold a candle to her. I hate your father, Harry muttered under his breath, turning away as well. He's such a two-faced git. Of course he is, Draco breathed. He can hardly express his displeasure with our friendship and my defiance of his wishes when you're so obviously in the minister's favor. But knowing how much he is raging inside right now is enough satisfaction for me. You're easy to please, then, Harry grumbled, his expression dark. No, I'm just realistic, Draco shrugged. I know that I can't right all the wrongs in the world, no matter how hard I try. You've never been able to accept that. I don't want to accept it, Harry pointed out. I know, Draco chuckled, smiling at him. Your sense of justice is too strong for that. But that's what makes you the frustrating hero figure you are. Don't call me that, Harry hissed, flushing slightly. Fine, Draco snorted, grinning. I'll leave that to everyone else, then. Harry elbowed him in response, and Draco retaliated in the same manner. Just moments later, Ludo Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Sports and Games, made an appearance. He cast a voice-amplifying charm on himself and took his place as host and commentator. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. His voice boomed through the stadium. Welcome to the final of the 422nd Quidditch World Cup. Draco exchanged an excited grin with Harry before they joined in the ear-deafening applause. And now, without further ado, allow me to introduce the Bulgarian team mascots. I wonder what they brought? Arthur Weasley said from next to Ron Weasley on Harry's other side. Ah! He suddenly called, ripping his glasses from his nose and polishing them hastily for a better view. Vila! What a veal, Harry began, but he stopped abruptly when a group of what appeared to be hundreds of some of the most beautiful women in existence glided onto the field and started dancing. They're semi-magical humanoids, Draco explained to Harry absent-mindedly. They are said to have very seductive powers that can put wizards into a kind of daze. Harry? Draco looked over to his best friend when he noticed movement and saw that Harry, with a strangely empty look on his face, seemed to be attempting to climb the restrictive wall in front of them. Draco grabbed Harry's arm immediately, holding him back. What in Merlin's name are you doing? He demanded, and his voice seemed to shake Harry from his trance. Harry turned his head to look at Draco. Draco blinked rapidly. Next to Harry, Weasley had frozen, looking like he was about to jump from his seat onto the field. Honestly, Hermione snapped from next to Draco. Sit down, will you? Draco pulled at Harry's arm, and finally, Harry obeyed, although he still looked highly confused. Weasley was picking at his Clover-Green Island hat, appearing puzzled about why he was wearing it, which Draco couldn't blame him for. Weasley's father took the hat from his hand with an amused expression. You'll want that, he said. Once Ireland have had their say. And now, called Bagman, kindly put your wands in the air for the Irish national team mascots. Suddenly, a ball of green was circling the pitch. Draco picked up his omnioculars and zoomed in until he could see the little kobold-like creatures that made up the swarm. Leprechauns, he told them as the creatures created a rainbow that spun from one side of the field to the other. Hermione awed in understanding. The leprechauns then soared over the stands, letting gold rain from the sky, much to the crowd's enthusiasm. Draco caught one of the magical coins and examined it with amusement. "Excellent," Weasley called, trying to catch as many coins as possible in his hat. "They're fake, Weasley," Draco informed him, causing Weasley to freeze in his movements. "They'll disappear after a couple of hours. Unless you plan on scamming anyone with it, I wouldn't bother." Weasley glared at him, as if it was Draco's fault the gold wasn't real, and sat back down with a huff. Once the leprechauns had settled in their places on the pitch, opposite the villa, Bagman continued, "And now, ladies and gentlemen, kindly welcome the Bulgarian national Quidditch team. I give you Dimitrov, Ivanova, Zograv." The players zoomed out onto the field. Their names were called, and the crowd cheered. Levski, Volchanov, Volkov, and Crumb. The noise grew louder, and Draco joined in before picking up his omnioculars again, watching Crumb fly across the pitch. He had seen pictures of Crumb, but seeing him in the air made Draco feel almost giddy. "And now, please greet the Irish national Quidditch team," called Bagman. "Presenting, Connolly, Ryan, Troy, Mullett, Moran, Quigley, and Lynch." As the players sped onto the field, Draco zoomed in on each of their faces. Some of the Irish players were familiar from league matches against the Falcons, but his attention quickly returned to Crumb, who was much more fascinating than anyone else on the field. After the referee entered the field and released the balls into the air, he blew his whistle, and the players took off at breathtaking speed. The pace of the match was quicker than anything Draco had ever seen, even in top league matches. He focused intently on the quaffle as the Irish chasers attacked the Bulgarian defense. Soon, Troy scored the first goal, which Harry missed because he had switched his omnioculars to slow motion. The leprechauns celebrated on their side of the pitch, forming a glittering shamrock in the air. The match continued in that manner for a while, with Ireland leading by 30 points. The Bulgarian players grew frustrated enough to resort to brute force. Weasley complained loudly about every foul committed by the Bulgarians, and Draco shot back a comment or two to heat up the atmosphere, enjoying himself immensely. He had never watched a match with his friends like this, without worrying about the position of his own team in the house championship or any pressure at all. It was just for the fun of the game. The game. Despite Bulgaria's best efforts to catch up, Ireland quickly established a significant lead. The enraged Vila attempted to influence the match by seducing the referee, which both Draco and Hermione found amusing. However, the real excitement for Draco was the competition between the two seekers. Crumb was clearly superior to Lynch in both skill and strategy. He outflew Lynch several times and even caused him to crash into the ground using the Wronski feint early in the match. When Crumb finally caught the snitch, it still wasn't enough to win the cup for Bulgaria. Ireland was already ahead by 160 points, and Crumb must have realized his team had no chance of winning, so he ended the match before they faced an even larger defeat. The catch itself was spectacular, and it sent Lynch crashing down once again in his futile attempt to keep pace with Crumb. Even Hermione, who wasn't very knowledgeable about Quidditch, seemed impressed by Crumb. If that didn't prove the Seeker's brilliance, Draco didn't know what would. The awarding ceremony took place in the top box, right in front of them. Draco had to summon all the dignified behavior his parents had instilled in him to avoid looking like a complete fanboy, unlike Weasley, as the players entered the box to receive their honors. He watched Crumb closely, despite the fact that Crumb's presence was less impressive on the ground. He seemed less graceful and clearly disappointed by the loss, which Draco could understand. Still, he was in close proximity to the best seeker in the world, and he wanted to remember this moment. As the Irish team received the cup, the crowd erupted into cheers, and Draco found himself joining in, swept away by the atmosphere. Pure euphoria. It was only when he felt a hand on his shoulder and turned to face his father that his smile faltered. "Say goodbye to your friends," his father ordered in a tight voice, just loud enough for Draco to hear over the noise. "You are going home with your mother." "No," Draco glared defiantly. "I want to celebrate with them a little longer. I can take a portkey back on my own." "You will do as you are told, Draco," his father snapped, much more forcefully than usual. The sudden intensity took Draco by surprise. "I will have no discussion over this. Bid them goodbye and leave." Draco stared at him, feeling a tantrum building inside, despite the Minister of Magic sitting nearby. Just then, his mother leaned in, catching his eyes. "Let's go, Draco," she said, with an air of finality. "This is not the time for arguments." Draco deflated, knowing he had lost this one. When he turned to Harry, the other boy was already watching, a frown on his face. "I have to leave," Draco sighed, pulling him into a hug. "I'll see you at Hogwarts, okay?" "See you," Harry nodded. The way he squeezed back tightly told Draco how reluctant he was to let him go. Draco smiled sadly as he let go and turned to pull Hermione into a hug, too. "It's only a week before term starts," she reminded him. "You'll be out of there and back with us in no time." "Still too long," Draco grumbled as he released her, squeezing her shoulder in parting. He took his time shaking hands with every Weasley present, just to annoy his father, before meeting his mother at the stairway. "Why do we have to leave?" he demanded angrily when they were out of earshot. "The match has barely ended, and he's sticking around for the celebrations, isn't he?" "I don't know, Draco," she frowned. "But your father was very vehement, in a way that worries me. I think it's better if we stay safe at home tonight." Draco stopped and stared at his mother. "What do you mean by that?" he asked, confused. She was quiet for a moment, then smiled at him and placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. "It's probably nothing," she replied. "But we should not provoke your father anymore tonight. You already did a spectacular job of that earlier today." Draco frowned, aware that she was deflecting, but he let it go. He silently followed her down the stairs and out of the stadium, the euphoria of just moments ago completely gone. Chapter 2: Never a Quiet Year. Draco had to wait until the next morning to learn the reason for their abrupt departure from the World Cup site. He had a troubled sleep, unable to find rest with a sense of foreboding looming over him. When he went down to breakfast, his mother was already sitting at the dining table, bent over the Daily Prophet. Her face was grave when she met his eyes, which made Draco halt in his steps, terrified. "What?" he demanded, skipping all pretense of polite greetings. "Promise me you won't lose your temper," she said. "What happened?" he snapped, too on edge to mind his manners. His mother sighed and handed the newspaper to him, resignation written all over her face. He glanced at the headline and blanched. There was a large photo of a dark mark in the night sky gracing the front page, and the words below seemed to jump at him, "Scenes of terror at the Quidditch World Cup." He stared in horror for a moment, unable to even read the article, before looking up at his mother. He was there, wasn't he? "Draco," she sighed. "We don't know that." "Stop pampering me," Draco called. "I'm not a child anymore, and I'm not stupid, either. The way he chased us out of there last night, and now this? I don't believe in coincidences anymore, Mother." When she didn't answer, he narrowed his eyes and hissed, "You knew this would happen, didn't you?" "Don't be ridiculous, Draco," his mother rolled her eyes. "I had a feeling that he was up to something, but I had no idea what it was. I thought it would be better for us to be far away from whatever he was doing, that was all. I did not expect anything at that scale, or I would have done something. My friends were out there." Draco reminded her, his voice high-pitched with emotion. "Oh, Merlin. What if they were hurt? What if he went after them?" "Draco, I don't. He did it before. Remember the diary he gave to Ginny Weasley? Darling, please. I need to check on them," he muttered, dropping the newspaper and whirling around, storming out of the room. "Draco!" his mother called after him. "It's early. They won't even be home yet." But Draco did not care what she had to say. He did not want to be reasoned with. Instead, he bolted for the nearest fireplace, picked up some flue powder, and stepped inside. "The burrow!" he called, and he was sucked into the green flames before anyone could stop him. He stumbled out at the other end, coughing loudly, which alerted Mrs. Weasley to his presence. She hurried into the room, calling, "Arthur, is that?" But she stopped abruptly when she caught sight of Draco, pale and wide-eyed. "I'm sorry for turning up unannounced," Draco choked out. "I just needed to check." "They aren't back yet?" Mrs. Weasley shook her head. Draco made a wounded sound, which seemed to help her pull herself together a little. Maybe it was her motherly instinct that took over. She made an effort to smile at him before crossing the distance between them to brush the soot from his clothes. "It's still early, and the departures will be overrun," she told him reasonably. "It will probably take them a while to come through. Why don't you sit down and wait with me, dear? Are you hungry?" Before Draco could even answer, she was leading him into the kitchen with a gentle hand on his back. He found himself pushed into a chair as she waved her wand to bring the kitchen to life. "Look at you, you've grown so much. Just like Ron. It's like you've both been worked with a stretching spell. Here, have some tea. I will fry some eggs and bacon for you." A cup of tea came to rest on the table in front of him before Draco could even say that he was too worried to eat. Draco kept quiet, thinking that protesting would do no good. "You haven't heard anything from them?" he asked as she turned her back to him, his voice edged with anxiety. Mrs. Weasley's shoulders tensed for a moment, but she seemed to force herself to relax. "No, I have not," she confirmed. "But that's good news, isn't it? If anything had happened to them, I'd have already been notified." Draco nodded numbly, his gaze falling on the Daily Prophet spread out over the table. He tried to calm himself enough to read the article, seeking a clearer understanding of what had happened. However, it was sensationalized and provided little actual information. All he gathered was that a group of former Death Eaters had gone on a rampage at a campsite at night, causing mass panic and attacking the Muggle campsite manager and his family. The article suggested there had been casualties, but the Ministry had issued a statement denying this. His fingers clenched around the cup in his hands when a plate of scrambled eggs, bacon, and sausages landed in front of him, pulling him back to the present. "Here you go, dear," Mrs. Weasley said kindly as she sat down next to him, having prepared no food for herself. When she noticed Draco's eye still on the newspaper, she picked it up and folded it. "Arthur always says Rita Skeeter twists every story to make things look worse than they are," she told him, her nerves audible in her voice. "I wouldn't pay too much attention to what she writes." "Yes," he agreed, his own voice hollow. "You're probably right. Eat," she urged. "You'll feel better with something in your stomach." Draco obliged, not tasting anything as he chewed dutifully, trying not to feel sick. As he ate, Mrs. Weasley stood once more, restlessly walking over to the window and looking outside. The silence between them stretched on until she gasped, the newspaper crumbling in her hands. "There they are!" she exclaimed, hurrying to the back door that led to the garden. Draco jumped up to follow her. The group of Weasleys, along with Harry and Hermione, had just appeared on the small path leading to the burrow, looking very much intact. Draco felt tears of relief welling up inside him. "Oh, thank goodness, thank goodness," Mrs. Weasley called out, finally revealing the panic she had tried to conceal from Draco. "Arthur, I've been so worried, so worried." She pulled her husband into a tight embrace. Draco made a beeline for Harry, Hermione, and Weasley. "What are you doing here?" Weasley asked, his eyes wide with surprise. Draco ignored him and instead pulled Harry into a bone-crushing hug. "You're okay?" he muttered, stretching out his right arm to include Hermione as well. "You're not hurt?" "We're fine, Draco," Harry reassured him, squeezing his shoulder. I'd have sent you an owl right away. You didn't need to come here. I had to see if you were okay, Draco said, letting go of them. To his surprise, he reached out and placed a hand on Weasley's shoulder, feeling ridiculously relieved to see him safe and sound. And I couldn't be in that house, not when he cut himself off, and Hermione took his hand in a comforting gesture. Mr. Weasley, still comforting his distraught wife, led them all back into the house. The three of them quickly excused themselves to find some privacy in Weasley's room. It was Draco's first time in there, but he kept quiet about the horrible shade of orange and all the Quidditch merchandise. As soon as the door closed behind them, he said, "My father was there last night." "I know he was." "We thought so," Harry nodded. Draco's eyes were prickling, and he blinked, trying to regain his composure. "You could have all gotten hurt," he muttered. "We almost did," Weasley replied. With a grimace, Draco stared at Harry in alarm. Harry grabbed him by the shoulders, forcing him to meet his gaze. "You listen to me," he said firmly. "Whatever your father did or didn't do, it's not your fault. So don't you dare blame yourself." "I should have known," Draco croaked. "When he wanted me out of there so badly, I should have." "You couldn't have known," Hermione said gently. "We all thought he just wanted you away from us or that he wanted to punish you for disobeying him." "What happened?" Draco asked finally. The three of them exchanged a look. Harry guided Draco into a seat on Weasley's bed before starting to explain. Draco listened in pure horror as they recounted the chaos the Death Eater troop caused. They described their encounter with whoever had conjured the dark mark and how Winky, Mr. Crouch's house elf, had been blamed and sacked for the entire incident. Harry then told them that his scar had been hurting last Sunday after waking from a dream about the Dark Lord and Pettigrew. "I can't remember all of it now," he explained haltingly, a deep frown on his face, "but they were plotting to kill someone." Draco noticed the deliberate pause Harry made before the last word and was about to ask who they wanted to murder, but Weasley spoke first, his tone filled with blind optimism. "But it was just a dream. Just a nightmare." "Yeah, but was it, though?" Harry asked. "It's weird, isn't it? My scar hurts, and 3 days later the Death Eaters are on the march, and Voldemort's sign is up in the sky again." He ignored Weasley's complaint about using the Dark Lord's name and continued. "And remember what Professor Trelawney said at the end of last year." Hermione snorted at that. "Oh Harry, you aren't going to pay attention to anything that you weren't there." Harry snapped, feeling defensive. "You didn't hear her. This time was different. I told you, she fell into some kind of trance, a real one. And she said the Dark Lord would rise again, greater and more terrible than ever before. He'd manage it because his servant was going to go back to him. And that night, Wormtail escaped." A heavy silence filled the room. Draco, feeling uncomfortable, had to agree with Harry that it was all a bit too much of a coincidence. "I don't know if I believe anything that old bat says," Draco clarified. "But it's a creepy series of events. If it's indeed all connected." He left the thought unfinished, but his meaning was clear to everyone. "I told Sirius about my scar," Harry said, looking out of the window as if waiting for his owl, Hedwig, to appear. "I'm still waiting for his answer." "Good thinking." Ron nodded, brightening up. "I bet Sirius will know what to do." "Have you thought about contacting Professor Lupin, too?" Draco suggested. "No," Harry admitted, frowning at the idea. "He's as involved as Sirius is at this point, and it might be nice to get a second opinion," Draco shrugged. "And he's not in hiding like Sirius is, so maybe he could be more of a direct help." "I'll just wait for Sirius's answer for now," Harry said. "I'd hoped he'd get back to me quickly, but—" "We don't know where Sirius is," Hermione reminded him. "He could be in Africa or somewhere. Hedwig's not going to manage that journey in a few days." "Yeah, I know," Harry sighed in resignation. Then Ron suggested they go out and play Quidditch in the garden. Harry and Draco accepted eagerly, happy for the distraction. Draco called one of the Manor Elves to bring him his nimbus. In 2001, they gathered in the garden with the older Weasley brothers, including Percy. Their numbers were uneven, which led Ginny to ask if she could join them. At first, her brothers were skeptical, but Bill insisted she should give it a try. To their surprise, she turned out to be quite talented. They played until Mrs. Weasley came into the yard and called for Draco, informing him that his mother had arrived. Reluctantly, he returned to the house to find her waiting in the kitchen, a cup of tea in hand, looking out of place in the Weasleys' cramped home. She set down the cup as he entered the room, approaching him with a soft smile. "Darling," she said, reaching out to push his sweaty hair from his forehead. "Let's go home, shall we? Do I have a choice in the matter?" Draco muttered darkly. She chuckled, her hand dropping to his shoulder and squeezing once. "Unless you wish to imitate your rogue cousin, I don't think so, no." "Don't tempt me," he muttered, crossing his arms defensively. "I'll never forgive him," he declared under his breath, not wanting the Weasley family to overhear this conversation. "I'm not asking you to," his mother replied simply. "I hate living in the same house with him," Draco continued, "or being connected to him in any way. It's shameful." His mother gulped and nodded. "I understand why you feel that way," she said. "You're only 14, but your moral compass is already much more attuned than your father's, or mine, for that matter, has ever been. I have no illusion that the gap between the two of you can ever be bridged. I'm just asking you to come home, even if it's just until school starts again. If you don't do it for yourself, then do it for me." "That's not fair," Draco hissed, realizing she had him cornered. "I never said I played fair," she replied. "Now say goodbye to your friends," she said with a smile. "Yes, Mother," he sighed, turning to walk back into the garden. Harry promised quietly to keep him updated if there was any mail from Sirius, while Hermione reminded him to hold on tight and stay out of trouble. Mrs. Weasley hugged him tightly and pushed some pastries into his hands before he and his mother left through the flue. "Well," his mother chuckled, placing the pastries on the kitchen table with an amused smile on her face. "I guess if you ever intend to walk the path of your cousin Sirius, there is one family who'd gladly take you in. Imagine the dismay of your father if that were to happen." Draco couldn't help but laugh at that and rolled his eyes. He carefully stayed out of his father's way for the remaining week but felt relieved when it was time to leave for King's Cross on September 1st. He was eager to reunite with his friends and escape this house. He was also looking forward to the event being held at Hogwarts that year. His father had not spoken directly to Draco about the Triwizard Tournament, but he could not help bragging to his wife about the Minister of Magic confiding in him. Narcissa Malfoy had taken the first opportunity to tell her son everything she knew. That had been weeks ago, and while the excitement had faded a bit with the Quidditch World Cup, it returned as the school year approached. He was looking forward to the tournament even more, knowing that due to a new rule from the Ministry of Magic, he and his friends were too young to attend. He understood that faced with the challenge, his pride and ambition would not allow him to turn it down. Yet deep down, he realized he was not cut out for this kind of thing. His past adventures with the Gryffindors had shown him that. Draco had more than enough proof that he was not the brave, adventurous type who would persist under immense pressure, especially when there was no one beside him to draw strength from. It would be a disaster, and he knew it was better that he was not faced with that choice. He was even more relieved that Harry wouldn't be faced with it either. Out of all the people Draco knew, Harry would be the right type for such challenges. Honestly, Draco was tired of worrying about his friend at Hogwarts. The threat of the Dark Lord loomed over them, and the last thing they needed was a tournament that could endanger Harry's life. So, he was glad they could all be in the audience, cheering for whoever was chosen, allowing them to enjoy the tournament fully. On the day they returned to school, Draco met his friends at the platform. They set out to find a compartment together, storing their luggage before saying their goodbyes to Mrs. Weasley, Bill, Charlie, and Draco's mother. Just as Draco leaned in to kiss his mother's cheek, he heard Charlie say, "I might be seeing you all sooner than you think." "Why?" Fred asked. "You'll see," Charlie replied airily. "Just don't tell Percy I mentioned it. It's classified information until the Ministry decides to release it." Draco was stunned. With a father and a brother in the ministry, it hadn't occurred to him that the Weasley children hadn't been informed. He would have written to them immediately if he had realized, but it had completely slipped his mind to mention it. Yeah, I sort of wish I was back at Hogwarts this year, Bill sighed longingly. Why? George demanded impatiently. Draco said quietly, but his mother lightly slapped his arm, her eyes narrowed. Don't be so rude to ruin their efforts, she said. Darling, she whispered, and Draco bit his lower lip, feeling awkward as the older Weasleys teased them with information they refused to share. He felt relieved when the whistle blew, signaling that the train was about to depart. Once they returned to their compartment, with Weasley still grumbling about his family, Draco decided to speak up. I know what they were talking about, he admitted, catching the attention of all three. If I had realized you didn't know, I would have said something earlier. I'm sorry. What is it? Weasley asked eagerly, nearly slipping off his seat to lean closer to Draco, as if he might miss the information from across the table. What's happening at Hogwarts? They're bringing back the Triwizard Tournament, Draco explained, smirking as he watched their reactions. Weasley gasped, staring at him in shock, while Hermione's eyes widened in understanding and awe. Harry frowned, clearly confused. You're kidding! Weasley exclaimed incredulously. What is the Triwizard Tournament? Harry asked. It's a tournament between 3 wizarding schools, Hermione replied, looking at Draco with curiosity. I've read about it in Hogwarts, a history. But I thought it was discontinued? It was, Draco nodded. Apparently, it was decided that the risk to the champions' lives was too high. Champion? Harry asked. Every school elects one representative to participate in the tournament, Draco clarified. They have to pass all sorts of tests to win, though I'm not sure what they actually involve. It sounds pretty dangerous, though. There have been some deaths in the past. Hermione gasped at that, while Weasley seemed unimpressed. Imagine being elected Hogwarts champion, he sighed dreamily, his eyes glazing over. Oh no, you can forget that thought right away, Draco said. Draco laughed. They changed the rules. Only students who are of age can attend now, so we're too young. What? Weasley gasped, waking from his daydream and looking disappointed. That's so unfair. I think it's reasonable, Draco shrugged. Imagine the parents' protests if their underage children were asked to sign up for a tournament that could kill them. That might have worked a century ago, but not now. Weasley continued to pout, but Draco ignored him and went on. Anyway, I think it will be a lot of fun for us to watch. Which other schools are part of the tournament again? Hermione asked eagerly. I remember Beauxbatons. Yes, them and Durmstrang, Draco nodded. It will be really interesting to have students from the continent at Hogwarts, don't you think? Totally, Hermione agreed, smiling brightly. Where are these schools? Harry asked. Well, nobody knows, do they? Hermione replied, raising her eyebrows at him. They're hiding their locations to keep their secrets, Draco said with a shrug. It's not unusual for wizarding schools. But I know Durmstrang is somewhere far in the north, like Scandinavia or Russia. And I'm pretty sure Beauxbatons is in France. One summer when I was younger, my parents took me to one of the chateaux our family owns in Provence. We dined with a pureblood family from there who had 2 daughters that went to Beauxbatons. They spoke nothing but French and terrible English, so I'm sure French must be the main language of instruction. They continued chatting pleasantly about the other wizarding schools and the tournament until some Gryffindors from their year arrived at their compartment. They then switched to discussing the Quidditch World Cup final together until they arrived at Hogsmeade Station. It was raining heavily as they made their way up to the school in the carriages. Draco was relieved to be safely inside once they entered the castle. Draco separated from his friends and joined his house at the Slytherin table for the welcoming feast. He sat far in the back, a few seats away from a pair of giggling second-year girls who glanced at him briefly before ignoring him, which relieved him. He noticed Nott at the front, chatting loudly with Crabbe and Goyle. Zabini and Parkinson sat a little distance away, talking with Bulstrode and Greengrass. Satisfied that he would avoid any taunts during dinner, he focused on the sorting ceremony. After dinner, the spectacular entrance of the old, battered-looking Exora Alastair Mad-Eye Moody was announced as their new defense against the dark arts teacher. Draco wished fiercely for Professor Lupin to return. He had only met Moody once before at a ministry event when his father still took him to such things, and the man had given him the creeps. Dumbledore then announced that the Triwizard Tournament would take place at Hogwarts this year. The other students reacted predictably, with excited cheers and murmurs, alongside angry exclamations about the age restrictions the ministry had added, most notably from the Weasley twins. As they were sent off to their dormitories shortly after, the students could talk of little else. Draco listened in on some conversations for amusement. "Hey, Malfoy," Knock called, making Draco groan as the trio of trolls caught up with him. "So, you're going to try to enter, or are you too chicken to do it?" "Unlike you, Not, I have a brain and know not to waste my time and efforts trying to outsmart Dumbledore," Draco replied with a drawl. "But feel free to try. It'll give me something to laugh about. And here I thought you might want to show your poor father that you aren't as much of a failure as a son as he thinks you are," Not cackled. "For assuming you had a sense of pride," Not said. Draco laughed. "We have very different definitions of what to be proud of, Not," he replied. "I wouldn't be able to look at myself in the mirror if I were you." "At least my family thinks I'm a model son," Not shrugged, smugness radiating from him. "You wish you could say the same thing about yourself, Malfoy. I know you well enough for that." "You obviously don't," Draco said, rolling his eyes. "The times when I wanted to make my father proud are long gone." With that, he left the common room and headed for their dorms, ignoring Not's further taunts. The days when Not could get a reaction out of him with insults were behind him as well. Chapter 3: Hermione, the Defender of Elf Rights, and Moody, the Nightmare. "Hermione," Draco sighed, rubbing his temples as Harry hid his smile behind his divination homework. "I admire your sense of justice and your determination to help creatures in need." "No, I really do," he stressed when Hermione opened her mouth, her eyes narrowed. "But you chose the wrong creatures for your rescue mission. Believe me, I have lived in a house cared for by house elves my entire life, and they would die of shock if I offered them payment." "That's because they're brainwashed," she hissed. "You have to see it as a difference in cultural values," Draco insisted. "You kept telling me over the years that Muggles aren't worse off for the lack of magic in their lives and that their way of living and their existence is not worthless because of it. And what exactly does this have to do with the enslavement of creatures?" she demanded. "I am saying that it's arrogant to force your own views on people of other cultures if they refuse to accept them, just because you think it's the right way to live." "No, listen to me," he insisted when Hermione was about to interrupt. "It's an insult to them to offer wages. I agree that these elves are not treated right, especially by people like my father. If you want to raise your voice for laws to protect them, I'm all for that. But they don't want to be paid, and it's pointless to waste your energy pushing them to accept your ideas. Legal protection is going to be one of the long-term goals of SPEW," Hermione replied coolly. "But we are not going to be silenced until these elves are offered the same rights as wizards, and if you aren't with us on that, Draco, you are against us." Draco slumped in his seat, looking at Harry imploringly. However, Harry was vehemently avoiding his gaze, still biting his lip to keep from grinning. He turned to Weasley for support instead. "Say something," he demanded. "You're a pureblood as well." "Well, you know as well as I do that what she's doing is pointless," Weasley said, shrugging as he took a bite of his sandwich. "I told her already," he continued, his mouth full. "But she won't listen. It's better to just let her do what she wants instead of trying to change her mind." "You're a big help, as always," Draco muttered. "He's not wrong, you know," Hermione glared at him. "I admit that I'd hoped for your support, but I will go through with this no matter what you say." "You might as well drop it now. You brought it up," Draco reminded her. When she ignored his input, he huffed and turned back to his charms homework. "Whatever." Just don't pull me into this. I won't, she snapped. Good, he rolled his eyes, finally turning back to Harry, effectively ending the conversation. Have you already had a class with Moody? No, Harry replied, dropping his book to meet Draco's eyes at last. We have him in a double session tomorrow after lunch. You? I have him first thing tomorrow morning, Draco said. I'm quite curious about his classes. Father has raged about him being a lunatic quite a lot at home, but I don't trust his judgment anymore, so. Dad likes him a lot, Weasley added. Though it does seem to be true that he's lost his marbles at some point in the last couple of years. Dumbledore wouldn't let him teach here if he thought he was in any way unsuitable, Hermione frowned. He let Lockhart teach here, Draco snorted. I think applicants for the job are so rare that he'll take what he can get. Fred and George had him earlier today, and they said his class was something else, Weasley said. They seemed really impressed. Well, I hope he's worth his wage, Draco sighed. I don't expect another Professor Lupin, but I'd rather not go back to useless narcissists or two-faced Death Eaters. I don't think you need to worry about the second one, with a former aura, Hermione mused. Obviously, you have more trust in the Ministry than I do, Draco sighed. Nothing against your father and brother, Weasley, but there's a lot of corruption going on in the shadows. I should know, since my father is part of it. He has Dumbledore's trust, Hermione repeated. Yeah, but Dumbledore is not always the sanest himself, is he? Weasley smirked. They probably get along fabulously. Draco and Harry laughed but quickly stopped when Hermione shot them a bad-tempered look. They returned to their homework. The next morning, as the fourth-year Ravenclaws and Slytherins filed into the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom after breakfast, there was a strange tension in the air. The Ravenclaws seemed mainly excited, though a little suspicious about Moody's qualities as a teacher. The Slytherins, however, appeared anxious, and Draco understood why. Alas to Mad-Eye Moody, a retired aura who had spent his life chasing down the likes of their parents, seemed unlikely to take kindly to their house. Their fears turned out to be justified. Draco was taken aback by the fierce hatred Moody seemed to harbor not only for Slytherin House but also for him personally. Put those blasted books away! Moody snapped as they set up their materials on their desks. No use for them in here. I'm not a big believer in the theoretical approach to learning magic, and you're too far behind on the practical side of defense as it is. Draco noticed two Ravenclaws at the table next to his, Padma Patil and Sue Lee, exchanging wary glances, as if their suspicions had just been confirmed. Anyways, we're going to work on dark curses today, Moody continued, a nasty smile forming on his lips. And I imagine the snakes among you don't need much theory on those as it is. Shifted nervously in its place, but Draco stood firm, defiantly maintaining his gaze on Moody. He refused to be intimidated by a reputation his father had built. He was not his father. The determination on his face caught Moody's attention, and Moody's eyes landed on him. You're Lucius Malfoy's son, are you not? He barked, smirking when Draco nodded. Just the person I need. Why don't you tell us what you know about the unforgivable curses? You should be an expert on them, considering your family. Draco narrowed his eyes, the only sign of anger he allowed to show. The unforgivable curses are the 3 dark curses that are most heavily punished by wizarding law. The use of just one of them will result in a life sentence in Azkaban. Yes, it would, Moody agreed. Under normal circumstances. Of course, there are always wizards who manage to evade legal punishment, aren't there? Draco remained still, so Moody quickly pressed on. Name one of them, Malfoy. The Imperious Curse, Draco replied without hesitation. Oh, you would know about that one, Moody scoffed. The claim of it being used on him saved your own father from a run-in with the Dementors, didn't it? Draco heard faint chuckles from the students, but he knew they did not come from his housemates. He was not surprised that the Ravenclaws enjoyed the spectacle. They had never forgiven him or Hermione for beating them in every exam. Moody ignored the laughter and turned towards his desk, opening one of the drawers. He pulled out a glass jar containing 3 large spiders. The class fell silent as he coaxed one of the spiders onto his hand and held it up for everyone to see. With his other hand, he pointed his wand at the spider and muttered, "Imperio." The spider started to do all kinds of ridiculous things. It flung itself through the air like an acrobat and danced like a ballerina. Students gasped, but despite the amusing sight, no one laughed. "Total control," Moody said softly, his eyes fixed on the spider as it performed cartwheels across one of the desks. "I could make it do everything in this state, but I assume most of you are aware of the effects of this spell, are you not?" His magical eye scanned the classroom, pausing on each student with Death Eater connections before he continued. "For those without personal experience, let me explain. Years ago, a certain dark wizard and his followers controlled many people using this very curse. When he fell, it became the perfect excuse for these followers to escape consequences. After all, how could the ministry prove whether someone acted on their own will or under someone else's control?" He paused, his face grim as he watched the spider break into a step dance. "The imperious curse can be fought, and I'll teach you how. However, I don't expect many of you to succeed. It takes real strength of character to resist it, and that's not exactly a trait I associate with your houses." He barked out a laugh and picked up the spider, tossing it back into the jar. Then he turned to Draco, his good eye gleaming. "Now, Malfoy," he said. "Why don't you keep enlightening us since you seem to be such an expert? Name another curse." Draco felt the contempt from the Ravenclaws at the back of his head, but he refused to shrink away from their unfair judgment. He knew if it had been Harry, he would have fought back. After all, he had seen Harry get into countless quarrels with Snape, always ending with him in detention. But Draco had more self-control than that, and he was not going to give this professor the satisfaction. He forced his voice into calm professionalism as he answered, "The Cruciator's Curse." "Yes," Moody smiled, his scarred face contorting under the strain. "You have personal experience with that one, too, don't you, Malfoy? Your aunt was imprisoned for that one, among other things, of course." Draco ranted inwardly, "I was a toddler when that happened. I don't even remember her. What she did has nothing to do with me. Don't throw me in with these people. Have I not proved myself enough in the last couple of years?" But he voiced none of this. He watched impassively as Moody picked up another spider and enlarged it for illustration purposes. "Crucio," Moody muttered, pointing his wand at the spider. The effect was immediate. Draco flinched as it shuddered and jerked in pain. He averted his eyes, focusing on the foot of the desk instead, waiting for it to be over. "Excruciating pain," Moody announced, his voice almost echoing in the tense silence. "Worse torture than any Muggle device could ever inflict. It can break a person completely, that curse." He finally ended the curse and shrank the spider back to its original size before putting it back into the jar. He turned to Draco once more, his eyes a challenge. "And the last one?" He prodded. "You should be familiar with that one too, seeing that you're friends with the only person known to survive it." Draco's chest tightened at those words. He needed a few moments to find his voice and answer. "The killing curse," he finally managed to say. Moody did not respond. He picked the last spider from the jar and held it out for everyone to see. Avada Kedavra! A flash of green light hit the spider, and Draco stared, horrified, as the spider rolled onto its back, clearly dead. The silence in the room was total. Moody dropped the dead spider onto the floor in a careless gesture, brushing his hands off. "There is no countercurse," he announced, almost casually. "No way of blocking it, either. You'd better hope you're never on the receiving end of it, or this green light will be the last thing you'll ever see." The silence that followed was broken by the bell, signaling the end of the lesson. "Right," Moody said gruffly. "Class dismissed." Draco stood up and left the room at lightning speed, not even thinking about it. He didn't stop until he reached the nearest bathroom, where he vomited his breakfast into the toilet. His stomach felt like it was filled with snakes, twisting through his insides and causing him to dry heave even though he was already empty. He shook from head to toe, tears prickling in his eyes. He had known that Harry survived the killing curse. Everyone did. But the image of how close his best friend had come to dying like that spider, its life lost so randomly and insignificantly, shook him deeply. He curled up on the cold, hard floor in front of the toilet, hugging his knees to his chest and taking deep, steadying breaths. "There you are, Malfoy," Weasley called, his voice impatient as Draco joined them in front of the potions classroom, just in time. "How was your class with Moody? What did he teach you?" "Draco, are you okay?" Harry interrupted, noticing the greenish tint on Draco's face. "I'm fine," Draco replied gruffly, unwilling to talk about what had just happened in class. Thankfully, Snape opened the door a moment later, preventing his friends from asking more questions, though Draco could feel Harry's worried gaze on him. As Snape turned to the blackboard to list the ingredients needed, the tension in the air lingered. For today's potion class, Draco reached out to Harry under the desk. He found Harry's wrist and pressed his fingers against it, letting the steady pulse calm his nerves. Harry allowed it for a moment before shifting his hand to intertwine their fingers, squeezing Draco's hand in comfort. Draco squeezed back, his eyes fixed on the blackboard. He knew he could not avoid the conversation forever. After potions, Harry practically pulled him out of the dungeons. He murmured to Hermione and Ron that he would join them for lunch later before dragging Draco out of the castle and onto the grounds, which were still warm from the fading summer sun. "Now, tell me what happened," Harry demanded, turning to face him. "You look like someone died." Draco flinched at Harry's choice of words. He took a steadying breath and started walking toward the lake, feeling the need to move. "It was nothing, really," he shrugged. "Moody just showed a couple of spells in class, and I couldn't stomach them very well." "What kind of spells?" Harry asked, falling into step beside him. "Unforgivables," Draco muttered. At Harry's confused frown, he added, "You'll see for yourself later. You have him after lunch, right?" Harry nodded absent-mindedly, his eyes still on Draco's face. "He also doesn't like me much," Draco added, trying to change the subject. "He threw me in right with my father." "That's ridiculous." Harry bristled. "You couldn't be more different from him if you tried. It's not fair for him to judge you for something you never had any influence on." "Well, that's how it works, though, isn't it?" Draco shrugged. "Ron was the same back in the first 2 years. And Snape does the same to you, really. I guess old grudges die hard." Harry hummed in agreement, clearly displeased with the idea of Draco. Being mistreated by their new teacher made Draco feel a little better about the whole incident. As long as Harry was on his side and got angry at the idea of people grouping Draco in with his father, he decided he did not care what Moody or anyone else said. "Well," Harry muttered, "you're not the only one who dislikes Moody, by the looks of it. Did you notice the horrible mood Snape was in today?" "No surprise there," Draco snorted. "He snatched the position he's always wanted away from him. He'll never take kindly to any new defense against the dark arts teachers, mark my words." Their conversation flowed further in that direction. Soon, Hermione and Ron caught up with them, joining them with a couple of packed sandwiches. They sat down on the grass near the lake, enjoying the sunlight and discussing pleasant topics far away from Moody or unforgivable curses. The Gryffindor's lesson with Moody went better than Draco's, though not by much, as far as he could tell. Ron, naturally, was completely taken by the new teacher, given that Moody seemed to have shown a liking to all the Weasley children due to his appreciation of their father. Harry and Hermione seemed a little wearier. While Harry agreed with Ron that the presentation of the unforgivable curses throughout class had been impressive, he seemed quiet and shaken when he saw them before dinner. Hermione, on the other hand, appeared very disapproving of Moody's teaching methods. "You should have seen Neville's face when he cast the Cruciator's curse on that spider," she muttered, her lips tight for a moment before she continued. "I agree that school has a responsibility to prepare us, but I'm not sure performing these curses in a classroom was entirely necessary." Yeah, Draco agreed, his eyes finding the back of Longbottom's head in the crowd of students. He had never heard the details of what had happened to Longbottom's parents, only that they had been attacked by Death Eaters shortly after the end of the First War. Draco imagined that witnessing dark curses like those performed in front of him would reopen old wounds. He kept his thoughts to himself and continued, I understand the Imperious Curse if he really wants to teach us how to defend against it. I think that's great, by the way. But the other two? I'm sure he could have conveyed the message differently if he had wanted to. I don't think he wanted to, though, Harry said thoughtfully. I think he's relying on the shock factor. He's not wrong, is he? Ron shrugged. He definitely made an impression. I'm more likely to remember anything he teaches than, say, Professor Binns. Well, you've always had a slight sensationalist streak, Draco remarked. Not everyone needs to be frightened into remembering course materials. Ron glared and opened his mouth to retort, but Harry spoke over him, saying he was hungry and wanted to eat. They separated for their respective house tables. As Draco took a seat, he looked up at the staff table and found Moody's magical eye focused on him. Draco held the gaze, staring back defiantly until Professor Sprout offered Moody some potatoes, effectively distracting him. The next morning, Harry was waiting for Draco in the entrance hall, holding a bunch of sandwiches and asking him to take a walk around the grounds. Draco knew this meant Harry had something important to share, so he accepted the sandwiches and followed him outside. The morning air was chilly, and Draco pulled his school robes tighter around himself, looking at Harry curiously. I got a response from Sirius last night, Harry muttered, his expression dark. He's heading back north. What? Draco gasped, almost dropping his sandwich. Why? Because my letter worried him, Harry snapped. It was stupid to write to him. Now he thinks I'm in danger and needs to come back here, and if he gets caught, it will be my fault. It's not your fault, Draco said gently. You were looking for answers. Advice from someone more experienced than your friends is important, and Sirius was the obvious choice. You did not ask him to do anything rash. That was all him and his Gryffindor tendencies. I should have known. Harry protested. Why? Because you have known Sirius for so long that you can predict his actions. Draco rolled his eyes. Come off it, Harry. Stop blaming yourself. It won't help anyone. I answered Sirius this morning, Harry muttered. I tried to convince him that it's not necessary for him to come here and that I might have imagined my scar hurting. I don't think that will work, Draco said skeptically. For one, he might already be on his way. And he doesn't strike me as stupid or willfully ignorant, like Weasley can be sometimes. It's worth a try, Harry grumbled. I hate the thought of him coming back. I don't need another thing to worry about. I know you don't, Draco sighed. You were right, Harry said bitterly. I should have written to Lupin instead. Sometimes I wish I was more level-headed, like you. As much as that flatters me, Draco smirked, you're in the wrong house for that. Plus, my policy of sit back and wait doesn't really help in most cases either. I think the truth lies somewhere in the middle. That's why we work best when we combine our forces. The ghost of a smile appeared on Harry's lips at that, but it faded into a deep sigh as he looked out over the sky, as if expecting Hedwig back any moment. Sirius will be fine, Draco tried to reassure him. He's escaped justice for more than a year, and he will continue to do so. Only a few people know of his animagus form, and all of them know he's innocent. Yes, Harry nodded, biting his lip. Still. He let the sentence trail off, and the silence stretched between them. Draco reached for Harry's hand, intertwining their fingers. Harry squeezed back in response. Chapter 4. What looked to be a fun tournament. Their workload for the year had increased significantly due to the upcoming OWL exams at the end of their 5th year. Draco was thankful for this distraction. It kept Harry busy enough to avoid worrying excessively about Sirius, who had sent a message saying he was back in the country and well hidden. It also kept Hermione from obsessing over her elf rights organization more than she already did. Between the unfortunate and dangerous crossbreeds that Hagrid had brought into class as a pet project and Moody performing the Imperious Curse on them, expecting the students to throw it off without instructions, they spent most of their free time in the library studying. However, when the arrival of the rival schools for the Triwizard Tournament was announced, a buzz of pleasant anticipation spread through the school. Students discussed who would be best suited as Hogwarts champion, along with what to expect from the other schools and the challenges the champions would face. The staff worked hard to polish both the castle and the students to make a good impression on their foreign guests. The day of their arrival came one evening before Halloween. The castle was cleaner and shinier than Draco had ever seen, with the Great Hall decorated in festive house banners. Afternoon classes ended half an hour early, which meant their double potion session was cut short, much to Harry's delight. They were asked to drop off their belongings in their dormitories and assemble in the entrance hall. Their heads of houses directed them until they were all standing in orderly positions on the front steps. Draco, much to his dismay, found himself between Daphne Greengrass on one side and Theodore Nott on the other. Nott kept muttering taunts under his breath, clearly enjoying himself. "I'd make sure to play nice with the Durmstrang students, Malfoy," he smirked. "From what I heard, your father is one step away from sending you there. We don't want any accidents to happen, do we? They're all your superiors in dark arts, after all. I think your father hopes they will set you straight, but I believe they'd just finish you off before your first letter, where you'd be pleading with your mother for help, naturally, had even reached Wiltshire." "Durmstrang doesn't sound half bad right now," Draco drawled without looking at him. "At least I'd be rid of a bumbling idiot like you. I'd love to see you trying to survive without St. Potter to hide behind," Nott scoffed. "You wouldn't last her." "Theodore, would you please shut up and leave it be?" Parkinson interrupted from next to him, her tone exasperated. "Your incessant prattling is giving me a headache." Both Draco and Nott were startled by her words, unused to anyone interfering with Nott's bullying. "What's this, Pansy?" Nott countered, raising both eyebrows and turning to look at her. "Don't tell me you care about what happens to dear Draco. Do you fancy him?" "Oh, please, grow up," she sniffed, rolling her eyes. "I can complain about you being a pain in the butt without. Miss Parkinson and Mr. Nott, if you don't lower your voices, I will feed you both to the giant squid before the other schools arrive, just to make sure you do not embarrass Hogwarts with the nonsense that tends to come out of your mouths." Both Nott and Parkinson fell silent at Snape's threat, looking sufficiently abashed. The silence that stretched out between them was broken by Dumbledore, who suddenly called out from the back rows. "Aha! Unless I am very much mistaken, the delegation from Beauxbatons approaches." Murmuring broke out among the students until finally, the attention of everyone was drawn to the sky, where something, indistinct shape, was approaching the school at high speed. At first, Draco wondered if they had traveled by broom, but he quickly dismissed the idea. A broom ride was chilly even in the best weather, and a delegation used to southern European climates would not manage it easily. Besides, from what he had heard about Beauxbatons, it was a very elegant institution. He was sure they would want to make a more spectacular entrance that suited their style. As they got closer, Draco realized he was right. The indistinct shape in the sky turned out to be a pastel blue carriage with an intricately carved exterior, drawn by a flock of huge Palomino pagazzi. They landed with a loud thud that startled some students, causing them to stumble backward in surprise. The carriage came to a stop not far from where the Hogwarts students and staff were waiting. The school crest was carved into the doors, which opened to reveal a male student in pale blue robes. He stepped out and unfolded a set of golden stairs. He then stepped back to make room for an elegant woman, about the size of Hagrid, who was clearly the headmistress. Dumbledore initiated applause, and the staff and students joined in immediately, causing the headmistress of Beauxbatons to smile as she approached Dumbledore, extending her hand for him to kiss. "My dear Madame Maxim," he said. "Welcome to Hogwarts." They exchanged pleasantries, with Madame Maxim speaking in heavily accented English and Dumbledore using his usual charming manner. Meanwhile, the Beauxbaton students were filing out of the carriage, shivering from the Scottish cold in their thin satin uniforms and casting apprehensive glances at the castle. Draco had been a guest at the French Pureblood Society often enough to know that Hogwarts must seem quite rustic compared to what they were used to. Their headmistress then led them into the warmth of the castle, while the Hogwarts students and staff remained outside, waiting for the next part of the event. The Durmstrang delegation arrived shortly after the last Beauxbaton student had entered the castle. A low rumbling sound came from the direction of the lake. Then, the water began to ripple with circular waves. A gigantic ship emerged from the depths and approached the shore. It docked, and students began to file out onto the Hogwarts grounds across a plank. Unlike the Beauxbaton students, the Durmstrang students wore fur coats. Draco assumed this was necessary to keep warm in the cold climate where Durmstrang was located. The headmaster, who led the delegation up to the castle, appeared to be an average-sized man with silver hair. Draco recognized him as an acquaintance of his father's, which did not bode well. The headmaster approached Dumbledore with a smile. "Dumbledore. How are you, my dear fellow, how are you?" "Blooming, thank you, Professor Karkaroff," Dumbledore replied warmly, shaking his hand. "Dear old Hogwarts," Professor Karkaroff sighed, gazing up at the castle. His English had a light accent, though it was not as strong as Madame Maxim's. "How good it is to be here, how good." He turned to his students and called out, "Victor, come along, into the warmth." "You don't mind, Dumbledore?" "Victor has a slight head cold." Gasps and murmurs rippled through the crowd of students. Draco stared in disbelief as none other than Victor Crumb stepped forward. Salazar's dirty pants, not muttered next to him, and for once, Draco found himself agreeing. The students erupted into an uproar as they entered the Great Hall, heads turning to catch a glimpse of Crumb. Draco chose to maintain his dignity, not because he was any less excited, but because he preferred to appear composed. Draco felt excited, but he had been friends with Harry long enough to know how uncomfortable it was for celebrities to be stared at. He pushed his way through the crowd and took his usual seat at the Slytherin table, far from most other students. The Beauxbaton students had joined the Ravenclaw table but seemed unwilling to communicate with anyone else. They huddled together, wrapped in their shawls, grumbling among themselves in French. He watched them for a moment until someone stood in his line of sight. Looking up, he found Crumb himself across the table, wearing an unsure frown. "Is this place free?" Crumb asked in a gruff voice. "Yes," Draco replied, feeling somewhat dumbstruck. He indicated the bench across from him with the politeness his parents had instilled in him. "Please sit." Crumb nodded in thanks and lowered himself onto the bench, quickly followed by most of the other Durmstrang students. Draco noticed that Crumb seemed eager to keep some distance from the people staring at him. Perhaps that was why he had chosen to sit with Draco, who had also been keeping his distance, minding his own business as he usually did at the house table. Draco glanced over at the Gryffindor table, finding his friends watching him. Weasley's mouth had dropped open, and he looked at Draco incredulously, not to mention a little envious. Hermione was rolling her eyes at Weasley and elbowing him, while Harry grinned and raised his eyebrows at Draco. Draco smiled back before biting his lip, trying to assume a neutral expression. The last thing he wanted was to chase Crumb away again. Dumbledore, Karkaroff, and Maxim were the last to enter the Great Hall. The Beauxbaton students leapt to their feet as their headmistress passed by, causing some Hogwarts students to laugh. Draco, however, knew that the French had a different culture when it came to showing respect to their mentors, so he watched without comment. As the headmasters and headmistress walked across the room, they took their seats at the staff table. Only Dumbledore remained standing, and the crowd of students fell silent. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, ghosts, and most particularly, guests," Dumbledore boomed, a bright smile on his face. "I have great pleasure in welcoming you all to Hogwarts. I hope and trust that your stay here will be both comfortable and enjoyable." He ignored a derisive snort from a Beauxbaton student and continued, "The tournament will be officially opened at the end of the feast. I now invite you all to eat, drink, and make yourselves at home." At his signal, the tables filled with a much greater variety of dishes than usual, seemingly from different corners of Europe. Draco recognized French and Spanish dishes he had enjoyed on family holidays, along with meals he would categorize as Russian or Balkan cuisine. He noticed Crumb across from him, considering one of the British dishes with uncertainty. "That's Lancashire hot pot," Draco said, making Crumb look up. "It's got lamb inside." "Oh," Crumb frowned. "I thought it was shepherd's pie. I had it this summer. It was very good." "This is shepherd's pie," Draco indicated another dish nearby. "Both are good, though. I know British cuisine is infamous in Europe, but the Hogwarts house elves are superb. There's no need to worry about the food." "I see," Crumb nodded, reaching out to put some shepherd's pie on his plate. "Do you know, by any chance, what these are?" Draco asked, pointing to a few meals he did not recognize. "I think this is goulash, but the rest—" "That is stroganoff," Crumb replied. "It is beef. Over there is shashlik, and those," he pointed to a couple of dumplings, "are pelmeni. They have meat or fish inside." "I see," Draco said, nodding as he placed a little of each dish onto his plate out of curiosity. "What is your name?" Crumb asked, studying his face. "Draco Malfoy," Draco introduced himself, extending his hand for a shake. "Victor Crumb," Crumb replied, returning the gesture. "I know," Draco smiled. "I saw you at the Quidditch World Cup. You were amazing." "Thank you," Crumb said politely, withdrawing his hand and turning back to his plate. They ate in silence, which was not particularly uncomfortable. Draco noticed that Crumb did not engage with his fellow students. He wondered if Crumb's fame isolated him from his peers or if he simply preferred solitude. Halfway through dinner, Ludo Bagman and Barty Crouch arrived and joined the staff table. Both Draco and Crumb frowned at their entrance and exchanged glances for a moment. "They are from your ministry, are they not?" Crumb asked gruffly. "Yes," Draco replied. "Head of Magical Games and Sports and Head of International Magical Cooperation." "I see," Crumb nodded. "I saw them at the World Cup." "Yes, they were there," Draco agreed. Crumb nodded and looked at the pudding that had started to appear on the table. They shared names and ingredients of desserts again, and Crumb tried some treacle tart, which was Harry's favorite, while Draco enjoyed a pastry he could not pronounce. When the tables were finally cleared of food, Dumbledore stood up again, a smile on his face. The hall fell into an excited silence. "The moment has come," Dumbledore announced. "The Triwizard Tournament is about to start. I would like to say a few words of explanation before we bring in the casket to clarify the procedure we will be following this year. But first, let me introduce." He proceeded to present both Crouch and Bagman to the crowd before continuing. "Crouch has worked tirelessly over the last few months on the arrangements for the Triwizard Tournament. He will be joining me, Professor Karkaroff, and Madame Maxim on the panel that will judge the champions' efforts." I noticed the tension among the students at the mention of the word champions. I instructed Filch to bring in the casket. Filch then brought in an ancient, elegantly adorned wooden chest. As he placed it on the table before me, I continued explaining the basics of the tournament. 3 champions, 1 from each school, would face 3 tasks throughout the school year. These tasks would test their magical prowess, daring, power of deduction, and ability to cope with danger. They would receive marks for their performance in each task, and the champion with the highest total would win the Triwizard Cup. "The champions will be chosen by an impartial selector," I announced. "The Goblet of Fire." I tapped the chest Filch had set on the table 3 times with my wand until it jumped open, revealing a large wooden cup filled with lazily flickering blue flames. I placed the cup on top of the chest. "Anyone wishing to submit themselves as champion must write their name and school clearly on a slip of parchment and drop it into the goblet," I explained. "Aspiring champions have 24 hours to put their names forward. Tomorrow night, on Halloween, the goblet will return the names of the 3 it has judged most worthy to represent their schools. The goblet will be placed in the entrance hall tonight, where it will be freely accessible to all those wishing to compete. To ensure that no underage students yield to temptation, I will draw an age line around the goblet of fire once it has been placed in the entrance hall. Nobody under the age of 17 will be able to cross this line. I proceeded to impress upon them the seriousness of the decision to put their names forward. Forward, Draco glanced over to the Gryffindor table. The Weasley twins were sitting not far from their brother, Harry, and Hermione, all of them attentively listening to Dumbledore's every word. He had heard them boasting about finding a way to compete, and he knew no one could talk sense into them or convince them it was a hopeless endeavor. He looked forward to the commotion they would cause with their failed attempts. Now, I think it is time for bed, Dumbledore concluded, smiling at everyone. Good night to all of you. The twins immediately turned to each other, conversing in excited whispers. Draco snorted under his breath as he got to his feet. Will you put in your name? Krum asked, examining Draco as if to judge his age. Me? Draco laughed. Merlin, no. I'm too young anyway. But good luck to you. I see, Krum nodded. Thank you. Have a good night. You too, Draco smiled, watching as Krum left the Great Hall with the other Durmstrang students. Draco could barely reach the door before he was cornered by Weasley. You absolute git, he hissed, sounding more awed than angry. What did you talk about? What did he say? Can you introduce me? By Salazar, Weasley, if you don't shut up, I'll drag you to Madame Pomfrey for a calming draught, Draco laughed. We didn't talk all that much. Just about the food, mostly. He asked if I was going to put my name forward for the tournament. Things like that. I'm so jealous, Weasley almost whined. Ron, he's a person like you and me, Hermione rolled her eyes. He's the best seeker in the world, Hermione. Weasley argued. I think he doesn't like the attention much, though, Draco frowned. That's why he sat with me, I guess. Because I was sitting alone and wasn't wetting my pants over him. Weasley glared at him, likely taking his words personally, but Draco turned to look at Harry. He actually reminded me a little of you, he said. You've always been uncomfortable in the public eye, too. Yeah, Harry replied, making a face. I can relate all too well. The following day was strange. When Draco entered the Great Hall for breakfast at the usual time, he noticed that his friends had already finished their food. The tables were surprisingly full for such an early hour on a weekend. He was waved over to the Gryffindor table to eat and catch up on the morning's events. They told him how the Weasley twins and their friend had tried to trick Dumbledore by taking an aging potion. As a result, they ended up with beards that Madame Pomfrey had to remove. They also discussed the Hogwarts students rumored to have put their names forward for the tournament. We can't have a Slytherin champion, Harry exclaimed incredulously when Thomas mentioned Warrington. He quickly turned to Draco, embarrassed, muttering, I mean. Don't bother, Draco snorted. It's not like I'm friends with any of them. All the Hufflepuffs are talking about Diggory, Finnegan muttered, rolling his eyes. Not him, Draco moaned. I hate him. Just because he beat you at Quidditch last year, Hermione chimed in with a smile. He's arrogant, Draco sniffed. And just because he has a pretty face doesn't mean he's suited to represent our school. He's a Hufflepuff. He was nice enough when we met him at the World Cup, Harry shrugged, smirking at Draco's glare. Traitor, Draco snapped, but Hermione shushed him as cheers echoed from the entrance hall, indicating that someone new had thrown their name into the goblet. Angelina Johnson, one of the Gryffindor chasers, then entered the Great Hall with an embarrassed smile on her face. The Gryffindors surrounding her erupted in excitement, declared their complete support for her while Draco continued eating. They decided to visit Hagrid throughout the day, and that trip turned out to be quite unusual. Madame Maxim's arrival at the school had clearly made a huge impression on Hagrid. He was dressed in his finest suit, which wouldn't have been allowed into the manor even as a washcloth, and he had attempted to slick down his hair, with disastrous results. He also abandoned them on the way to the castle for dinner in favor of the headmistress of Beauxbatons. Draco found that more amusing than insulting, but it left Hermione quite indignant. He assumed her reaction had more to do with Hagrid dismissing her elf rights movement without a second thought not long before. When they took their seats at their respective house tables, the mood in the Great Hall was charged with tension and excitement, which Draco found quite infectious. Victor Crumb came back to sit with him, which pleased him immensely. He did not usually have the pleasure of company at the Slytherin table, especially not from a famous Quidditch player. "You put your name into the goblet earlier?" Draco asked as they dug into their meals. Crumb just shrugged and nodded. "Well, good luck. I'm rooting for you." "Thank you," Crumb replied. "Is there anyone you support for your school?" "Not really," Draco shrugged. "My friends are all for Angelina Johnson because she's from their house, but I don't really care, to be honest. Though I guess I'd prefer her over Diggory." "You are friends with Harry Potter, are you not?" Crumb asked suddenly. "I saw you with him this morning at breakfast." "I am," Draco confirmed with a smile. "Ever since first year." Crumb nodded, pausing to eat some of his goulash before continuing. "Why do you not sit with them if they're your friends?" "Oh, it's not really common to sit somewhere that's not your house table at Hogwarts," Draco explained. "Sometimes we do it anyway, but if I dared to break etiquette at an official occasion like this one, Snape would have my head." "Professor Snape is Slytherin's head of house," Draco explained, noticing Crumb's confused frown. "The word fun is not really in his vocabulary. I don't think anyone has ever seen him smile unless it was out of malice." "I see," Crumb replied. "Do you have a system like that at Durmstrang?" Draco asked curiously. "The houses, I mean?" "No," Crumb frowned. "No, but we are divided by our mother tongues. In Durmstrang, we have students from all over Europe, you see. So we have language classes to make sure we can all speak either German or Russian. Each lesson is taught in both languages, and you have to choose one. Teachers have to speak both as well. The language teachers speak lots more, so they can help everyone. So you basically hang out with either the kids that speak Russian or the kids that speak German?" Draco inquired. "Mostly," Crumb agreed. "Or those from your country. And here I thought the house system was restrictive, but I guess it's not much different without it either," Draco frowned. "I think no matter where you are, you will always find a few good friends and be with them," Crumb shrugged. "You're probably right," Draco said. "What about your friends? Did none of them come along?" "No," Crumb replied, looking wistful for a moment. Andre wanted to concentrate on his studies, and Stoyan's parents did not want him to come to Britain after what happened at the World Cup. "Oh," Draco made a face. "That sucks." He paused and then offered tentatively, "If you ever want company, feel free to hang out with me and my friends. I'm sure they wouldn't mind. Though I won't vouch for anything Weasley says or does. He can be very fanboyish." Crumb smiled at that, and it was the first time Draco had seen the other boy smile. Draco felt quite pleased with himself as he transformed Crumb's expression completely. "Thank you," Crumb said. "You are very kind, Draco," he added. "I guess I just know what it's like to be alone," Draco shrugged, feeling a bit awkward at the praise. When the tables were finally cleared of dishes, Dumbledore got to his feet, and the students immediately fell silent. "Well, the goblet is almost ready to make its decision," the headmaster announced. "I estimate that it requires one more minute. Now, when the champions' names are called, I would ask them to please come up to the top of the hall, walk along the staff table, and go into the next chamber, where they will receive their first instructions." Dumbledore extinguished most of the candles with a wave of his wand, leaving the goblet of fire as the most prominent light source, drawing the eyes of every person in the room. The blue flames continued crackling, and everyone seemed to hold their breath. Then, the flames turned a vivid red, growing and emitting sparks, until, with a huge spit of fire, it released a charred piece of parchment into the air. Dumbledore caught it and held it up to read. "The champion for Durmstrang," he announced, "will be Victor Crumb." Cheers erupted from students of all schools, and Draco joined in, grinning at Crumb, whose face twitched into a small smile in return. Crumb stood, his face straight and proud, as he walked up to the front of the hall. Draco mused that if the Hogwarts champion turned out to be less than satisfactory, he might end up rooting for Durmstrang. Once Crumb had left the hall through the door behind the staff table, the applause ceased, and the tension rose once more as the flames turned red again. A second parchment was emitted from the searing flames, and Dumbledore caught it, announcing, "The champion for Beauxbatons will be Fleur Delacour." The girl who stood up had silvery blonde hair, not unlike Draco's. Fleur Delacour was very pretty and graceful. She walked towards the staff table with a stance that radiated pride and dignity. Her schoolmates, however, expressed their disappointment with anger and despair. When Delacour followed Crumb into the chamber, everyone's attention quickly returned to the goblet. The air was so tense it felt like it could be sliced through with a hex. Draco bit his lip as the fire turned red again. The flame spat out a third piece of parchment, which Dumbledore caught effortlessly before reading it aloud. "The Hogwarts champion is Cedric Diggory." "No," Draco moaned, but he could barely hear himself over the uproar at the Hufflepuff table. Diggory, smug as ever, grinned as he stood and made his way to the staff table. Draco glanced over at the Gryffindor table and caught Harry's eyes. He made a face of displeasure, and Harry laughed. "Excellent," Dumbledore announced as Diggory exited the room. "Well, we now have our 3 champions. I trust all of you, including the remaining students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, will give your champions every ounce of support you can muster." Draco grimaced. "By cheering for your champion, you will contribute in a very real." But Dumbledore trailed off, staring, like everyone else, as the flames in the goblet turned from blue to red once more. The flames grew larger, and another piece of parchment shot out. Dumbledore caught it in apparent shock and turned to read it. There was a moment of deep silence as everyone watched him, waiting for him to speak. At last, Dumbledore cleared his throat, a deep frown on his face as he announced a name that made Draco's blood run cold. "Harry Potter." Chapter 5, Groups of 3s and 4s. Draco couldn't move or breathe. He gaped at Dumbledore, hoping against hope that he had heard wrong or that the headmaster had misread whatever was written on the parchment. The utter silence in the great hall felt ice cold. Everyone had turned to stare at the Gryffindor table, throwing judgmental looks at Harry, as if he were to blame for whatever was happening. Draco knew he was not. Of course, he was not. Harry had never shown any serious inclination toward signing up for the tournament. Sure, he and Weasley had joked around with the Weasley twins, but Draco knew Harry would never go through with it. Harry might not have cared much for the rules, but he was too inherently good to sneak around like this in search of his own glory. That was a Slytherin trait, not a Gryffindor one. This meant someone else had thrown Harry's name into the game. Why would anyone do that? To hurt him, a voice inside Draco told him. To get him into trouble or out of the way. Finally, Draco turned to look at Harry, his heart racing. Harry looked stunned and panicked. He turned to Hermione and Weasley, muttering in a voice that carried through the silence of the great hall, "I didn't put my name in." "You know I didn't." When both of them just stared back blankly, he glanced over to the Slytherin table, meeting Draco's gaze with a desperate expression. At the staff table, Professor McGonagall had risen to her feet, whispering urgently to the headmaster. Dumbledore nodded, straightening up as he called, "Harry Potter." "Harry, up here if you please." Harry looked completely terrified, even as Hermione pushed him to get to his feet. Before Draco knew it, he was standing, drawing everyone's eyes to him instead of Harry. "Professor," Draco said. "Please, Draco, sit down," Dumbledore said gently yet firmly. But Draco insisted. "He didn't." "Mr. Malfoy," Snape warned from a few chairs away. "You better sit down and be silent before I have to deduct points from Slytherin for your behavior." Draco didn't care about the House Cup. He needed Dumbledore to understand that Harry was not to blame for this. Someone was plotting to hurt him, and he had to. "Draco," Dumbledore said again, his clear blue eyes meeting Draco's grey ones. "Please sit back down. I will handle this." Draco gulped and glanced at Harry. Harry was staring back with a muddled expression, gratitude and fear being the most prominent emotions. Then, Harry got to his feet and nodded at Draco. Hesitantly, Draco sat back on the bench, horrified as Harry made his way toward the staff table, shoulders hunched, avoiding everyone's gaze. When Harry stood in front of Dumbledore, he simply stared up, waiting for instructions or an explanation for what was happening. All Dumbledore said was, "Well, through the door, Harry." Harry walked hesitantly, and when the door closed behind him, murmurs began and quickly grew in volume. Madame Maxim and Professor Karkaroff rose from their seats, their faces filled with anger. Dumbledore, however, raised his hands for silence. "The prefects will lead their houses back to their dormitories," he announced. "The students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will please return to their own accommodations. I wish you all a good night." With that, he turned his back on the students and began addressing the other teachers in hushed tones that didn't carry through the hall. Draco was on his feet in an instant, pushing forward. Draco moved through the crowds toward the Gryffindor table. He reached Hermione at the top and grasped her shoulders. "What are we going to do?" he asked, his voice high-pitched from panic. "Someone did this to hurt Harry, you know it." "What are we?" "Draco, calm down," she replied, her voice shaky as well. "Let's go somewhere private." "We can't." They were interrupted when Ron pushed past them, his face grim. Draco released Hermione and stared at Ron in disbelief. "Where are you going?" he demanded, causing Ron to stop abruptly. "Back to my dormitory," Ron spat. "Did you not hear Dumbledore?" Draco gaped at him, an unbelievable thought settling in his stomach. It was so ridiculous that he felt mad for even voicing it. "You don't believe Harry did this himself, do you?" he asked. "Tell me you're not really that daft." "Who's the idiot here, Malfoy?" Ron shouted, turning to face Draco again, flushed and angry. Students had stopped to watch, but neither Draco nor Ron paid them any mind. "I know you've always worshipped the ground he walked on, but don't blame me for having a mind of my own. I think I have every right to question your intelligence." Draco snapped, rage surging through him, clouding his thoughts. "How dare you doubt Harry like that? After all these years, don't you know anything about him?" "I think I know him better than you do, seeing as I share a dormitory with him and had him over at my family home for the summer," Ron yelled. "You just see what you want to see. You always have, especially when it comes to him." Draco took a step toward Ron, ready to punch him, but Hermione grabbed his arm, holding on to him. "Draco," she gasped. "Calm down." Across from him, Ron stepped towards Draco, ready to respond, but the Weasley twins blocked his path. George said nonchalantly, "I think that's enough. Ron, you might need a good night's sleep." Fred reached out to pat Ron's back, but Ron stepped back, glaring at him. Without another word, he turned and left the Great Hall. The twins watched him go, identical frowns on their faces. "Don't mind him," George shrugged. "He'll get over himself." "Yeah," Fred nodded. "Come on, time for Betty bed." He put an arm around Ginny, who lingered nearby with an alarmed expression, and they walked toward the doors, leaving only Draco and Hermione behind. "That complete prick," Draco exclaimed, outraged. "I can't believe he." "I think you have made enough of a scene, Mr. Malfoy," Snape said icily as he approached them, displeased. 20 points from Slytherin for your utter lack of discipline. And detention tomorrow night in my office." Draco turned on Snape, ready to snap back, but Hermione squeezed his arm tightly, causing him pain. "We're sorry, Professor," she said hastily. "We'll be on our way." She tugged at Draco's arm, and after a moment, he relented, glaring at Snape as they retreated from the Great Hall. "Listen, Draco," she hissed, stopping in the entrance hall. "This is not the time or place to talk. Keep your head low. I will meet you here tomorrow at 8. We'll discuss what to do then. You're not doubting Harry, too, are you?" he sneered, glowering at her. You're not like Ron, turning on Harry like a complete. Of course I believe Harry. She snapped. What do you take me for? Well, obviously. Did I really need to check? Draco grumbled, feeling only slightly pacified. Ron is just. Hermione muttered, shaking her head and rolling her eyes. Never mind that now. If Snape catches us lingering here, we'll be in real trouble. Go to your dormitory and don't talk to anyone. You're not yourself right now. Oh really? Draco scoffed. Hermione sighed. Please. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Fine, he huffed, pulling his arm out of her grip. Have a good night, then. Hermione looked like she was going to respond to his taunt, but she thought better of it and turned to walk up the stairs. Draco glared after her as he headed in the opposite direction, toward the dungeons. Oh, Draco, Hermione sighed the next morning as she found him sitting on the stairs of the entrance hall, waiting for her. What happened to you? Draco winced, staring at the closed doors instead of looking at her. I might have run into Crabbe's fist last night, he said, trying to sound casual. I told you not to talk to anyone. She reminded him sternly. Technically, I didn't, Draco shrugged. Not insulted Harry, so I punched him. Crabbe punched me in return, like the good little bodyguard he is. So I hexed them and went to bed. You will be in such trouble, she moaned. Not until someone releases them from their body binds, Draco grinned. And that might still take a while. Zabini just laughed and stepped over them last night. Snape will have you in detention for a month, she muttered, shaking her head. With everything these three have done to me in the past, I think I can be forgiven one little revenge. Draco rolled his eyes. Besides, they deserved it. I'm not doubting they did, she sighed. Still, the last thing we need now is for you to get in trouble. Not with what happened last night. Have you spoken to Harry? He asked immediately. No, Hermione winced. They were throwing some kind of victory party in the common room last night, and I really didn't feel like hanging around. I was thinking we could get some breakfast to take away and take him for a walk so we can talk to him privately. Let's do that, Draco nodded, getting to his feet as soon as he heard footsteps behind him. He turned to see Weasley walking down the stairs with a stony expression on his face. Weasley completely ignored them as he passed by, heading for the Great Hall. Ron, Hermione sighed. Please, can't we just talk about this? There's nothing to talk about, Hermione, he snapped, glaring at her. If you want to believe Harry, it's your choice. I, for my part, am sick of him. Well, I always said he'd be better off without you, Draco sneered. A shame he didn't listen to me sooner. He could have saved himself that betrayal. Betrayal? Weasley called out. He's the one who went behind our backs to put his name into the goblet. He's the one who has been bathing in his fame for years, but apparently that wasn't enough for him anymore, was it? What the hell are you talking about? Draco snarled, his voice rising, drowning out Hermione's attempts to intervene. Bathing in his fame? Harry? Have you actually met him? Oh, I know he's perfect in your eyes, Weasley scoffed. This played out nicely for you, didn't it? You never wanted me around. I don't know if it was because my family is poor or I'm not special like Harry or smart like Hermione, but you always wanted to be rid of me, and now you have your wish. Ron? Hermione hissed, her tone desperate, but they both ignored her. Are you barking? Draco laughed. I never said a word against your family. And who was the one who wanted to oust me from the start, or in second year? Weasley rolled his eyes and turned away from them. Never mind. Just stay away from me, both you and Harry. I want nothing to do with the lot of you anymore. Fine. Draco yelled. No one's going to come running after you anyway. Draco. Hermione groaned. Lower your voice, you'll wake the whole castle. Wait here, I'll be right back. With that, she hurried after Weasley into the Great Hall. It took only a minute or two before she returned, a pack of sandwiches in her hand and a troubled look on her face. "Come on, let's go up and wait near the Gryffindor Tower," she sighed, not stopping to wait for Draco's reply, so he had to scramble to follow her. "Can you believe Weasley?" Draco hissed, taking 2 steps at a time to keep up with her. "He'll get over himself eventually," Hermione muttered. "He's just an utter prick," Draco supplied. "A complete bonehead? One really can't talk to you rationally when it concerns Harry," she murmured, almost to herself. "You're like a guard dog or something. You feel a threat and you attack. If you want to compare me to a creature, use dragons or something cool." Draco rolled his eyes. "You have my name as a clue, for a start. If you weren't aware of it, Draco doesn't translate to a lapdog. Is it a lot of work being that contrary?" she countered. "No," Draco sneered. "It comes to me naturally." They had barely reached the portrait of the fat lady who guarded the entrance to the Gryffindor common room before it swung open and Harry burst through, almost colliding with them. "Hi," Hermione said, holding up the sandwiches she had brought for him. "Want to go for a walk?" "Good idea," Harry sighed, sounding so grateful that it tore at Draco's heart. Then he looked at Draco and asked, "What happened to you?" "Your face?" Draco rolled his eyes. "Never mind," he muttered. They left the castle and walked onto the grounds, aimlessly munching on their sandwiches while Harry recounted last night's events. "Maxim and Karkaroff think that I or someone else put my name in to give Hogwarts a better chance at winning," Harry said, frowning. "Moody thinks it might be a plot to get me killed. Whoever put my name in couldn't have been a student because they needed to confuse the goblet into forgetting that only 3 champions were supposed to be chosen. I don't put much stock in what he says, but I'm inclined to believe him in this case," Draco replied grimly. "First your scar hurts, then the attacks at the World Cup, and now this? It has to be connected somehow." There was a moment of tense silence before he continued, "They won't let you compete, will they?" "They will," Harry answered, meeting Draco's gaze. Draco gaped, feeling cold all over. "You've got to be kidding me," he muttered. "They can't play into the hands of whoever plotted this by letting you put yourself out there. Doesn't Dumbledore realize how dangerous this is?" "I don't think Dumbledore can stop it, Draco," Hermione said quietly. "You heard what he said at the feast yesterday. The Goblet of Fire creates a binding magical contract. Harry has to compete. But surely the spell won't hold if he didn't put his name in himself?" Draco argued. "He didn't sign up. Someone else did. Let them compete, for all I care." "So you believe me?" Harry asked, his voice small. "Of course we believe you," Draco assured him, his voice indignant. "I've known you for 3 years. Reckless might be your middle name at times, but this is a stretch even for you." "Of course I knew immediately it wasn't you, Harry," Hermione agreed. "The look on your face. Your face when Dumbledore read out your name." "What about Ron?" Harry asked, glancing at Draco, whose expression had turned stony, then at Hermione, who was avoiding his gaze. "Have you seen him?" Yes, he was at breakfast," Hermione replied, shifting nervously. "Does he still think I entered myself?" Harry demanded. "Forget Weasley," Draco said sharply, crossing his arms to fend off the chill of the early morning. "You don't need him." "I don't think he really believes you put in your name, Harry," Hermione sighed, ignoring Draco. "Speak for yourself," Draco muttered. Hermione continued as if he hadn't spoken. "It's just..." She trailed off, biting her lip. It was clear she was hesitant to voice her thoughts. "Just what, Hermione?" Harry pressed, his voice edged with impatience. "Oh, Harry, isn't it obvious?" she burst out. "He's jealous." "Jealous?" Draco and Harry exclaimed in disbelief. "Look," Hermione sighed. "It's always you who gets all the attention, you know it is." "I know it's not your fault," she added quickly when they both opened their mouths to argue. I know you don't ask for it, but, well, you know, Ron's got all those brothers to compete against at home, and you're his best friend, and you're really famous. He's always shunted to one side whenever people see you. He puts up with it, and he never mentions it. He has no right to complain. Draco interrupted angrily. He of all people, as Harry's friend, should know that being famous isn't all that great to begin with, and how much Harry struggles with all the attention. To blame him for it is outrageous. Not everyone is as rational as you, Draco, Hermione reminded him. Ron's always wanted attention, deep down. To be admired by people. That's no excuse, Draco shook his head. No, Hermione, listen to me. You've only met me after I became friends with Harry, and I started to change. But as a kid, I was a prat. I don't mind admitting it. I was spoiled, arrogant, and wanted everyone to kneel at my feet. It was how I was raised, tied to the Malfoy name. But meeting Harry put things into perspective for me. I learned that having a well-known name often brings trouble. I can count the good things that have happened to Harry because of who he is on one hand. You have to be spectacularly foolish to spend time with him and not realize how much he hates the spotlight. For Ron to still be jealous of all of that, especially when someone is likely trying to kill Harry, and not for the first time, is beyond me. He took a shaky breath. I don't need to understand that, and I won't let you tell me otherwise. It seemed Hermione had nothing to say in response to his speech. She just looked at him sadly, and Draco turned away from her to face Harry instead. Harry looked angry, his lips drawn into a tight line, but Draco could also see how hurt and betrayed he felt. Those green eyes showed nothing to Draco. Draco's right, Harry finally said, his voice bitter. Tell him from me I'll swap any time he wants. Tell him he's welcome to it, people gawking at my forehead everywhere I go. I'm not telling him anything, Hermione replied, frowning at him disapprovingly. Tell him yourself. It's the only way to sort this out. I'm not running around after him trying to make him grow up. Harry argued, his voice rising. Maybe he'll believe I'm not enjoying myself if I've got my neck broken, or... Draco flinched at his words, and Hermione interrupted. That's not funny, she said. That's not funny at all. We can't let you get hurt, Draco agreed, his throat tightening with fear. Did they say anything about the tasks? Can we do anything to prepare you for it? Not really, no, Harry grumbled. The first task is on November 24th, and they won't give us any details. They want to test our courage or something like that. As if you needed any testing in that area, Draco replied. The least they could do is give you a hint. You are the youngest by far, and you haven't even signed up yourself. Maxim and Karkaroff are never going to agree to that, Harry sighed heavily. They already think that Hogwarts and I are conspiring to cheat in this tournament, remember. Karkaroff knows my father, Draco suddenly recalled, stopping in his tracks. What if it's him doing this? What if there is a huge plot and my father is involved, Anne? Draco, Hermione said quietly, touching his shoulder. Calm down. Not every evil in the world is connected to your father. You say that now, Draco hissed. But there is a trend, you have to admit. I think what you need to do now, Harry, Hermione said, catching Harry's eyes, is right to Sirius. Are you mad? Harry exclaimed. He looked around to make sure nobody was nearby and lowered his voice. He came back to the country just because my scar twinged. He'll probably come bursting right into the castle if I tell him someone's entered me for the Triwizard Tournament. He'd want you to tell him, Hermione insisted. He's going to find out anyway. How? Harry, this isn't going to be kept quiet. This tournament is famous, and you're famous. I'd be really surprised if there isn't anything in the Daily Prophet about you competing. You're already in half the books about you-know-who, you know. And Sirius would rather hear it from you. I know he would. She's right, Draco frowned. You have to tell him. Not to mention that he might have some insight about what is happening. I also think you should write to Professor Lupin, Hermione suggested. Fine, I'll write to Sirius, Harry muttered, sounding annoyed. Draco, can I use Aquila? Of course, Draco replied with a nod. If I can use Hedwig in turn. I want to write to Mother and ask if she noticed anything strange about Father. They made their way to the owlery, quickly writing out their letters and attaching them to their respective owls. As they watched the two owls fly away into the horizon, Draco entwined their fingers. It's going to be okay, he told Harry. We've been through so much together, and we will get through this, too. I know we will. Thank you, Harry breathed, smiling as he squeezed Draco's hand in return, though the smile did not reach his eyes. So, what happened to your face? Draco asked. Crabbe's retaliation for my punching his master, Draco shrugged. But believe me, I paid them back sufficiently. So it's nothing you need to worry about. Somehow, I really doubt that, Harry said with a small smile, but he let the topic drop, running his thumb affectionately over the back of Draco's hand. Chapter 6 of Dragons and Weasels. The week following Harry's nomination as champion was, quite frankly, hell. Most of the school, except for Gryffindor House, turned against Harry. They judged him for alleged cheating and for stealing the real champion's thunder. Nor was particularly insufferable, insulting Harry constantly. He was encouraged by the additional detention Draco received for hexing Nott and his friends after they were found. However, Nott was not the only one targeting Harry. Things spiraled out of control when Rita Skeeter published a terrible article about Harry's participation in the tournament, turning him into the joke of the school. The worst part for Harry was clearly Weasley's betrayal. While Draco thought Weasley was worse than dead, he secretly hoped that Weasley would come around and apologize. It was evident on Draco's face how much he missed Weasley, even if he tried to mask it with anger. This only fueled Draco's fury towards the red-headed boy. Harry had enough on his mind. Merlin knew he did not need Weasley adding to his troubles. Hermione, on the other hand, desperately tried to mediate between them. She grew more exasperated with their stubbornness each time her efforts hit a wall. The adults around them weren't much help either, which was not what Draco had hoped for. When Sirius finally responded, he told Harry to meet him for a chat on November 22nd at 1 in the morning in the Gryffindor common room. Besides the obvious question about Sirius's sanity, planning to enter the school for a chat with his godson despite the bounty on his head, Draco was frustrated that they couldn't expect any support from him until 2 days before the first task. How was that supposed to help Harry in any way? His mother's letter was no more helpful. She claimed not to have noticed any changes in his father's behavior, though it was difficult to. Draco usually made a conscious effort to stay on the other side of the manor at any given time of day. He had perfected this art over the last couple of months. He had promised to interrogate the house elves, but Draco doubted that would yield any results. After Dobby, his father had learned his lesson about trusting the help with incriminating information. After some more nagging without a satisfactory response, Draco decided to contact Professor Lupin. The answer came rather promptly, but it was far from the treasure trove of answers Draco had hoped for. Dear Draco, I heard about Harry's situation from Dumbledore, and I have to admit that I am very concerned. We all are. For now, no one seems to be sure who is plotting against Harry and why, but please let me assure you that it is being investigated. Regarding the tournament itself, I am sorry to disappoint you. Dumbledore has not entrusted me with any details about the tasks, and I do not have an extensive network of contacts that would help me find out. In general, I would advise Harry to practice defensive spells as much as he can. Otherwise, we can just hope for the best. I am sorry that I can't be more helpful, Draco. If you feel the need to talk to anyone, though, I will be here to answer your letters, I promise. Sincerely, Remus Lupin. To say Draco was a nervous wreck would be an understatement. He spent all his time in the library with Harry and Hermione. In between their mountains of homework, they researched defensive spells that could be useful to Harry in the tournament. Sometimes, they were joined by Victor Crumb, though he spoke even less around Harry and Hermione than he did when it was just him and Draco at the Slytherin table. Still, Considering how the rest of the school treated Harry, and by extension, Draco and Hermione, he was amazed by the effort the Durmstrang student put in. The library. It was the Monday morning after Halloween when Draco faced Victor again for the first time since the tournament announcement. Victor appeared uncertain about whether he could sit with Draco. He stood across from him awkwardly, frowning as he studied Draco. Draco bristled at Victor's hesitance and snapped, "Harry didn't put his name in. If you think he did, you can move right on, you know." Victor hesitated for a moment, his frown deepening in thought. Then he nodded once and sat down in his usual seat. "Okay," was all he said, leaving Draco in disbelief. "Okay?" Draco repeated. "Just like that." Victor shrugged and replied, "You are his best friends, are you not? If you say he did not do it, I will take your word for it. I do not know him. I cannot judge." At that moment, Draco felt a rush of gratitude and decided that Victor Crumb was his friend. The next time they met in the library, he waved Victor over to their table, surprising both Harry and Hermione, as well as Victor himself. Draco didn't let their surprise deter him. He introduced them all to each other and assured Victor that he was welcome to join them anytime. Later, Hermione vented to Draco, "How can we study in peace when he is around? Have you seen the hordes of fans following him everywhere?" Despite her concerns, no one directly disagreed, and it soon became natural for Victor to join them a couple of times a week, studying quietly in their midst. Draco took satisfaction in imagining how much Weasley would rage every time he saw them together. However, by the week before the first task, all their nerves were laid bare. Harry became increasingly irritable and taciturn, while Draco found himself unable to stop talking in the library. Circles, a tendency that Hermione thankfully shared. "Aren't you nervous at all?" Draco asked Victor on Friday evening at dinner. "I feel like I'm losing my mind." "Worrying won't help," Victor shrugged. "I can just do my best and hope it is enough." "Quidditch, the tournament. It is the same everywhere." "I wish I could do that," Draco sighed, pushing his potatoes back and forth on his plate moodily. "I don't even care about the outcome of a tournament, really. I just want Harry to come out of it alive." "No offense," he added quickly, making Victor smile for a moment. "None taken," Victor assured him. "Potter has it hard. He is young. Younger than the rest of us. Someone is out to get him," Draco sighed. "We just don't know who it is. And the tournament will be the perfect opportunity to hurt him." Victor did not say anything, but he frowned as he watched Draco thoughtfully. "Anyways," Draco shrugged, changing the subject. "Are you coming to Hogsmeade tomorrow?" "Hogsmeade?" Victor asked, puzzled. "Oh, you wouldn't know," Draco realized, shaking his head. "Hogwarts students are allowed to visit the village on the other side of the lake every couple of weekends. Maybe you could come with us? We could show you around." "I would like that," Victor nodded. "Are you all going?" "Yes. Me, Harry, and Hermione," he clarified. "Why? You don't have a problem with Harry, do you?" "No," Victor replied quickly. "Just wondering. I thought maybe Potter and his girlfriend would want to be alone." "His girlfriend?" Draco blinked, confused. "What do you—" He remembered Rita Skeeter's article and her implication about Harry and Hermione, and rolled his eyes. "Hermione and Harry aren't together," he told him. "That awful reporter made all of that up. They aren't interested in each other like that. That, believe me." "Oh," Victor frowned, looking at him intently. "Then, you and her?" "No." Draco exclaimed, scandalized. "Merlin, no. Hermione is brilliant, but that would be like dating a sister." He shuddered. "I see," Victor said, and something flickered over his face. It was then that Draco remembered the furtive looks he had seen the older boy throwing at Hermione over the table at the library, and something clicked in his mind. "Wait," he asked, eyes widening. "Do you like Hermione?" Victor cleared his throat and studied his half-empty plate with immense interest. But you never talked to her, Draco blurted out, before remembering Ginny and her embarrassed silence whenever she was around Harry. Oh, yeah. I guess that's why, then. I don't know what to say, Victor grumbled, and Draco noticed the slight flush on his face. And I thought she was with Potter. Well, she's not, Draco smiled. So maybe make an effort to talk to her from now on. Hermione isn't someone who will be impressed by your fame or your skills on the pitch. You'll have to actually talk to win her over. You think I have a chance? Victor asked, finally looking at Draco again. Honestly? I have no idea, Draco admitted, grimacing in apology. We've never talked about her taste in boys before, and she's never shown any particular interest in anyone. But why not? Be nice and show some enthusiasm for elf rights. You might have a shot. Elf rights? Victor asked, looking confused. Ask her about it, Draco laughed. It will give you something to talk about. And this was how they ended up in the Three Broomsticks the next afternoon. The four of them occupied a table while Hermione introduced Victor to the long-term aims of SPEW. Draco sat across from Harry, watching as his friend stared darkly into space, pointedly ignoring Weasley, who was sitting with his brothers. The other side of the room. It had taken a lot of pleading to convince Harry to join them. At first, he wanted to stay in the castle, and then he insisted on using his invisibility cloak. Only the fact that Victor was coming along made him drop that idea. Unfortunately, Harry's concerns had turned out to be valid when they spent the first part of the day avoiding Rita Skeeter in the streets. I thought today would be a good distraction, Draco sighed, finally making Harry look up at him. I'm sorry. Maybe it was a mistake to force you to come with us. It's not your fault, Harry said, making a face. I know you just wanted to help. You always do. Draco reached out his hand, and Harry took it without thinking, entwining their fingers. Sirius might have some insights when you talk to him tonight, Draco whispered, so softly that only Harry could hear him. When he doesn't get caught trying to see me, you mean, Harry muttered. Draco grimaced and shrugged awkwardly, but he was interrupted when Hagrid and Professor Moody approached their table. He noticed the good eye of their defense against the dark arts professor linger on their linked hands, but Draco refused to let go, his jaw set. Hello, Professor, he said politely. Hello, Hagrid. Hello, kiddos, Hagrid smiled. Moody ignored Draco completely, leaning over the table to examine the SPEW materials Hermione had spread out. This distraction was enough that Hermione and Victor did not notice when Hagrid leaned down to whisper to Harry. Draco leaned in as well, catching Hagrid's words. Harry, meet me tonight at my cabin. Wear that cloak. Before Harry could respond, they were saying their goodbyes, leaving both Harry and Draco staring after them in confusion. What was that about? Draco asked under his breath when Hermione and Victor returned to their conversation. I don't know, Harry muttered. He's never asked me to come see. Maybe he wants to give you a heads up about the first task, Draco whispered, hope rising within him. Maybe he heard something and wants to tell you. You think? Harry frowned, looking unsure. It's possible, Draco shrugged. You should go. Hear what he has to say. What about Sirius? Harry asked, lowering his voice even more. Oh, Draco said, biting his lip in thought. He remembered the appointment Harry had with his godfather just an hour after Hagrid had asked to meet him. Well, you'll have to hurry, then. The next morning, when Harry came down for breakfast, he quickly gathered Draco and Hermione to take a walk around the grounds and share what had happened the night before. Hagrid had shown Harry a nest of dragons deep in the forest, freshly delivered from Romania by Charlie Weasley and his colleagues. Apparently, the core of the first task was to get past these dragons somehow. Draco felt faint at the news but had no time to recover as Harry continued telling them about Sirius and how he had warned him about Karkaroff's Death Eater past. Draco was less surprised by this part. He had been aware of Karkaroff's connection to his father. However, the way Sirius connected the Durmstrang headmaster to an alleged attack on Moody before he started teaching at Hogwarts the events at the World Cup, and a ministry which disappearing in Albania, where Voldemort was last rumored to be hiding, terrified Draco more than he could express. Hermione, however, took a more practical approach. "Let's just try to keep you alive until Tuesday evening," she said briskly. "Then we can worry about Karkaroff." It seemed that Sirius had been about to explain how Harry could subdue a dragon with one simple spell, but he had been interrupted by Weasley, of all people, who had heard something. The magical creatures class, that Draco could finally breathe a little easier. The noise from the common room had interrupted their conversation. Draco was still furious about Weasley. He exclaimed, "His brother brought the damn dragons here, and he didn't think it was necessary to give you a warning?" As they entered the library, he was determined to search for any spells that could help Harry get past a dragon. However, he held back when he saw Victor studying quietly at one of the tables, not far from a group of admirers. Draco caught Harry's wrist and locked eyes with him. "Harry," he whispered, "I think you should tell Victor what you know." "I think he knows already," Harry replied. "Karkaroff saw the dragons, along with Madame Maxim. He was there last night." Still, Draco frowned. "I think it's fair to even the field. Dragons are no joke. Imagine if he gets seriously hurt and we could have prevented it." "Okay," Harry said, biting his lip in thought. "Do you think I should tell Diggory too? After all, he seems to be the only one left completely in the dark." Draco made a face. His dislike for Diggory clashed with the sense of fairness he had undoubtedly picked up from Harry. After a moment, he sighed and nodded. "Yes, I think you should." Harry hummed in agreement and went over to ask Victor for a word alone. Meanwhile, Hermione and Draco searched the shelves for books about dragons. They spent the whole afternoon in the library, going through various spellbooks and reference books about dragons, but with limited success. Later, they took some books back to their quarters. Draco stayed up half the night reading, but found nothing useful for Harry. He tried to suppress the rising panic inside him. It had to be possible, after all. Sirius had said a simple spell would do, they just needed to find it. It wasn't until Monday, when he met up with his friends for care of magical creatures class, that Draco could finally breathe a little easier. Magical creatures presented Draco with an answer so obvious and simple that he wanted to hit himself for not thinking of it sooner. "It was Moody who gave me the idea," Harry explained in hushed whispers as they made their way down to Hagrid's hut. "All I need is to practice the summoning charm to summon my firebolt. Then I can outfly the dragon." "But isn't the summoning charm the one you've been failing at for weeks?" Draco muttered, feeling his stomach drop. "It's not that difficult of a spell, though," Hermione chimed in from Harry's other side. "If we put all our strength into it, I'm sure Harry will be able to do it by tomorrow afternoon." So that's what they did. They skipped lunch to practice with Harry, and when he hadn't gotten the hang of it by the time their next classes started, Draco decided to skip arithmancy to stay with Harry and practice. Hermione disapproved, but she knew better than to try to change Draco's mind, much less Harry's. By the time Hermione returned, Harry had still not made as much progress as Draco would have liked. She insisted they have some dinner before searching for an empty classroom to continue. They only retreated to their dormitories around midnight, chased away by Peeves. By then, Draco felt confident that Harry would be fine. It had taken some time, but Harry had improved steadily. When they parted, he had successfully cast the spell a handful of times. With some more practice in the Gryffindor common room with Hermione, he was bound to be well prepared for the next day. Still, Draco was restless, tossing and turning throughout the night. He got up at dawn, unable to stay still any longer. He walked the castle, visited Aquila and Hedwig in the Owlery, and when it was finally time for breakfast, he sat at the Gryffindor table with Harry and Hermione. The need to be close to them was too overwhelming to resist. He endured a double session of defense. Against the dark arts, Draco returned to the Gryffindor table for lunch. He sat so close to Harry that their shoulders brushed whenever one of them moved. This continued until Professor McGonagall came over to pick Harry up and take him away. Before they parted, Draco pulled Harry into a tight hug. He whispered words of encouragement, pleading with him to be careful. Finally, he forced himself to let go. He watched Harry leave with a troubled expression, panic bubbling inside him. He had never just sat back and watched Harry walk into danger. In the past, he had always been there with him. "He'll be fine," Hermione whispered, taking Draco's hand and squeezing it tightly. "We did all we could. He's got the spell down. Now we can just hope for the best." Draco nodded, taking deep, steadying breaths and squeezing her fingers in return. Across the hall, he caught Victor's eyes as he followed Karkaroff out of the castle. Draco smiled and mouthed well wishes. Victor smiled back and nodded before he disappeared from sight. When they followed the crowd down into the forest not long after, Draco was a nervous wreck. Hermione hooked her arm through his, though he couldn't tell if it was for her own comfort or to keep him from fidgeting. They did not talk on the way, both tense and anxious. No one else approached them, though both Longbottom and Ginny followed closely behind, watching them intently. When they finally reached a clearing where the dragons were kept, Draco saw that a makeshift stadium had been erected for the occasion. Students were filing into the stands. Draco let Hermione lead him toward a pair of free seats without paying attention. His eyes wandered over the spouts of flames that kept appearing between the trees south of the stands and the large white tent in which the dragons were housed. Champions were being instructed for the task ahead. Hermione almost pushed Draco into his seat. It was only then that he realized they were surrounded by the Weasley family. Ginny was sitting to his left, probably having followed after them. In the seats in front of them sat the twins, their friend Jordan, and Ron with Thomas, Finnegan, and Longbottom. Draco glared at the back of Ron's head, feeling tempted to snap something at him to relieve his tension. However, Hermione's watchful gaze stopped him. Instead, he focused on the helpers, including Charlie Weasley, as they led the first dragon into the enclosure. It was a Swedish short snout. Draco knew a bit about dragons, having developed a fascination with them in his childhood, so he could identify the most common types. He watched as the dragon settled over a nest of eggs, eyeing the crowds with suspicion. The blue of her hide shone in the light. Then, the jury began to settle in the designated area, almost directly across from them. Dumbledore, Karkaroff, Maxim, Crouch, and finally, Bagman took their places. Bagman cast a sonorous charm upon himself, just as he had at the Quidditch World Cup, and his voice boomed through the clearing. "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the first task of the Triwizard Tournament." The crowd cheered in response, and it made Draco feel sick. How could they all be so excited about this when he was about to throw up from fear? For this first round, we are going to test the champions' daring and nerves. Each of them has been randomly assigned one dragon to face. Their task is to snatch the golden egg from the nest their dragon is guarding. Points will be awarded to each champion by every member of the jury after their turn, with 10 being the highest mark. But enough talk now. Let's call in the first of our champions. Hermione reached out to link their hands, clinging to Draco as they both held their breaths. The first one to get his turn will be Cedric Diggory, Bagman announced. Crouch blew into a whistle, and Diggory stepped out into the enclosure. Draco had felt a fierce dislike for Diggory ever since he had been defeated by him on the pitch. However, as he watched the older boy face the dragon, he realized that none of that mattered. Maybe he could have approached the tournament differently if he had not been so emotionally invested. Instead of feeling paralyzed with fear and worry, he could have sat on the edge of his seat, excitedly cheering for Victor and booing for Diggory. Now, he just wished for no one to get hurt, not even Diggory. Draco watched as Diggory stood frozen, his gaze locked on the dragon, which hissed and squirmed, ready to attack the moment he approached. It took immense effort for Diggory to tear his eyes away from the beast and scan the ground of the enclosure. Draco was unsure of what he was searching for until Diggory spotted a medium-sized rock halfway between himself and the dragon. He pointed his wand at it and called, "Canifors." The effect was immediate. The rock transformed into a grey Labrador, which whined and quivered in front of the dragon. The dragon hissed threateningly, and when the dog didn't move, she spewed red flames at it. Barking, The Labrador ran in the opposite direction, prompting the dragon to rise into the air and chase after it. This left the path clear for Diggory, who immediately sprinted for the nest, eager to grab the golden egg. However, the dragon halted when she registered the sound of footsteps. She turned in the air and let out an angry cry at the sight of Diggory so close to her precious eggs. She dove back down at him in the nest, fueled by rage. The dragon roared in rage and spewed a ton of fire in Diggory's direction. Diggory lunged for the egg, but flames engulfed him, obscuring him from view. Hermione and Ginny screamed at his sides. Weasley yelled something from his seat, sounding horrified. Draco closed his eyes, unable to watch. When the crowd began cheering, he opened them again. To his surprise, Diggory was on his feet, the egg in hand. His robes were smoking, and patches of his skin were burned red and raw, but he seemed otherwise unharmed. The dragon keepers hurried forward to subdue the dragon, and Professor Sprout met Diggory at the entrance of the enclosure, rushing him into the white tent in a protective manner. He returned minutes later with a healing paste dabbed onto his wounds. Bagman was interrupted in his analysis of Diggory's performance to announce the judges' scores. Madame Maxim was the first to raise her wand, and a large, silvery 8 appeared above her head. The other judges followed her example. Crouch marked Diggory with 7 points, as did Bagman, while Dumbledore and Karkaroff both joined Maxim with 8 points each. Draco quickly calculated in his head. That was 38 out of 50 points for Diggory. Not bad. The dragon keepers were now leading the second dragon into the enclosure. This one was entirely green from head to toe, and Draco recognized her as a common Welsh green. 1 down, 3 to go. Bagman called, far too cheerful for Draco's liking, as Crouch blew his whistle once more. Miss Delica, if you please. The girl entered the enclosure, incredibly pale and trembling as she clutched her wand. Despite her fear, her pose was proud and determined. It took her only a moment to spring into action. She pointed her wand at the dragon, who hissed at her in response, but not for long. The spell she used was non-verbal, and as soon as the magic struck the creature, causing it to sway. Draco, despite his tension, was impressed as he watched the dragon's eyes droop. With an exaggerated yawn, she made herself comfortable on the ground next to her eggs, curling in on herself with her head resting on her front legs. The Beauxbatons champion stood, watching for a moment longer as the dragon fell into a deep sleep. Only when she was sure a spell had taken full effect did she move toward the eggs. It would have gone splendidly, had the dragon not started snoring the moment she bent down to pick up the golden egg. With the soft snore of the creature, fire spilled from her nostrils, igniting Delica's robes. She yelped, jumping back and hastening to put out the fire with a well-aimed agramenti. After that, she was more careful, taking a moment to observe the dragon's breathing pattern and moving forward only when the dragon was about to inhale. She managed to evade the flames on her second attempt and proudly presented the golden egg to the jury. The crowd cheered, and Draco took a shaky breath. Hermione squeezed his hand. Delica, like Diggory, escaped to the tent for a few moments, led there by Professor Flitwick, only to return a moment later to receive her scores. From her headmistress, she was awarded 9 points, which did not surprise Draco at all. To him, having the heads of each school as part of the jury was a ridiculous tradition, sure to end in an unfair ranking. Naturally, they would never undermine their own champion. Delica might have earned her points this time, but he was certain that Maxim would have given her the same marks, even if her pretty face had been charred to coal. Crouch, Dumbledore, and Karkaroff all marked her the same as they had for Diggory, 7, 8, and 8. However, Bagman only gave her 6 points, which surprised Draco a bit. In his eyes, she had. Victor performed just as well as Diggory, if not better. Draco thought it was strange that Bagman was chosen as such a strict judge. His attention shifted when the keepers brought in the next dragon. This one was slightly smaller and a bright red color. It was a Chinese fireball. Crouch blew his whistle, and Bagman called out, "And here comes Mr. Crumb." Draco cursed under his breath as Hermione squeezed his hand tighter. Of course, Harry was last. It felt like fate wanted to make Draco die of nerves. Victor stepped out of the tent with a serene expression, showing no fear unlike the others. Draco found a newfound respect for this recent addition to his circle of friends. Victor handled both the pressure and the danger remarkably well. Like Delica before him, Victor wasted no time. He pointed his wand at the dragon and cast a spell. It struck the dragon right between her eyes, causing her to howl in pain. The dragon thrashed and breathed fire in random directions, clawing at her face, but Victor was already dodging to reach the nest. He retrieved the golden egg just before the dragon stomped down next to it, breaking its shell. Draco flinched as the dragon keepers quickly intervened, leading the distressed dragon away before she could harm her eggs further. Victor, however, remained unharmed and awaited the jury's judgment. At first, his scores seemed similar to Diggory's, 8 points from Maxim and Dumbledore, 7 from Crouch and Bagman. Despite his bias, Draco found this fair. While Diggory had been injured, Victor had caused damage to the eggs. In Draco's opinion, Delica's performance had been the best so far. That was until it was Karkaroff's turn to give his judgment. With a booming smile, he conjured a large. The scene as the last dragon entered. Draco rolled his eyes. Although he was pleased to see a friend in the lead, it was clear what Karkaroff was doing. This was exactly why the jury system was corrupt. He didn't have time to judge Karkaroff further because the dragon keepers brought in the final dragon, and Draco's heart stopped. This creature was larger than the others and was already spewing flames in all directions, fiercely defending herself. Her scales were mud-brown, covered with sharp horns the size of Draco's wand, capable of piercing the skin of any wizard who approached her. She swung her tail threateningly at one of the keepers, who barely dodged the attack. "Oh God," Hermione moaned. "I can't watch this," Draco choked out. "Don't you dare leave me alone," she hissed, her fingers tightening painfully around his arm. Draco felt eyes on him and looked up to see Weasley staring at them. The ginger GIT had turned towards them, his freckled skin almost green and horror etched on his face. He opened his mouth to say something, but Draco sneered at him and spat, "Don't you dare act like you care now, Weasley, or I swear I will hex you right this instant." "Draco," Hermione sighed. "Please." "Not now." Weasley shut his mouth again but continued to look at them, conflict visible on his features. He turned only when he heard Crouch's whistle. And last but not least, Bagman's voice rang out, "Our youngest champion, Harry Potter." Draco let out a sound that was almost a whine, and Hermione's free hand grabbed his arm, clearly in need of support. "He can do this," she muttered, despite her fear. "He's prepared, and he has an undeniable knack for survival. He will be fine." Draco couldn't speak. His eyes were glued to the scene unfolding before him. The entrance of the white tent. The flap lifted, and Harry stepped out. The look on his face was familiar to Draco. It was the same expression Harry had worn when they had gone down the trapdoor to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone or when he had rushed to save Sirius just months ago. There was fear and nerves, but they were overshadowed by determination and purpose. Draco knew he could never manage that kind of courage. It was something inherent to Harry, this calmness in the face of danger. For a moment, Harry just stood there, taking in the scene before him. Then he raised his wand and called, "Accio Firebolt." Draco held his breath as they waited. Time seemed to stand still. Hermione was still clinging to him, her fingers tightening for a moment, but he didn't feel any pain. His entire focus was on Harry in the enclosure. Then, he saw the broom appear in the distance. Relief washed over Draco, and he took a shaky breath, feeling lightheaded from holding his breath. The crowd was shouting, and Bagman was yelling, but Draco couldn't focus on anything but Harry. Harry mounted his broom, and suddenly, all the tension seemed to leave his body. Draco had always known Harry was a natural-born flyer. He loved watching him on the pitch, but it was something else to see Harry descend towards the dragon as if it were just another player to outmaneuver. The noises around Draco returned to him as if a bubble of nerves had burst. He could hear the cheers of the crowd. In the row in front of them, Ron was on his feet, shouting, "Yes. That's it. Come on, Harry." Bagman was nearly beside himself at the jury table, yelling, "Great Scott, he can fly! Are you watching this, Mr. Crumb?" Harry was absolutely marvelous. He lured the dragon into the air with intricate maneuvers and dodged each flame expertly. Draco began to feel confident, ready to cheer Harry on with the rest of the crowd, when the dragon lashed out with her tail and hit him. Both Hermione and Ginny screamed beside him, and Draco froze, watching in slow motion as Harry held himself on his broom, zooming out of reach. A cut marred his shoulder, blood staining his torn robes, but he gritted his teeth and stayed steady on his broom. The injury did not deter Harry from his strategy. He continued luring the dragon up into the air and away from her eggs until finally, it worked. The majestic horntail spread her wings and rose into the air just as Harry dove down. Due to her size, Harry was much more agile and able to dodge her easily. Before Draco knew it, Harry had picked up the egg and was soaring away, out of reach. The crowd erupted, cheering so loudly that it drowned out all other noise for Draco, but he had eyes only for Harry. He watched as Harry landed near the entrance to the enclosure, where McGonagall, Hagrid, and Moody welcomed him. They led him into the tent and out of sight. "He did it!" Hermione squealed, shaking Draco. "He did it, and he was great." "He was," Draco agreed, his voice still shaky. "I can't believe it." "Come on," Hermione called, pulling him to his feet. "Let's go." She led Draco down the steps and out of the stands until they reached the tent, still guarded by McGonagall, Hagrid, and Moody. Moody's good eye was fixed on Draco as they approached, but he ignored him in favor of Hagrid, who was grinning brightly and nodding toward the tent entrance. They did not falter in their excitement. Steps as they entered. They stopped once inside the tent, which resembled a makeshift infirmary. Madame Pomfrey was busy in a cubicle that seemed to contain Diggory, judging by the shadows on the curtains. Meanwhile, Harry was emerging from a second cubicle. His robes were still torn and blooded where the horntail had struck his shoulder, but Draco could tell from Harry's movements that the wound had already healed. Before Harry could greet them, Draco wrapped his arms around him. "I'm so glad you are okay," he said, his fingers trembling as he clung to Harry's robes. "Merlin, I was so scared." "You were brilliant," Hermione exclaimed. "You were amazing. You really were." "Incredible," Draco agreed, finally letting go to allow Hermione her hug. "If the judges are fair, you'll be right at the top." Harry smiled at Draco over Hermione's bushy head, about to respond, but his words were cut off as the tent flap lifted and a fourth person entered. Draco narrowed his eyes when he recognized Weasley, pale and hunched, lingering at the entrance and looking at Harry hesitantly. "What are you doing here?" Draco snapped. Hermione hissed, catching his wrist to restrain him. Weasley swallowed hard but ignored Draco's remark, addressing Harry directly. "Harry," he said, "whoever put your name in that goblet, I reckon they're trying to do you in." Draco couldn't help but laugh, bitterly. "Really? Now you come around? After weeks of being a complete arse?" Hermione cut him off sharply. "What?" he hissed. "It's true." A tense silence settled between them, and Weasley studied his shoes, his ears bright red. Eventually, he took a deep breath and tried to speak, but Harry was quicker. "It's okay," Harry said, making Draco whirl around to stare at him incredulously. "Forget it," Harry insisted. "No," Ron protested. "I should have." "Forget it," Harry repeated, his voice firm. Draco knew there was no arguing with him, no matter how much he wanted to. While Ron and Harry exchanged awkward grins, Hermione let go of Draco's wrist and burst into tears. She hugged both of them, complaining about how foolish they were, before escaping through the tent flaps to have her emotional breakdown somewhere else. Draco rolled his eyes. They were foolish indeed, both of them, though his reasons for that differed from Hermione's. The three of them left the tent together, Ron chattering on about the performances of the other three champions, completely ignoring Draco's glare from Harry's other side. Ron only stopped talking when they reached the edge of the enclosure, signaling the judges that Harry was ready to receive his scores. Draco held his breath, staring down the judges. He had claimed repeatedly that he didn't care about the tournament's outcome as long as Harry made it out alive, and he stood by those words. But now that his friend had survived his first task, he hoped Harry would be rewarded for it. Madame Maxim was the first to reveal her points. She raised her wand, and a large, silvery 8 appeared. "Not bad," Ron called. "I suppose she took marks off for your shoulder." Next was Crouch, who awarded Harry 9 points. Dumbledore gave him the same score. Then it was Bagman's turn, and Draco's eyes widened as he conjured a large, silvery 10. "10?" Harry asked incredulously. "But I got hurt." "What's he? What are you playing at?" Harry asked. "Harry, don't complain," Weasley called cheerfully. Draco agreed with Harry. Bagman had been extremely strict with the other champions, never giving them more than 7 points. The bias was obvious, and Draco wondered why. He couldn't voice his thoughts aloud, though, because Karkaroff was raising his wand. Draco knew what was coming even before the large 4 appeared above his head. "What?" Weasley shouted angrily. "4? You lousy, biased scumbag. You gave Crumb a 10. As Weasley continued to curse and Harry laughed, clearly enjoying Weasley's anger, Draco wished he had left with Hermione earlier. He suddenly felt like a fifth wheel, and his contempt for Weasley grew beyond words. Chapter 7, A Long Time Coming. Draco quickly realized that he could do nothing but accept the fact that Harry and Weasley were back to being inseparable. No matter how much he believed Weasley did not deserve Harry's forgiveness, he kept those thoughts to himself. In Draco's eyes, Weasley had betrayed Harry beyond redemption by doubting him when it mattered most. He didn't express these feelings in front of Harry. His friend seemed so happy to have his ginger nuisance back that Draco didn't want to ruin it for him. However, he made a point of not speaking to Weasley unless absolutely necessary, and that seemed to be understood. One day, between classes, Weasley and Draco found themselves alone. Harry had gone to the bathroom, and Hermione had not yet returned from the library. Weasley tentatively tried to mend the rift between them, but Draco shot him down immediately. "Listen, Malfoy," Weasley said in a small voice, breaking the tense silence. "I know I said some things when, eloquent as always, I see," Draco replied with a sniff. Weasley let out a frustrated huff and tried again. "What I mean to say is, I know I've not only been a GIT to Harry, but to you as well. I feel like I owe you an apology." "Don't bother," Draco responded coldly. "No," Weasley insisted. "I know you're still mad at me, and you probably have a right to be." "That's right, I do," Draco interrupted. "And nothing you say will change that. If Harry wants to forgive you, that's up to him. I won't meddle, so you don't need to worry about that. But I'm not as gracious and forgiving as he is, so let's drop the subject now before I lose my temper." Weasley frowned and stared at the floor, looking both abashed and petulant. They fell back into their frosty silence until Harry returned, and they made their way down to care of magical creatures. Harry chatted happily with his friends, oblivious to the tension between them. Draco, however, was focused on the clue that Harry's golden egg was supposed to reveal for the next task. To Draco's frustration, Harry didn't seem interested in that at all. "You have to let him figure it out by himself," Hermione sighed as Draco pored over a book on translation spells. He was trying to find a way to turn the loud screams from the egg into simple English. Draco suspected the noise was some form of communication from the magical creature he would face next. "It's in the rules, Draco," Hermione added. "Forget the rules," Draco hissed, not caring about his bluntness. "There's no way I'll let Harry tackle this alone. We'll be panicking in the library the night before the second task if we do that." "No," he shook his head. "I'll figure this out in time, even if Harry wants to relax and not think about it for now." Hermione opened her mouth to respond but then closed it abruptly, her cheeks turning a deep red. Draco noticed her expression with confusion, following her gaze to find Victor standing across the room. He had paused in his search for a book to smile at Hermione, but when he caught Draco's eye, he quickly returned to his task. Draco snorted and turned back to Hermione, grinning. "Oh," he said gleefully. "I see how it is." "He asked me to go to the Yule Ball with him," Hermione whispered, her eyes wide as she stared at Draco. "I'm not surprised to hear that," Draco shrugged. "He's been interested in you for quite a while. I've been waiting for him to make a move." "You knew?" she demanded. "And you didn't think to mention it to me?" "Excuse me, I'm not going to betray his trust." Draco rolled his eyes. Hermione grumbled to herself, still blushing deeply. "Think it's important to give him a chance," she added softly. Draco shook his head. "You don't understand. Trust is hard to earn back, especially after something like that. It's not just about Ron anymore. It's about what he did to Harry." Hermione sighed, frustration evident in her expression. "But people can change, Draco. Ron's not a bad person. He just made a mistake." "A mistake that hurt Harry," Draco replied firmly. "And mistakes can have serious consequences." "Maybe," she conceded, "but holding on to this anger won't help anyone. It just creates more distance between you all." Draco looked at her, his expression softening slightly. "I don't want distance. I want Harry to be safe. And I can't trust Ron to be there for him when it counts." Hermione nodded slowly, understanding his perspective. "I get that. But maybe if you let go of some of this resentment, you can help Harry heal too." "I don't know if I can," he admitted, staring at the book in front of him, lost in thought. "Just think about it," she urged gently. "We all need each other, especially now." "I understand what you mean, I really do. Harry is my friend too. But I think if Harry can forgive and forget, well, Harry is the bigger person out of the two of us," Draco snapped. "Is that what you want to hear? Because I have no problem admitting it." Hermione sighed deeply. "Sometimes I don't understand you," she muttered. "Or this thing you and Harry have going on. I get that he is important to you and that you're protective of him, but sometimes it feels like that overrides all reason." "So what if it does?" Draco hissed. "I care about him." "What's wrong with that?" "I care about him too," Hermione argued. "It doesn't stop me from thinking rationally, though." "Well," Draco replied angrily, slamming his book shut and standing up. "Maybe you don't care as much as I do." He stormed off, heading for his dormitory to spend the rest of his break away from the Gryffindors. "I'm sorry," Hermione said about an hour later when she sat down next to him for Ancient Runes. "I was out of line." "So was I," Draco sighed. "You just made me so angry." "I know," Hermione admitted ruefully. "You know how I am. I can be stubborn if I think someone is wrong about something." "That's the understatement of the year," Draco noted, smiling slightly, which softened his words. "I don't know why I even bothered," Hermione mused. "You and Ron have never been friends, exactly. You accept each other's existence, and that's that." "There you go," Draco encouraged. "Now you get it. I'll never be friends with Weasley, and the sooner you accept that, the better." "I guess," she nodded, not looking too pleased with the prospect but at least having the decency to drop the topic this time. "So," she said, changing the subject as Professor Babbling was still engaged in some discussion with Sue Lee, Padma Potter stood at the front of the classroom, not making any moves to start the lesson. "Have you thought about who you want to take to the Yule Ball?" she asked. Draco frowned, taken aback by the question. "Have you ever seen me show any interest in a girl?" he replied. "Besides you, I mean, and no offense, but I really don't see you the way Victor does." "As if I didn't know that," Padma chuckled. "And that feeling is entirely mutual, don't worry. But you don't need to be romantically interested in someone to ask them to a party, do you? I don't think there's any girl at Hogwarts, apart from you, that I'd feel inclined to spend a whole evening with," Draco said, grimacing at the thought. Not to mention that I highly doubt anyone would want to go with me if I asked. To one half of the school, I'm the son of Lucius Malfoy, and to the other half, I'm a blood traitor. I think you're underestimating your own charm, Hermione argued. I'm pretty sure a lot of girls would actually be very flattered if you asked them. I know at least one who would say yes without thinking twice. Who? Draco frowned. Ginny, she said, trying to sound casual. Draco couldn't help but laugh. What's so funny about that? Hermione frowned. Ginny is a lovely girl, he said. She is, Draco agreed. Only she has a major crush on Harry, and she always has. Not as much as she used to, Hermione said, pursing her lips. She's been almost as interested in you these days. Stop messing with me. I'm not, she protested, her voice filled with indignation. I swear I'm not. Your whole tragic hero act in second year, plus your rebellion against your father, have made quite an impression on her. And I'm sure she's not the only one noticing that. Be that as it may, Draco said, still chuckling. I'd much rather spend a Yule Ball hanging out with my friends. Instead of chatting up a girl, Draco said. But you do realize that Harry will need a date? Hermione frowned. He's one of the champions. He's expected to open the ball with a dance. Oh, Draco replied, all humor leaving him abruptly. And you know Ron will want a date if Harry and I have one, Hermione continued. By the way, I'd appreciate it if you didn't mention to them that Victor asked me. I'd rather put that conversation off for as long as I can. But never mind that now. I just don't want you to feel left out when all of us end up coming with someone else. When Draco did not respond, she elbowed him, making him meet her eyes. Are you listening to me? I am, he confirmed, though his voice was rather subdued now. I'll think about it, okay? I really think you'd have a good time with Ginny, she insisted. She'd have a much better time with Harry, I'm sure, Draco muttered bitterly. Harry won't ask her, Hermione shook her head. I have a feeling who he'll want to go with, and it's not Ginny. Who? Draco asked, feeling more sick by the minute. Cho Chang, she said simply. Have you not seen the way he looks at her? Indeed, Draco had not noticed. The thought of Harry having a crush on anyone made him feel strange, like snakes were wiggling their way through his intestines. Thankfully, Professor Babbling finally decided to start teaching, and Hermione had to drop the whole Yule Ball issue. The feeling of unrest it had brought over Draco did not leave him for the rest of the day, though. The next couple of weeks were filled with strange little events. For one, Rita Skeeter turned up at their Care of Magical Creatures class and scheduled an interview with Hagrid, which predictably turned into an interrogation about Harry that Hagrid refused to be part of. Another event was Hermione invading the kitchens in the name of SPEW and finding Dobby and Winky working there. Dumbledore had agreed to pay Dobby a small salary each month. Dobby was ecstatic to see both Harry and Draco again, chatting happily. Draco found himself quite fond of the elf now that he was out of the manor and no longer connected to his father. However, none of this occupied Draco's mind as much as the Yule Ball. It felt ridiculous. He did not want to ask anyone to go with him. He had other things to worry about, like that stubborn egg that resisted every translation charm he tried. Still, his thoughts kept returning to that event with a sense of impending doom. Harry was tight-lipped about who he wanted to take. Now that Hermione had pointed it out, Draco noticed Harry sneaking glances at the Ravenclaw table whenever he thought no one was watching. Every time Draco caught sight of it, he immediately lost his appetite. Several girls had taken matters into their own hands and asked Harry out, but he had turned them all down. Ron, being his usual self, had many opinions about which girls were suitable to go with and which weren't, driving Hermione up the wall with his superficial views. Draco felt grimly comforted by Ron's nonsense. Never in a million years would Ron get a date. Any girl agreeing to go out with him would have to strip herself of all pride and serve it to the blast-ended Scroots for dinner. At least he wouldn't be the only one going alone. Or so he thought, until Christmas drew closer and the teachers began decorating Hogwarts for the season. The two Gryffindor boys grew more restless as time passed. Draco's tentative hope that neither of them would find a date was cruelly shattered the week before the event when Harry told him, evident relief in his voice, that he and Ron were going to the Yule Ball with the Potter sisters. Twins. What? Draco asked, trying to keep his voice steady as his heart sank. I didn't know you were interested in any of them. I'm not, really, Harry admitted. But? He hesitated for a moment before continuing. I asked Cho-chan, but she's going with Diggory. So, really? Harry trailed off, but Draco could hear the unspoken words. As long as he couldn't go with the person he really wanted, it didn't matter. I asked Parvati last night, and she agreed to ask Padma for Ron, so here we are. Draco didn't respond. He just stared ahead, trying to manage the complicated emotions rising within him. Why did this bother him so much? Just because he didn't have anyone he wanted to go with didn't mean his friends couldn't have partners. He wasn't the kind of friend who wished bad things for others just because it was convenient for him. Victor asking Hermione hadn't bothered him either. So why was Harry different? He felt Harry's gaze on him, and suddenly, Harry cursed. Shit, I'm sorry, he muttered. I should have asked you too. I just didn't think. You never showed any interest in the Yule Ball, so. Don't worry about it, Draco shrugged. I'm not going. What? Harry blinked, staring at him. Why not? Because it's a stupid event full of giggling girls and older students sneaking in alcohol under the teachers' noses. I don't want any part of it. Are you sure? Harry asked, taken aback by Draco's sudden contempt. Draco couldn't blame him. He hadn't shown any enthusiasm for attending, but he had never intended to skip it entirely. Now, though, with everyone else grouped up, he felt like he'd rather not go at all. I would rather snog moaning Myrtle than watch Harry dance with Parvati Patil all night, Draco said. Quite sure, he added stiffly. So you're not angry with me? Harry asked, concerned. Because you seem angry. I'm not, Draco confirmed. Now, if you'd excuse me, I have to go to the library. Someone needs to figure out that stupid egg while you ponder what to wear or whatever. You are angry, Harry sighed. I'm sorry, Draco. I can still ask Parvati if she knows anyone else who might. Have you not been listening? Draco snapped. I'm not going. But I would appreciate it if you'd put some effort into that stupid egg once in a while so that you don't die in February. Okay, Harry said, holding up his hands in surrender. Okay. I'll figure something out. Yeah, Draco scoffed, rolling his eyes. Right. As if. With that, he left Harry standing in the corridor, unable to feel guilty for snapping at him. You seem angry, Victor commented as he joined Draco at a table he had claimed in a corner of the library. What happened? Nothing, Draco sighed. I'm just a little tense, is all. He paused, scanning the index of his book for the chapter on how to identify the calls of magical creatures. Hermione, Victor started, struggling with the name as always. Hermione, Draco corrected absent-mindedly. Yes, she told me Potter has a date for the ball, Victor continued. So he does, Draco said bitterly. Are you all right? Victor asked, watching him closely. Why wouldn't I be? Draco shrugged, not looking up. I'm not intending to go, as it is. There was a moment of silence before Victor pressed on carefully. I see the way you look at him, Draco. I know this is hard for you. What do you mean? Draco asked. How do I look at him? Draco asked sharply. Victor did not answer at first, seeming regretful that he had spoken at all. Only after Draco prodded did he continue, very hesitantly. My friend Stoyan, he too. I mean, I might be wrong. Sorry. I don't understand what you're saying, Draco insisted. It's just hard, Victor shrugged awkwardly. If a person you, care about deeply doesn't. But Harry cares about me. Draco blinked, genuinely confused. Yes, Victor said quickly. but not the same way you. When Draco still sat there, utterly clueless about what Victor was trying to tell him, Victor hastily got to his feet. "Forget I said anything," he muttered. "I am sorry." With that, he fled the library, leaving Draco to stare after him, flabbergasted and slightly frightened. He could not get Victor's words out of his head for the rest of the week. It felt like Victor had planted a seed inside him that kept growing, something with a stem and leaves that Draco could not yet identify. He found it hard to look at Harry. Everything hurt when he did, and Draco didn't understand why. It made no sense. Harry hadn't done anything. So why did Draco still feel like he was bleeding on the inside? He considered asking Victor for clarification or even approaching Hermione, but that would require him to confront what was happening with him, and Draco didn't feel ready for that. Although he had no idea what was going on, it felt somehow shameful, like whatever he was feeling was something that shouldn't exist. If anyone else knew, they would judge him for it. It wasn't until Christmas Day when he opened Harry's present for him, a book on alchemy which no doubt Hermione had suggested, that the loose ends began to connect to an uncomfortable truth. Draco spent the day out with his Gryffindor friends in the snow, trying not to think or feel. But every time he saw Harry's face, flushed from the cold and wearing an easy smile, something squeezed his heart, making it hard to breathe. No, he thought desperately. This couldn't be happening. Not to him. Not like this. Not with Harry. As Harry and Weasley parted ways with him at 7 o'clock, the realization settled within Draco. He knew there was nothing he could do to undo his feelings. "Are you sure you don't want to come?" Harry asked quietly, frowning at Draco. "It'll be boring without you." "Quite sure," Draco replied, his voice strained. He needed to get away. He couldn't bear to look at Harry for another second. "Have fun. I'll see you tomorrow." "See you," Harry sighed and followed Weasley up the stairs toward the Gryffindor Tower. Draco did his best to keep himself together as he made his way down to the dungeons. He knew better than to fall apart in public. His upbringing had taught him how to maintain his composure. The Slytherin common room buzzed with activity. Students in dress robes waited excitedly for their partners, while younger students hung around, trying to catch a glimpse of the event they were exempt from. Draco pushed through the crowd, eager to reach his dormitory. Unfortunately, it was far from empty. Each of his dorm mates was getting dressed for the ball, making a ruckus, except for Zabini, who was quiet as always. When Draco entered the room, Nott turned to him, looking pleased. "Look, it's Malfoy," he boomed. "Is it true you're not going?" "Potter asked someone else, didn't he?" "Trouble in paradise?" The word stung. Draco had prided himself on being mostly immune to Nott's taunts, but this one hit hard. This one hit too close to home. Draco barely managed to glare at him. "Smart of you, really," Nott continued with a nasty snort. "Pining after someone all night would be pathetic, even for your standards, Malfoy. Better stay up in your room and cry your eyes out." Draco couldn't take it. He turned on his heels and left the room, leaving the Slytherin quarters and the dungeons behind. He walked until he found himself in the owlery. Aquila landed on his shoulder when he came to a halt, hooting loudly in greeting, but Draco could not bring himself to respond. He couldn't speak. Tears blurred his vision, and he trembled from head to toe. A sob escaped him as he dropped down on the bench near the window, burying his face in his hands. Aquila let out a softer sound and nudged the side of his head with his beak. The sound of fluttering wings announced Hedwig's arrival. The snow owl landed next to Draco on his bench, making an equally soft sound, but he could not reach for them. He could not accept their comfort as his world was falling apart. He was in love with his best friend, who did not love him back. Chapter 8: The Worth of Friendship. "Draco! Draco! Wake up!" Harry's voice slowly filtered into Draco's consciousness, as if he were hearing it through layers of water. It was only when he was shaken roughly that he forced his eyes open. He found Harry's green eyes very close to his face, filled with worry. Draco's heartbeat quickened, despite the sluggishness he still felt. "Draco," Harry hissed, his fingers tightening on Draco's shoulders. "What are you doing sleeping in the owlery?" Draco blinked and looked around, feeling disoriented. He was indeed in the owlery. Hedwig and Aquila were sitting on the windowsill behind him, watching silently. The sun was high in the sky, causing the owls to puff up their feathers, a sign of sleepiness. Draco must have fallen asleep at some point, and the owls had stuck close to him, trying to share their warmth. Not that it had helped much. He felt chilled to the bone, and a shiver betrayed that fact, prompting Harry to lift a hand to his forehead and check his temperature. Draco almost flinched at the touch. "You're burning up," Harry groaned in exasperation. "What are you doing, Draco?" "I woke up early and couldn't sleep anymore," Draco lied. "So I came up here, and I must have fallen asleep again." "Well, you need to go see Madame Pomfrey now," Harry grumbled, helping him to his feet. Draco swayed slightly as he stood. Damn it, Harry was right. He definitely had a fever. He felt dizzy and weak, and the arm Harry slung around his waist to hold him upright didn't help at all. "How did you find me?" Draco croaked as they made their way down the icy steps and back to the castle. "I checked the map when you didn't show up for breakfast," Harry sighed. "I should have known. You always end up in the owlery, somehow. I don't understand why this place appeals to you. It's cold and doesn't even have window panes. Can't you find somewhere warmer to brood?" "I wasn't brooding," Draco muttered, though he knew that was a lie. "I just like visiting my owl, that's all." "Yeah, well," Harry rolled his eyes. "I'd appreciate it if you could at least try not to die of hypothermia. I have enough to worry about as it is." Madame Pomfrey was even less pleased with Draco's condition than Harry was. She muttered under her breath as she forced a vile-tasting potion down his throat, followed by a dose of pepper-up that made steam come out of his ears. "Take it easy for the rest of the day," she advised as she dismissed him. "And stay out of the cold." Harry made sure that Draco did just that. He first led him into the kitchens, where Dobby smothered him with food and hot beverages. Then they sneaked back into his thankfully deserted dormitory in the dungeons using the invisibility cloak. They settled into the armchairs near the fire, with Draco wrapped in a blanket, trying not to feel overwhelmed by Harry's focused attention. "So," Draco asked finally, his eyes on the dancing flames, "how was the Yule Ball?" Harry groaned, and Draco hated himself for how much that piqued his interest. "It was a disaster," Harry said. "You did the smart thing by staying away, though I really wished you'd been there. I could have used your scathing comments to make the whole thing even remotely fun." With that, he began to recount how the Pottill twins had abandoned them for other dance partners, which, from the sound of it, was due to neglect on Harry and Ron's part. He also talked about the fight between Hermione and Ron over Hermione agreeing to accompany Victor. That wasn't surprising to Draco, though Ron's reaction was a bit more extreme than he had anticipated. Then, there was the conversation between Hagrid and Madame Maxim that they had overheard, revealing Hagrid's giant heritage, which was less surprising to Draco. "Basically, I'm glad to stay away from everyone for the rest of the day," Harry grumbled. "I'm sick and tired of Ron and Hermione arguing. I'll just stay down here with you." "Well, you're welcome to my company anytime you want." "You know that," Draco replied, trying to sound cheerful. However, he felt fluttery and weak. This was bad, really bad. He wished he had never realized his feelings if this was how things were going to be from now on. "Oh, and there's something else," Harry said suddenly, sitting up with a frown. "Diggory approached me last night." "Diggory?" Draco repeated in confusion. "What did he want?" "He told me to take the egg to the prefect bathroom on the 3rd floor and to mull things over in the water, in return for the tip-off about the dragons." "Do you think it's a trap?" Harry looked at Draco, hoping it was so he could mistrust Diggory again. Draco understood the sentiment. "What I think is, nah, I don't think so. He is a Hufflepuff. They're all about loyalty and fairness. I think he must be serious about wanting to help you." But what could taking a bath do to help me? Harry asked in frustration. The obvious explanation is that you need to put the egg in the water, Draco responded. At that moment, the meaning hit him completely. Of course. He breathed, his eyes traveling to the window of his dormitory, which looked out over the lake. It's a water creature of sorts. Merpeople, maybe? And to identify them, you will have to listen underwater. Why did I not think of that? So you think I should go? Harry asked, still sounding hesitant. I'm not sure there's really any need to go to that bathroom and risk being caught, Draco frowned, getting to his feet. I have a better idea. Go get that egg and meet me here as soon as you can. Harry followed his instructions without hesitation. In a few minutes, Draco had transformed his cauldron into a large container filled with water, big enough to cover the egg and both their heads if they submerged it. When Harry returned, he handed the egg to Draco and eyed the glass container with suspicion. All right, Draco said, throwing a towel over his shoulder and handing another one to Harry. No time to waste. Let's open it underwater. Draco submerged the egg and held it there. Harry helped open it, and immediately, dampened voices echoed from the water. They exchanged a nod. Harry plunged his head into the water, but Draco, wary of getting wet and cold, leaned in sideways, just enough for one ear to be submerged. He quickly registered melodic voices and an ethereal tune drifting through the water. Draco concentrated hard to catch the words. An hour long you have to look and recover what we took. But past an hour, the prospect's black. Too late, it's gone, and won't come back. You were right, Harry spluttered as he surfaced, his hair soaked and water droplets clinging to his skin. Draco looked away, lifting his towel to dry the side of his head to keep himself occupied. It's merpeople. And they're going to take something of mine. You need to listen to the whole song, Draco instructed, standing up to grab parchment and a quill. I'll take notes. In a few minutes, Draco had written down the entire song. The container had been returned to its original state as a cauldron as they settled back by the fire. Harry dried himself off while Draco excitedly babbled. Come seek us where our voices sound is definitely the lake. You'll need to go into the lake to find something they've taken from you. We've taken what you'll sorely miss. MHM. Sounds like they'll try to take something you treasure to make you panic and throw you off course, Draco said. Though I'm not sure what exactly they'd take for something like that. An hour long you'll have to look, and to recover what we took. Well, that one's obvious. You'll have to go down to the lake and get back whatever they take from you within an hour. Sounds easy enough, really. Easy? Harry repeated, incredulous. How the hell am I supposed to hold my breath underwater for an entire hour, Draco? There are ways, Draco shrugged. Spells and the like. The task is still more than a month away. Let's write to Professor Lupin. He'll be sure to know the answer, and he's not a teacher anymore, so asking him won't break any rules. Okay, Harry nodded, seeming relieved at Draco's solution. Okay, yes. You're right. Let's write to Professor Lupin. Draco summoned another blank parchment and dipped his quill into the ink. Professor Lupin didn't take long to answer them. Draco's appreciation for the man grew even more when he provided them with several options to breathe underwater for an hour. The obvious choice would be a bubblehead charm, he wrote. But as I strongly assume you are asking for the purpose of Harry using it in the next task, I wouldn't suggest it. The spell is not hard to perform, but it's fragile. Once the bubble that provides you with oxygen bursts, he'd be in danger. So I'd lean towards a second option, which is not a spell but a plant. Gillyweed, once ingested, will provide the wizard with the means to survive underwater for an hour by making him grow gills and transforming his hands and feet into some form of fins. I think that solution might be ideal if Harry needs to perform the next task underwater because it is easy to use and less risky to maintain, allowing him to concentrate completely on whatever he needs to do. Need help procuring the gillyweed? I can order it from an apothecary and send it to you. After discussing the matter, they agreed that their former teacher was right and asked him to help them get the gillyweed. He did so without delay. Within a week, Aquila delivered a small package containing the plant, placed in a box charmed to keep it fresh until the day of the second task. Hermione was taken aback when they finally explained the situation to her and Ron. "You could have come to us once you figured the egg out," Hermione frowned. "I would have helped." "You were the one saying Harry needs to figure it out by himself," Draco reminded her tersely. "I only meant to say that you can't do his work for him," Hermione huffed. "I never said I was unwilling to help." "Well, we managed it without you just fine," Draco shrugged, ignoring the way she studied him unhappily at his short tone. "If you're so keen on helping, why don't you go talk to Victor?" Ron muttered under his breath. "Oh, would you drop it?" Draco rolled his eyes, exasperated with Ron's behavior. "Victor is a nice bloke, and he had no intentions of stepping on your overgrown and overly sensitive toes by asking Hermione out. You wouldn't have said a word against him if he'd befriended you instead of me and Hermione. So stop embarrassing yourself by being bitter." "Draco," Harry sighed, but Ron was already getting to his feet, his face contorted in anger and his skin flushed scarlet. When Ron turned to leave the great hall in quick strides, Harry stood to follow him. "Do you always have to provoke him?" he muttered tiredly. "He's the one acting nasty and irrational." Draco protested, bristling at the unfair attack. "Why do I get scolded for calling him out on it?" "Because both of you know you enjoy coming down on him," Harry said, rolling his eyes. "I understand how your mind works, Draco. You could keep the peace if you wanted to. You just don't." "Well, he behaves like a complete ass," Draco snapped. "Why should I bother looking the other way when he nags Hermione like a jilted ex-wife?" "Oh, forget it," Harry muttered as he followed after Weasley. It hurt Draco more than it should have. He pushed the plate of eggs and toast he had brought over from the Slytherin table away, all appetite gone. "Are you all right, Draco?" Hermione asked tentatively, still watching him. "You've been irritable and strange ever since the whole Yule Ball thing started. It's worrying me." "I'm fine," Draco hissed. "Can you please stop analyzing me?" "All right," Hermione said, holding up her hands in surrender. "I just wanted to help." "I don't need help," Draco spat. He got to his feet, suddenly wanting to be alone. He withdrew to a secluded corner of the library, more for the peace than for any other reason. Most students were enjoying the last days of the holidays too much to study, so it was almost deserted. Draco had finished all his homework, and his terrible mood had led to an excess of study sessions, meaning he was ahead of the curriculum. He ended up rereading a random book on alchemy just to occupy himself until Victor joined him at his table, looking as if he were approaching against his better judgment. It wasn't that Victor and he hadn't talked since the other boy had clumsily insinuated that Draco had feelings for Harry. They still regularly sat together during meals at the Slytherin table, and sometimes Victor joined him and Hermione in the library when Harry and Weasley were off doing something else. However, their conversation had never ventured into anything even remotely close to the Yule Ball, Harry, or feelings in general. But when Draco took in the expression on Victor's face, he knew something was different. As he sat across from Victor, who looked like he really wanted to run away, Draco felt a sickening knot in his stomach. He knew Victor was building up to address the topic again. "Let me guess," he said faintly. "Hermione sent you." "No," Victor protested too quickly. When Draco raised an eyebrow, he caved, admitting, "Well, yes. She said she was worried about you. Can we please not do this?" Draco pleaded. "Before you make me want to throw myself off the astronomy tower." "I won't force you to talk if you don't want to," Victor said slowly, a frown on his face. "But I was watching you, and I think you need to." When Draco didn't respond, just looking at him wordlessly, Victor added awkwardly, "But you don't have to." "It's fine." Draco sighed deeply, slumping back in his chair. He allowed himself, for once, to be as miserable as he felt. "You're a good friend," was all he managed to say. Victor shrugged awkwardly, but it seemed to encourage him. Why don't you come and take a walk with me? It's cold, Draco complained. Not that cold, Victor waved him off. When he got to his feet, Draco had no choice but to follow him. The grounds were mostly empty, despite the sunny weather, and Draco's breath fogged up as he followed Victor into the snowy landscape. It would have been beautiful, really, with the mountains and the forest powdered in white and glistening in the sun, but Draco couldn't appreciate it, with the tumult of emotions raging inside his chest. I am sorry, Victor spoke up after a while, breaking the uncomfortable silence between them. It was wrong of me to say anything. I wanted to help, but I think I should have been quiet. But you were right, Draco admitted, his voice heavy. I didn't. I understood it when you said it, but now I do. I just wish I didn't. When Victor looked like he was going to apologize again, Draco added, "It's not your fault. Don't worry about it. I would have realized it eventually, even without your input." They fell back into a tense silence. It took several minutes before Victor began to speak again. At Durmstrang, it was always Andre, Stoyan, and me, he said heavily. They were my first friends, and I didn't talk to many others. In 5th year, Stoyan realized he was in love with Andre. It was a mess. Did he tell him? Draco asked in a small voice. Did Andre react badly? No, he was very nice, Victor shook his head. But he likes girls, and he knew he could not feel for Stoyan the way Stoyan felt for him. And Stoyan was very upset. Of course he was, Draco whispered. Our group broke apart because Stoyan couldn't be around Andre all the time, Victor explained, his voice sad. I am still friends with both of them, but they don't talk. I think it is a little better now because Stoyan told me he fell in love with someone and they are together, but I don't think they will. He did not finish the sentence, but Draco understood anyway. It will never be the same, he filled in, his chest feeling tight. So when I noticed the way you... Victor began, his words slow as he searched for the right expression and then gave up. Before the Yule Ball, I wanted to help you. You are a lot like Stoyan, you know. That's why I liked you. You are emotional, sometimes a little intense, but that's okay. It makes you a good friend. But it also makes you easy to hurt. Draco stayed silent through his words, his thoughts rather self-deprecating. He knew Victor was right, in a way, but it all came down to him being weak. Vulnerable, and that was something he hated about himself. I don't want to say you are like Stoyan and Andre, he noted quickly when he saw Draco's face. I don't know Potter enough to know if he would be interested in you that way or not. He isn't, Draco said simply, trying to keep the bitterness out of his voice. He likes girls. He'd never look at me that way. He took a deep breath and muttered, that's why I can't ever tell him. I'm sorry you feel this way, Victor said sincerely, making Draco feel like crying. It's a bad situation. There's nothing I can do, really, Draco shrugged. I can't do what Stoyan did. Harry is my best friend, and I cannot give that up, no matter how much I might wish he'd see me as more than that. I'll just have to pretend it's not there. Can you do that? Victor asked. I have to, Draco said decisively. It's the only option I have. You don't know much about Harry or about my background, but things are too tangled for me to take a step back, especially now, in the middle of the tournament. Not to mention I'd go insane with worry. And Harry, he only has us to rely on, you know? And Weasley has been a complete jerk this year, so that leaves Hermione and me. I could never do that to him, you know? Leave him to his own devices just because I'm hurting. He hasn't done anything wrong, and even though he doesn't feel the same for me, I know that I am important to him. So as long as he needs me, I will be there. You are very loyal, Victor noted with a small smile. But please don't forget to think about yourself, too. I'll try, Draco promised, though he knew he didn't mean it. He'd easily sacrifice his own happiness for Harry's, and he knew that clear as day. Victor nodded, and they continued their walk. The grounds were filled with a renewed silence, leaving the tension behind somewhere along the way. Chapter 9, We've taken what you'll sorely miss. As the new school year began, Draco found he had other things to focus on rather than obsessing over his feelings for Harry. Rita Skeeter published an article revealing Hagrid's giant heritage. Their friend, who had become a teacher, took the news so badly that he hid in his hut for days. He did not come out for his classes or meals, and he ignored their knocks on the door, no matter how much they begged him to talk. It was only after a confrontation with Rita Skeeter in Hogsmeade that Hermione nearly kicked down his door. Dumbledore, of all people, invited them in. Together, they managed to convince Hagrid to abandon his plans to resign and come out of hiding. "Honestly, Hagrid," Draco said gently after Dumbledore had left. He shifted the cup of tea Hagrid had given him from one hand to the other without taking a sip. "Look at us. I come from a family of criminal pureblood elitists," he pointed to himself. "His Muggle relatives are abusive and sadistic monsters," he pointed to Harry, then to Hermione. "Her family are Muggles, which isn't a crime, but it doesn't sit well with many people I know. And his family are what my lot would call blood traitors," he gestured toward Weasley. "Do you really think you stand out so much with a giantess, Mother?" "It's not the same," Hagrid whispered tearfully. "To my father, it would be just as bad as Hermione's heritage or Weasley's," he rolled his eyes. "And I don't care what he says, so why would I care what a stupid newspaper article does?" Hagrid gave him a watery smile, and Fang licked his ear, making Draco twitch. Once the Hagrid situation was resolved, the second task approached. With a plan and the gillyweed in hand, there was technically nothing to worry about, but still, Draco felt uneasy. Draco couldn't help but obsess over everything that might go wrong. He ended up researching the bubblehead charm as a backup and taught it to Harry, just in case. "From the way you act, one would think you're the one going down that lake," Harry told him fondly one evening after he had successfully performed the charm for the third time in a row. "One day, you are literally going to worry yourself to death," Harry added. "Oh, I don't doubt that," Draco agreed darkly. "And it's going to be worries about you that finish me off, mind you." "Relax," Harry soothed him. "I'm prepared. We did everything we could. Now I just have to go down that lake and survive," Draco completed the sentence. "And you'd better, or I'll follow you into your next life and bring you back just so I can kill you all over again. And if I have to find the resurrection stone from the fairy tale to do it." "What?" Harry asked, confused. "Never mind," Draco waved him off. "All I mean to say is watch out for yourself, you stupid Gryffindor." "I will," Harry nodded. "I promise I will." On the morning of the second task, Draco was too nervous to eat. He sat at the Gryffindor table next to Harry, force-feeding him toast while he only nervously sipped his tea. "Where the hell are Hermione and Weasley?" he demanded for the third time that morning, glaring towards the entrance in search of their missing friends. "Of all days to take off somewhere." "They'll turn up," Harry muttered, though he looked quite pale and bothered. "McGonagall called them to her office last night. Maybe it's got something to do with that." Draco threw a furtive look at the staff table, noting that McGonagall, along with Sprout and Dumbledore, were also missing. "Maybe someone from Weasley's family is here again," Draco mused. "Maybe Bill brought something from your Gringotts vault to hide down in the lake. Though why they would call Hermione for that?" Harry said, frowning. "There's nothing in my Gringotts vault I'd really miss, anyway. So that can't be it. And the twins and Ginny are here, after all." "You're right," Draco admitted reluctantly. "It's just unlike Hermione to disappear like that. Maybe I should ask Victor?" But as he glanced over at the Slytherin table, he saw Karkaroff lifting Victor to take him to the stage for the second task. It wasn't long before McGonagall arrived as well, without Hermione and Weasley, to gather Harry. Draco pulled him into a tight hug and wished him luck. Then he sat back, feeling the same unadulterated fear he had battled during the first task. "He's going to be fine," Ginny said quietly, taking a seat next to him. "It's Harry, after all." "Yeah," Draco sighed. "It's Harry, all right. Which is exactly why I'm so worried." About an hour later, he made his way down to the lake with Ginny and Longbottom. Hermione and Weasley still had not shown up, and Draco was furious with them. Deep down, he knew he should be worried, but all his concern was directed at Harry, leaving only anger available. "I'll murder them," Draco promised when Ginny assured him again that she hadn't seen them anywhere. "Your brother first." "No offense." "None taken," she chuckled, leading him up the stands that had been set up by the lake. Draco followed mindlessly, his eyes darting over to the water's edge, where the judges' table had been placed. Harry and the other champions stood beside it, all wearing thick bathing robes and what was probably swimwear underneath, nervously shifting from one foot to another. Draco looked back at the judges and frowned. "So there is another member of your family here today," he pointed out, touching Ginny's arm. Draco gestured towards the redhead sitting next to Dumbledore. "Percy?" Ginny gasped, staring. "Why is he here?" "When we met Bagman at Hogsmeade the other day, he mentioned that Crouch was ill," Draco noted. "Maybe Percy is filling in for him." "Must be," Ginny agreed. They took their seats next to Finnegan and Thomas. Despite his irritation, Draco kept 2 seats open beside him, hoping Hermione and Ron would arrive at the last minute. But when Bagman's magically amplified voice rang through the air, the seats remained empty. "Well, all our champions are ready for the second task, which will start on my whistle," Bagman announced. "They have precisely 1 hour to recover what has been taken from them. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Bagman blew the whistle, and the crowd of students erupted into applause and cheers. Draco sat on the edge of his seat, kneading his fingers as he watched Harry throw aside his bathrobe, revealing Gryffindor-colored trunks and a top underneath. He pushed the gillyweed into his mouth and approached the water's edge. Next to him, Delica and Diggory were performing bubblehead charms, while Victor attempted some kind of transformation. "Is Harry using gillyweed?" Neville asked from Ginny's other side, sounding excited. "Yes," Draco confirmed absent-mindedly, watching as Harry clutched his throat, feeling the gills appear. Harry gasped for breath with his mouth, and when that proved ineffective, he flung himself into the lake. Victor followed, his upper body transformed into that of a shark. Soon, all the champions were beneath the water's surface, shielded from the crowd's view. The cheers gradually faded into subdued murmurs. "Well," Finnegan complained, "this will be one boring task if we can't even watch it." "Properly," Draco said, not that he cared about the entertainment value of the task. However, he was unsettled by his inability to follow what was happening. His imagination often ran wild, and he spent the next few minutes worrying and cursing Hermione and Weasley for their absence, while Ginny tried to comfort him. The first champion to surface, just 10 minutes into the task, was Delica. She broke through the water, gasping for air and flailing her arms. Draco held his breath, horrified, as Madame Maxim helped her to the shore. Fleur was visibly shaken and in tears, speaking quickly in French to her headmistress, who wrapped her in a bathrobe in a caring gesture. After a brief exchange with Maxim, Bagman announced, "Miss Delica forfeits after a Grindylow attack." Draco closed his eyes and took a deep breath. They should have asked Hagrid in advance about the creatures in the lake and how to avoid them. What if Harry encountered something dangerous? What if... "Draco," Ginny said gently. "Breathe slowly. You're hyperventilating." "Am I?" Draco gasped, making an effort to calm down. "Harry will be fine," she assured him. "You don't know that," he whispered. Ginny didn't respond. Draco continued to watch Delica as she cried openly. For the first time, he truly considered what had been taken from the champions. Those tears were not just about defeat, they were tears of real desperation. What could she have lost that would cause such despair? His answer came when Diggory surfaced shortly after, accompanied by none other than Cho Chang. Draco blinked. Draco stared uncomprehendingly as Diggory helped Chang to the shore with the utmost care. They were greeted by Dumbledore. "It's people," Dean called through the cheers of the crowd. "They hijacked people close to them and gave them to the care of the merpeople or something." "So that's why Ron and Hermione aren't here," Longbottom agreed. "They're down there, for Harry." He turned to catch Draco's eyes and paled when the implications of his statement sank in. "I mean," he said hurriedly, searching for words, but nothing could stop the terrible, hollow feeling settling in Draco's stomach. Someone had been taken from Harry, someone he would miss the most. And it wasn't Draco. "Draco?" Ginny asked hesitantly. "Are you okay?" Draco did not answer. He just stared down at Diggory, gently drying Chan's hair, and at Delica, who was still crying for whoever had been taken from him. The next person to surface was Victor, and he was accompanied by Hermione. Draco felt so numb he could not even be relieved about his missing friend's return. This meant that Weasley was the person Harry would miss the most. Weasley, who had abandoned Harry after he was announced champion, who had not believed in him and had said horrible things, while Draco had always stood by him, risking everything. He had never considered who would be most important to Harry among the three of them, but he would have expected it to be him. Because it was true the other way around. Harry only came back up for air shortly before time was up, and he was accompanied by both Weasley and a little girl with silver blonde hair like Delica's. Her sister, he guessed. Draco watched as Delica jumped up and ran for the water's edge, helping her out of the lake. Meanwhile, Harry and Weasley were pulled onto dry land by Dumbledore, Bagman, and Percy. "Draco?" Ginny asked again, staring at him. He realized he must look like he had seen a Dementor. In a way, he wished he had. "So, Malfoy," not called from 3 rows ahead, with Crabbe and Goyle laughing beside him. "How does it feel, being second best to Weasley?" Draco could not stand it. He got to his feet, evading Ginny's concern, and fled from the stands without a word. He felt the eyes of other students on him as he left, but he did not hold back, taking quick strides back to the castle. He knew he was shaking from head to toe, and it took all his self-control to keep it together until he reached his deserted dormitory. He closed the curtains, casting a silencing charm. Only then did he allow the tears to come, letting the pain of rejection consume him completely. Draco did not leave his room for the rest of the day. If his roommates returned and threw taunts at his bed, he did not hear them through the silencing charms. At one point in the evening, there was insistent shuffling at his curtains. He opened them to find Aquila carrying a bundle of sandwiches and a note. "Draco," it read. "Please come out and talk to me. I am waiting in the entrance hall. Harry." Draco threw the note into the fireplace and left the sandwiches on his bedside table, ignoring them. He let Aquila in through the curtain and idly stroked his feathers, staring into space. Draco did not know when he fell asleep, but when he woke again, it was 5 in the morning, and the sun was starting to rise. Everyone else was fast asleep, except for Aquila, who gently nipped his fingers. Draco figured the owl must be hungry, so he dressed and let Aquila perch on his shoulder as he left the Slytherin quarters and made his way to the owlery. When they arrived, Aquila happily dove for the feeding dish, feasting on his food. Draco sat down on the windowsill, staring blankly out over the grounds. He wondered if he could stay there until class started without being found. It was Thursday, which meant he had no classes with the Gryffindors. With a bit of luck, he could avoid everyone for the day. He didn't feel hungry anyway, and if he did, he could always pop into the kitchen for some food from Dobby. His plans changed when he heard quick footsteps coming from the stairs to the owlery. Harry appeared in the doorway, looking disheveled and out of breath. "Thank God I found you," Harry gasped. "Why didn't you come meet me last night? Didn't you get my note?" Draco didn't answer. Instead, he turned away from Harry and gazed wordlessly at the sunlight reflecting off the lake. "Listen, Draco," Harry said, taking a hesitant step closer. "I know you are angry with me." "I'm not," Draco replied, his voice sounding stiff and cold. "Of course you are," Harry argued. "But this doesn't mean what you think it means." "Oh?" Draco muttered. "And pray tell, what do I think?" "That you're not as important to me as Ron," Harry said, wincing at his own words. "But I'm not," Draco shrugged. "The whole school knows that now, and possibly the rest of Wizarding Britain, depending on how detailed Skeeter's article turns out to be." "You're wrong." Harry protested, stepping closer. I don't know how Dumbledore decided who to put down there, but I never thought of either of you as more important than the other. You are my best friends. Both of you. No, the three of you. Hermione as well. Don't underestimate Dumbledore, Draco said, shaking his head. He must have used magical means to determine who you'd miss the most. Dumbledore makes no mistakes, at least not when it comes to things like these. Well, apparently he does. Harry exclaimed, moving even closer. Draco, please, Harry reached out for him. Draco flinched away at Harry's touch and stepped back. Harry froze, looking as if he had been slapped. It would be really nice if you could just stop lying to me, Draco snapped. I've always been an outsider in your little group. I only happened to forget it in recent years. You're not an outsider? Harry insisted. Draco, we all care about you. Maybe, Draco conceded bitterly. But not as much as you care about each other. Stop this. Harry pleaded. But it's the truth, isn't it? Draco replied, his voice rising. The ranking is first Weasley, then Hermione, then the whole Weasley family, and maybe some other Gryffindors, and then, at some point, me. Don't be stupid, Draco. I don't know what it is, if it's me being a Slytherin or my father. I don't care about any of that, and you know it. Oh, do I? Draco countered. Then why am I never good enough? I never said you weren't. Harry shook his head, his voice now anxious. If you just... I met you first. Draco yelled. He knew he was trembling, and his eyes were burning with tears he desperately tried to hold in. I risked everything to be friends with you, my parents' love and my life. And you are an amazing friend, Harry breathed. I know I can always rely on you to be on my side, and you don't know how much that means to me. Well, obviously not enough. Draco shouted. The tears finally spilled from his eyelids, and he wiped at his cheeks angrily. Where was Weasley when you were pronounced champion? He bloody abandoned you. And still, I lose to him. Don't touch me. He spat when Harry tried to reach for him again, slapping his hand away forcefully. I'm done with you. With all of it. Do you mean? Harry asked, his voice small and frightened, almost unrecognizable. I'm done trying. Draco replied. It shouldn't be this hard. Real friends shouldn't have to claw their way into each other's lives. I'm sick of fighting a battle I can never win. But you don't need to try, Harry contradicted, his voice shaking. You never needed to. Not with me, at least. Bullshit. Draco shouted. Do you really think we'd ever have become friends if I hadn't tried so hard? Weasley has always pushed me out, and you would have listened to him if I hadn't held on with all my might. That's not true. It's so true. If not in first year, then in second. What happened in second year was not your fault. I've told you that 1,000,000 times. Only because you felt sorry for me. Don't be ridiculous. But that's why you stuck around, right? Because I was that poor bullied bloke whose father was a jerk and who you could save? And your charity project, not your friend. You don't really believe that, do you? Harry asked, his green eyes bright and voice rough with emotion. I don't know what I'm supposed to think anymore. Draco shouted. I just know that I've been living under this illusion that I'm your best friend when really, I'm obviously far from it. You're important to me. Harry insisted. So important, Draco. I don't know what I'd do without you. Please don't do this. I need you in my life. Oh? What for? Draco scoffed. So I can figure out the damn third task for you? Of course not, you thickhead. Harry exclaimed. How can you not know what you mean to me? On the contrary, Draco muttered, the fight draining out of him, leaving only tears and a pain so deep he felt like he could not breathe. For the first time since I met you, I see things clearly. I've been so stupid these past couple of years. It's time I returned to reality. He dodged Harry, who reached out for him again, and headed for the door. Draco! Harry called, his voice high and thin, sounding different from anything Draco had ever heard. Please? Do you know what's ironic? Draco asked, pausing at the doorway. If our roles had been reversed, if it had been me instead of you, I wouldn't have had any doubt about who would be down there in that lake. He glanced back, a bitter smile forming as he caught Harry's gaze. Harry looked so lost that the part of Draco that loved him more than anything wanted to reach out, wrap him in his arms, and never let go. But Harry didn't want that. Not in the way Draco wanted. While he had thought he could manage being just Harry's friend, knowing he was less important than Weasley changed everything. Draco couldn't put himself through this anymore. How pathetic am I? Draco muttered, letting out a strangled laugh before running down the stairs and back toward the grounds. Harry didn't follow him or call his name. Tears streamed down Draco's face, and he didn't try to stop them this time. He felt like his heart had been ripped from his chest and was now being used as a chew toy by Fluffy, each head taking its turn. He wandered aimlessly, not paying attention to where he was going until someone called his name. Draco turned to see Hagrid approaching, a deep frown on his face. Fang was running ahead, barking at Draco in recognition. Draco? Hagrid asked. Are you all right, kiddo? Draco couldn't answer. He wiped his cheeks, trying in vain to hide that he was crying, and when Hagrid reached him, the man placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. Do you want to come? Are you in for breakfast? Hagrid asked. At my house? Draco was uncertain about talking to anyone at that moment, but the idea of avoiding the castle for a little longer was too tempting to resist. He nodded, and Hagrid smiled warmly at him. Here you go, Hagrid said, placing a plate of bacon and eggs in front of him, along with a cup of tea. Draco just stared at the food, his stomach feeling so twisted that he thought he might throw up if he ate any of it. Hagrid sat in the armchair opposite him, studying him intently. After a while, he said, I don't think it's anything personal, you know. What do you mean? Draco croaked. You know what I mean, Hagrid shrugged. Don't try to ignore the hippogriff in the room, Draco, or it'll bite you. When Draco remained silent, Hagrid continued, Harry cares about you deeply. He'd do anything for you, he would. That doesn't exactly make me special, Draco muttered. That idiot would risk his life for the croup next door. That doesn't mean you aren't special, Hagrid shook his head. Just not as special as Weasley. Hagrid's frown deepened at Draco's words. I don't even think that's true, you know, he mused. I wouldn't have expected you to mistrust Dumbledore's judgment. It's got nothing to do with Dumbledore, kiddo. It's just that Ron comes as a kind of package deal, you know what I mean. No, Draco sniffed. I don't. Well, maybe when you've had some time to calm down, you will, Hagrid smiled. I really doubt that, Draco whispered. Well, I don't, Hagrid smirked. You kids are inseparable. You won't stay apart for long. When Draco didn't respond, he added, eat now, before it gets cold. Eat before it gets cold. Draco picked up his fork and shoveled some eggs into his mouth, barely tasting them. Chapter 10, The Intricacies of Caring. Draco stayed clear of the Great Hall until breakfast the next morning. He felt too hungry to skip another meal, so he went to eat as early as he dared, hoping no one he knew would be up yet. Just as he bit into his last piece of toast, Victor sat down across from him, studying his face. Hello, Victor said. I have not seen you since the task. Yeah, well, Draco shrugged, not looking at him. Are you all right? Victor asked. Perfectly fine, Draco lied. Okay, Victor frowned. Do you want to meet me and Hermione in the library later? Victor's words brought back memories of that day at the lake, and it felt like ice enclosed Draco's heart. No, thanks, he muttered, getting up. I wouldn't want to intrude. He could feel Victor's eyes on his back as he left, but he did not turn around to look at him. Hermione found him in a far corner of the library at lunch break, frowning as she sat down at his table. "You really need to stop hiding from us," she said quietly. "Why?" Draco muttered. "Isn't it better that I'm gone?" "Don't be ridiculous," she scolded him. "No one is happy that you're upset. Not me, and especially not Harry." "Well, bully for him," Draco shrugged. "Good thing he has Ron, so he'll get over it fairly quickly, I'd assume." "Ron is no replacement for you," Hermione insisted. "He could never be, and I think that deep down you know that." "Do I?" Draco returned airily, not looking at her. "Because I really don't think so." "I know you're hurt, Draco," Hermione sighed. "And I get that, I really do. But if you think you can get rid of me by being sarcastic and rude, you're more foolish than I thought." "Indeed," Draco sneered. "You never knew." "Last year," Hermione said, ignoring his input. "When Harry and Ron wouldn't even look at me, you were at my side. I was absolutely horrific to you, and you still stood up for me and forgave me. So you can't think for 1 second that I'll let you push me away when you're hurting, Draco." Draco's throat closed up at her words, and he had to look away, willing himself not to cry again. He had cried far more than was proper in the last 2 days, and he was in the library. It was too public for an emotional breakdown. Hermione reached out to lay her hand on his on the table, her expression gentle as she murmured, "I'm so sorry that you're upset, Draco. You're an amazing friend, and it's painful to see you like this. Please tell me if there's anything I can do to make you feel better." "You could just not mention it so I can lick my wounds in peace," Draco suggested, lacking hope. Hermione squeezed his hand and said, "He's really angry with himself, you know." "Harry?" "I don't want to hear it," Draco shook his head. "But I think you need to," Hermione said softly. "He said he took you for granted, and that it's his fault you think you're replaceable. He even fought with Ron when Ron said, well," she flinched, continuing, "he said you were an attention-seeking drama queen, and Harry came at him so hard. You have no idea. He told him that you'd always been loyal to him and that Ron had no right to badmouth you. I think Ron knew how upset Harry was because he didn't fight back." "This doesn't change anything, Hermione," Draco whispered. "Why not?" she pleaded. "Harry cares about you. He really does." "Listen, I'm done talking about this," Draco told her, his voice as thin as his control over his emotions. "If you want to stay with me, that's fine, but if you keep talking about Harry, I'll leave," Draco said. Hermione sighed, looking terribly sad, but she nodded and thankfully dropped the subject. Double potions that afternoon felt like torture. Draco did his best to ignore Harry, pretending he didn't exist, but he was acutely aware of his presence next to him, and it was unbearable. He could feel Harry's eyes on him throughout class, but he refused to meet his gaze, not even when Harry accidentally blew up his potion, staining his robes with a foul-smelling liquid. When class ended, he cleaned up in record time and fled the room. He heard Harry call after him, but he didn't slow down until he was safely back in his dormitory. "Harry is in a horrible state, you know," Hermione said a couple of days later while he was studying with her and Victor. "It's different from when he fought with Ron. Back then, he knew Ron was in the wrong, so he was angry. Now he's just really, really miserable because he knows he hurt you." "I told you I don't want to talk about him," Draco said stiffly. "I really think it's not Ron himself, either," she continued, ignoring his warning. "It's what he stands for more than Ron as a person. His Harry's connection to the Weasleys, the only family that ever showed him kindness. That's what he can't lose. Of course, he cares about Ron, but not more than he cares about you. So it all comes back to my father being awful," Draco replied sourly. "That's not what I said," Hermione contradicted him. "I just want you to understand. I wasn't Harry's person down in that lake, either, but do you see me throwing a fit? Well, you, unlike me, were someone's person down in that lake," Draco snapped, rising to his feet. "So I wouldn't expect you to understand." As he left the library, he heard Victor stop Hermione from following him, telling her to give him space. Wasn't affected by what happened yesterday. Draco sighed, feeling the weight of her words. I don't know, Hermione. It's complicated, he replied. They entered the ancient runes classroom, and Draco took a seat at the back, trying to focus on the lesson. But his thoughts kept drifting back to Harry. During lunch, he noticed Harry sitting with Ron and Hermione. Harry looked distant, lost in thought. Draco's chest tightened at the sight. He wanted to approach him, to say something, but fear held him back. After lunch, Draco found himself wandering the grounds, hoping to clear his mind. Instead, he ended up by the lake, staring at the water. Draco? He turned to see Harry standing a few feet away, looking uncertain. What do you want? Draco asked, trying to keep his voice steady. I wanted to talk, Harry said softly. About what? You've made it pretty clear where you stand. Harry took a step closer. I'm not here to fight. I just want to understand. Draco shook his head. Understand what? That you care more about your friends than me? It's not like that, Harry replied, frustration creeping into his voice. Then how is it? Harry ran a hand through his hair. I don't know, Draco. I just know I miss you. I want things to be different. Draco felt a flicker of hope, but it quickly faded. You don't get to decide that. Please, just give me a chance to explain, Harry pleaded. Draco hesitated, torn between his anger and the longing he felt. Fine. You have 5 minutes. Harry took a deep breath, and Draco braced himself for whatever was coming next. I don't miss him. I can't be around him, Hermione, Draco hissed. Will you please just drop it? I can't just drop it, Hermione sighed, clearly frustrated. You're my friend, and you're both miserable. I need you to make up. We can't always have what we want, Draco said bitterly. Hermione didn't seem to have an answer to that, but the look she gave him was pained and disapproving. Draco had been determined to stay in the castle during the Hogsmeade trip. However, on Friday, he received a letter from Professor Lupin that convinced him to head out to the village anyway. He didn't tell Hermione and was careful to avoid her and Harry. Lupin was already waiting for Draco at the Three Broomsticks when he arrived. He smiled when he saw him and waved him over to the corner table. Thank you for coming, Draco, despite the rather short notice I gave you, his former teacher said. I wasn't sure you would. You've always been kind to me, Draco replied, trying to smile back, though he wasn't sure it was convincing. It felt like his ability to smile had left him along with Harry. So, of course, I'd come if you asked. You really are a good person, Draco, Lupin said gently. Despite your blood relations and your obvious parallels to Sirius in the choices you make, you remind me of Lily sometimes. You have the same softness in you. The same fierce loyalty. Draco's throat tightened at Lupin's words, and he had to look away. As if Lupin could read his thoughts, he pushed one of the butterbeers he had apparently ordered before Draco arrived across the table toward him. Draco took a grateful sip, letting the warm liquid soothe him. I received a letter from Harry earlier this week, Lupin told him quietly, watching his face. He told me what happened at the second task. You're just another person in line trying to get me to talk to him, Draco muttered bitterly. No, Lupin replied. Actually, I just wanted to see how you were. I realize that this is hard for Harry, but it must be even harder for you. Draco shrugged helplessly, surprised by the concern Lupin showed for him. How are you doing, Draco? Lupin asked earnestly, making Draco's fingers clench around the glass in his hand. Not well, he answered honestly. Of course you aren't, Lupin sighed. I've seen the effort you put into keeping Harry safe more than many others have. It must have felt like a slap in the face for you. It was, Draco nodded. I've never felt so stupid in my life. Nothing about your actions has been stupid, Draco, Lupin frowned. You've loved and protected Harry in a way that is pure and admirable. It's the opposite of stupid. Then why do I feel so defeated, Because when we throw ourselves into something or someone as completely and unconditionally as you have, it makes us vulnerable. Caring makes us vulnerable. It's part of life. Well, I'm not going to let myself get into that position anymore. Draco shook his head. It's too hard. I don't think that's your choice, Lupin said with a sad smile. If someone cares as deeply as you do, you can't just turn that part of you off. And you know that, I think. Well, what am I supposed to do? Draco demanded, his voice edged with frustration. Look the other way? Pretend that nothing has changed when everything has for me? I think you are right to take some space and figure out what this means for you in your own time, Lupin said simply. I am confident that you'll find the right answer yourself. Why are you so kind about this? Draco asked, astonished. You're connected to Harry more than you are connected to me. Would have expected you to take sides, like everyone else does, Draco said. Maybe it's because your situation is not as strange to me as it is to many others, Lupin replied with a smile. Don't forget that I was friends with Sirius and James. They were inseparable in their own days. I've always known that, while I was their friend as well, they prioritized each other over me. That was not always easy. Don't get me wrong. Due to my condition, I was grateful for their friendship in a way I still cannot put into words. But I know how it feels when your best friends care about each other more than they care about you. No matter how much they do care about you, that knowledge hurts. Unlike me, who has always understood the situation, you had that realization thrown at you all at once. That's even harder to deal with, I imagine. Harry and Hermione keep trying to convince me that it's not true, Draco whispered. That he cares just as much about me as he does about Weasley. As if I'm that naive. I do think that Harry believes that, Lupin mused. I read his side of the story, and he seemed sincere. But Dumbledore knows what he's doing, Draco snapped, unable to control himself. He wouldn't have put Weasley down there if some spell hadn't pointed to him. You are right, Lupin nodded. But feelings are not always as straightforward as that. Magic doesn't consider different factors or layers. The result depends a lot on the wording of the spell. It is possible that he cares about you just as much as he cares about Ron Weasley, but in a different way. Possible maybe, Draco countered. But not probable. If that's the case, we will indeed never know, Lupin conceded. Which is why I encourage you to take all the time you need to come to terms with the situation and decide how you want things to be from now on. Even if I decide I can't be around Harry anymore? Draco asked quietly. Don't believe that will be your ultimate choice, Lupin said with a small smile. But even if it is, it's yours to make. No one can make it for you, and no one should judge you for it. Draco felt a small weight lift off his shoulders with Lupin's words. It was a relief to know that at least one person supported him in his path of action. I really don't want to cut our meeting short, Lupin said after a while, when a comfortable silence had fallen between them. But I did promise to meet Sirius while I was here, and I'd prefer to do it while Harry, Ron, and Hermione are with him. I'd ask you along, but I'm sure someone has already done that, and you would have agreed if you felt like it. You're right, Draco confirmed. On both accounts. And I don't mind you leaving. It was nice of you to check in on me, but I'm not very good company at the moment. All right, Lupin nodded, finishing his butterbeer and getting to his feet to shake Draco's hand. If you need anything, or if you just want to talk, your owl will know where to find me. Thank you, Draco said. I really appreciate it. Hold tight, Lupin smiled. I know it's tough for you at the moment, but if I've learned one thing in the past couple of years, it's that there will always be better times. They might not be what we originally expected or hoped them to be, but one way or another, the sun will shine on us again, and then you will appreciate it all the more. I hope you're right, Draco sighed, sitting back down to finish his butterbeer at his own pace. Give Sirius my regards. I will, Lupin promised, clapping Draco on the shoulder. We'll talk, Draco. I'll see you around. See you, Draco smiled, watching his former teacher leave with a strange sense of warmth in his chest. Sirius told me to say a hi to you, Hermione remarked as she joined him. Later that afternoon, in the library, an hour before dinner, Hermione said, "He was sad not to see you." "I'm sorry about that," Draco replied sincerely. "How is he doing?" "Well, he's spending his days as a dog, scrambling for leftovers from the village," Hermione grimaced. "I could imagine a better life." "Yeah," Draco said, making a face. "Definitely. But he insists he likes to be near in case anything happens, so he'll stick to it at least until the tournament is over." Draco nodded, feeling an uncomfortable sensation in his stomach at the reminder of the very real danger Harry was in. He tried to push it away as best he could. "Lupin joined us after a while," Hermione mentioned tentatively. "He told us you met." "We did," Draco confirmed. "Just before he went to meet you. He was very kind to me." "I'm glad," Hermione said. "He told Harry to give you some space." "Or all of us, really. It seems like he can relate to your situation." "Yeah, that's what he said to me," Draco nodded. "It was nice talking to someone who's trying to understand me." "I'm sorry if I gave you the impression that I didn't," Hermione said ruefully. "I never meant to pressure you. I just hate to see both of you suffering." "I know you do," Draco admitted. "It's not like I wasn't in your shoes last year. But you have to see that your situation then was different from my situation now." "I do," Hermione promised. "Or at least, I do now, even if it took me a while." "Well, thank you," Draco sighed. "I mean it. It helps not to be pressured by you, on top of everything." "Good," Hermione nodded, regarding him with a frown. "So, would you rather hear what has been discussed this afternoon, or do you want me to keep it to myself for now?" "I'd rather hear," Draco said heavily. "Even though it can't really do me any good." "All right." Hermione bit her lip. Hermione took a moment to collect her thoughts before explaining, "We talked a lot about Crouch and his apparent illness. It turns out Crouch was the one who captured Sirius. He became obsessed with catching dark wizards after Voldemort's downfall. He was on track to become Minister of Magic, but then his own son was accused of being a Death Eater." "Really?" Draco frowned, surprised. "I never heard Father mention that family. I would have thought if they had brought forward a Death Eater, they would have come up at some point." "Well, Crouch Sr. was very keen on bringing Death Eaters to justice and had his own son thrown into Azkaban," Hermione shrugged. "I don't think your father would have any warm feelings towards him. Plus, we don't know if he really was guilty or if he was just unlucky enough to be wrongly accused." "I guess you're right," Draco nodded. "So why were you discussing him? You don't think he's up to something, do you?" "No," Hermione shook her head. "But Sirius thought it was suspicious that he was absent from work for such a long time. He said it's out of character for him." "Okay," Draco frowned, unsure what to make of that information. "Sirius also suggested that someone up in the top box at the Quidditch World Cup might have stolen Harry's wand to conjure the Dark Mark." "You don't mean my father, do you?" Draco sighed. It was Ron's train of thought. "Well, he certainly has the motive," Draco shrugged. "Getting Harry into trouble and showing loyalty to his old master at the same time. It sounds like him. But even if it was him, I don't see how it could have any connection to getting Harry's name into that goblet," Hermione pointed out. "I have no illusions regarding my dear father's resourcefulness," Draco replied darkly. "I don't think we can exclude him from suspicion." "Sirius also seems to suspect Bagman," Hermione told him. "Because?" "He keeps offering Harry help, but he doesn't seem to put any effort into looking for Bertha Jorkins. Sirius said he went to school with her and that he doesn't remember her the way Bagman describes her, as forgetful and scatterbrained." Draco frowned and shrugged. "I've been finding Bagman's insistence on helping Harry weird as well, but he really doesn't strike me as the type to follow a dark agenda like that." "But then, you never know, do you?" "I guess you don't," Hermione agreed, glancing at her watch. "We should go to dinner, Draco." "It's time." Draco nodded, gathering his things and following her out of the library. The new information Hermione had shared with him still circled in his mind, no matter how much he wanted to push it aside. Chapter 11. Something more important than pride. The next week was abruptly interrupted by Rita Skeeter once again. She published an article suggesting that Hermione was two-timing Harry and Victor. This led to a flood of nasty letters directed at her, including one that contained undiluted bubotuber pus, causing her fingers to swell painfully for the rest of the day. This incident pushed Hermione into a revenge mission. She vowed to uncover proof of Skeeter's dubious spying methods and to put a stop to her once and for all. Draco was skeptical about her chances for success, but he indulged her. He nodded when necessary and let her rant until she felt satisfied. As the weeks passed, March turned into April and finally May. Draco settled into his new routine. He spent mealtimes with Victor at the Slytherin table and his free time in the library with Hermione or Victor, depending on who was available. He had started ignoring Harry completely when they crossed paths in the corridors or during class. Although Harry continued to look at him like a croup that had just received an especially vicious hex from its owner every time Draco failed to acknowledge him, he never called out or attempted to speak. Draco guessed that Harry had taken Professor Lupin's advice to heart and was trying to give him space. He felt a mix of relief and pain. When Harry had still been fighting for his friendship, part of Draco had managed to convince himself that Harry truly cared and might even love him in return. Now that hope faded a little more each day, silenced by the nagging voice in Draco's mind that hissed "told you so" every time Harry averted his gaze. It took until the end of May for the situation to shift in any way. It was a Friday morning when Draco arrived for breakfast at the usual time and found Hermione lingering at the entrance. Draco approached the hall with sandwiches in hand, speaking to Victor in a hushed tone. He frowned, sensing that something was off. Moments like these often meant they had something serious to discuss, and he would end up on a long walk with them. As he got closer, they fell silent, glancing at him. "Morning," Draco said carefully, shifting his gaze between Hermione and Victor. The silence stretched, and just as he was about to ask what was wrong, Hermione moved. She walked over, linked her arm with his, and muttered, "Care for a walk?" Without waiting for a response, she pulled him toward the entrance door. Draco glanced back at Victor, seeking some kind of explanation, but Victor merely watched them with a blank expression. "Hermione?" Draco asked once the doors closed behind them. "What?" Victor and Harry ran into Mr. Crouch last night in the forest, Hermione said briskly, quickening her pace as she led him toward the lake, away from other students lingering outside. "What?" Draco started, a flurry of questions flooding his mind. What had Barty Crouch been doing in the forest when he was supposed to be gravely ill? What were Harry and Victor doing there? But all he managed to say was another shaky, "What?" All the champions were called to the Quidditch pitch last night to get details on the third task, Hermione explained. Apparently, Harry and Victor stayed behind to talk. Then they came across Mr. Crouch, who seemed confused and kept talking to himself. So, Harry went up to the castle to get Dumbledore, but when they returned, Victor had been stunned and Crouch was gone. So Crouch stunned Victor? Draco asked, his mind struggling to process these sudden events. "Or someone stunned both of them and took Crouch," Hermione replied. "Harry says." "Crouch did not seem in a state to attack anyone," Draco said. "That's..." he muttered, running a shaky hand through his hair, his heart pounding in his chest. "Damn, Hermione, they could have both been killed." "Crouch was saying some interesting things," Hermione replied, a deep frown on her face. "He mentioned needing to warn Dumbledore. He talked about Bertha Jorkins being dead and something about his son. He said you-know-who was getting stronger." Draco took a deep breath, his hand trembling as he let it fall to his side again. "So he had information," he said softly. "He had information about what was going on, and someone got rid of him before he could share it." "But who?" Hermione whispered, stopping suddenly and searching Draco's eyes. "Who could be behind this, Draco?" "Well, my guess is this," Draco said, biting his lip. "Someone must have kept Crouch away, maybe made him sick on purpose or locked him up. Maybe they used the Imperious Curse. But somehow Crouch got away and tried to ask Dumbledore for help or warn him. Whoever kept Crouch under control must be the one behind all of this. Harry's name in the fire, Bertha Jorkins, maybe even the dark mark at the Quidditch World Cup. That means the list of suspects is rather short. Draco held up his hand and began to outline the suspects. Sirius said it was likely the person was in the top box with us, and there were only a couple of people. We can exclude all of the Weasleys, us, my mother, and Winky, which leaves my father, Bagman, the minister, and the Bulgarians, who I would like to exclude. Your father, Bagman, or the minister? Hermione frowned, considering Draco's words. Well, your father certainly has the motive, and Bagman has been behaving suspiciously. She trailed off, and they fell into a thoughtful silence, which Draco ended with a deep sigh. Draco rubbed his face and asked, "They haven't found Crouch?" "Doesn't seem like it," Hermione shrugged. "Well, Dumbledore should be on their case now, whoever it is," Draco said, trying to sound more confident than he felt. "All we can do now is make sure Harry stays alive through the third task and leave the rest to the responsible adults, as 14-year-olds should." He met Hermione's eyes and was taken aback by the hopeful expression on her face. "What?" he asked. "You said a we," Hermione said, her voice filled with excitement. "Does that mean you'll help us prepare Harry for the third task?" Draco's stomach dropped. For a moment, he had forgotten he was not speaking to Harry. "It's a maze," Hermione continued eagerly. "He's going to have to face all kinds of magical creatures and obstacles to get to the middle of the maze and retrieve the Triwizard Cup. We'll need to practice defensive and offensive spells so he can defend himself. We could really use you in that." Draco gulped and looked out over the lake, unsure of how to respond. "Please, Draco," Hermione said softly, stepping closer and touching his shoulder. "You said it yourself. We need to keep Harry alive. Do you really think you could ever forgive yourself if something happened to him and you refused to help him prepare?" No, Draco thought. He knew he'd never be happy again if Harry got hurt. Still, there seemed to be a wide and deep abyss between him and Harry that felt impossible to bridge. "Think about it," Hermione pleaded. "We're going to start researching spells today. If you want to, you can join us in the library." Draco shrugged, and Hermione seemed to understand that he had no answer for her yet, so she let the subject drop. "Are you okay?" Draco asked Victor at lunch, studying his face. "Hermione told me what happened." "I was shocked," Victor replied with a frown. "They say Durmstrang is a school of dark arts, but I was never attacked before." "Welcome to Hogwarts," Draco scoffed, angrily piercing a potato with his fork. "Things just seem to happen around here." When Victor didn't answer, Draco asked, almost casually, "What were you doing in the forest with Harry, anyway?" Victor's dark eyes met his, and he seemed hesitant for a moment, just looking at Draco. Draco tried hard not to fidget or show how much this question had been eating away at him all day. Finally, Victor said, "Potter asked to talk about you." "Me?" Draco repeated, taken aback. "Why?" "Because I am your friend," Victor shrugged. "I think he hates that you spend time with me but not with him." When Draco just gaped at him, he added, "He asked if you talked about him and what he should do to make you forgive him." "And here I thought he might have given up," Draco muttered. "I don't think he will," Victor mused. "He is waiting." "Waiting for what?" Draco demanded, frustrated. "Nothing's changed, has it?" "Yes," Victor nodded. "Exactly. What do you mean?" "Nothing has changed," Victor elaborated, lowering his voice. "You still love him, and you are scared that something will happen to him. And that won't go away." "That doesn't mean I'm just going to forget what happened," Draco hissed. "No, but you see," Victor said. "You have to decide what is more important. You can be angry that he does not love you back, or you can love him and be as close as you can." When Draco had no ready answer for that, Victor continued, "Hermione does not love me. I know she does not. That's not. Draco started to protest, but Victor cut him off. I know, he shook his head. First I thought, if we spend more time together, but... All right, I will be near her as long as I can, and when I have to go, I will, Victor said. So, you can just accept it? Draco asked, stunned. That there's a time limit on this, and that when you leave, she might find someone else and it's over. What should I do? Be angry and alone? Victor replied. It would be a waste. You are strong, Draco muttered. Stronger than me. That's not true, Victor frowned and shook his head. I made a decision. And you have to make one too. That is all. Draco stared at his plate unseeingly, his heart beating loudly in his chest, as if it, unlike him, knew that his decision had already been made. We're going to use the Transfiguration's classroom tomorrow morning to practice some spells we found, Hermione told him as they sat down for ancient runes after a grueling session of double potions, where he had to share a table with Harry. It's Saturday, which means we should be undisturbed. Would you like to join us? I don't know, Hermione, Draco sighed, digging through his bag to find his book. Please, Draco, Hermione whispered. Please think about it. It's not even as much your knowledge or your intelligence that we need rather than... What? Draco asked, his voice heavy. Well, Hermione shrugged. If you and Harry finally make up, he will have the strength to concentrate completely on the task at hand. His mind is on you more often than not these days. He's miserable without you, and you know as well as I do that Harry doesn't function well if he's upset. What a way to blackmail me, Draco muttered. I'm not blackmailing you, Hermione said indignantly. I'm just telling it in a way that I hope will get to you. I know you care about him and that you are worried. So you need to know what your behavior is doing to him. Miss Granger, Professor Babbling's loud voice cut through Hermione's tirade, making them both turn. Both students looked up. I apologize for interrupting what seems to be a very important discussion, Professor Babbling said, sarcasm evident in her voice. But do you think you could delay it until after class? Yes, Professor, Hermione replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Sorry, Professor, Draco added. Professor Babbling glared at them for a moment longer before instructing them to open their books and starting the class. That night, Draco lay awake for most of the hours, replaying Victor's, Hermione's, and even Professor Lupin's and Hagrid's words in his mind. He knew they were right, in a way. Ever since he had met Harry, the raven-haired, bespectacled boy had been the most important person in Draco's life. Even after 2 months apart, nothing had changed. He loved Harry and had probably always loved him. The knowledge that Harry's feelings were not as strong as his own wouldn't change that in the future. So why was he keeping his distance when he knew Harry was in danger? Was he trying to punish Harry for not loving him back? He recognized his selfish nature but liked to think he had left that part of himself in the past, along with his ingrained prejudices and entitled arrogance. In the end, he realized it was probably a matter of pride. He had given every part of himself to Harry, only to notice that Harry had not returned the favor. So he had withdrawn completely. Going back on that decision now felt harder than it should have. The next morning, he still had not made a decision when he went down to breakfast early. After eating, he took a walk around the grounds. It wasn't until he found himself in front of the Transfiguration classroom, listening to the voices of his friends inside, that he realized he never really had a choice in the matter. He had made his choice when he decided to befriend Harry after reading the letter from his future self, something he hadn't thought about in a long time. Now that their paths had intertwined, he knew they were not going to separate. His hand reached for the doorknob and he opened it slowly, peeking inside. Harry, Hermione, and Weasley were standing near McGonagall's desk at the front of the room. Some tables were shoved aside, and pillows were spread on the floor. Hermione stood next to Harry with a book in hand. Harry had his wand pointed at Weasley, who was positioned in front of the pillows. They all froze at the sound of the door opening and stared at Draco in varying degrees of shock. Hermione looked so relieved that her eyes watered, and a smile spread across her face. Weasley's mouth fell open, gaping at Draco as if he were the reincarnation of the Dark Lord. Harry, on the other hand, was very pale, his eyes wide and almost afraid as he studied Draco's face, as if the Slytherin might dissolve into thin air at any moment. "Draco," Hermione whispered, breaking the silence and crossing the room to usher him inside. "I knew you'd come, I just knew it. We were just practicing the stunning spell. Have you ever done it before?" "No," Draco admitted, his eyes still on Harry. "Is it hard?" "Not very," Hermione shrugged, offering Draco the book she was holding and leading him toward the other boys. "I think Harry pretty much already got the gist of it, he just needs a little more practice." Draco nodded, finally tearing his gaze away from Harry's deep green eyes and skimming the instructions. They fell back into movement easily, ignoring the erumpent in the room and continuing to practice the spell until Weasley started complaining that he was hurting from falling backward all the time. Hermione and he argued for a while about the exact science of hitting the cushions when unconscious. With a roll of his eyes, Draco interrupted them. "Fine, let's switch," Draco grumbled, taking Weasley's place and pushing him toward one of the discarded tables to sit down. "Stun me for a while." Room felt heavy with tension. Draco tried to read Harry's expression, but it was difficult. "What is it?" Draco asked, his impatience showing. "Go ahead." Harry continued to stare at him, gripping his wand tightly. Finally, Hermione broke the silence. "Stun me," she said with a sigh. "Draco, you can check Harry's spell work." But Draco began to protest, but Hermione ignored him completely. She was all business as she urged Harry on. "Go ahead, Harry," she insisted. Harry's face turned red, but he raised his wand and cast the spell without any issues. Draco watched him closely, feeling uncertain about why Harry was comfortable stunning everyone except him. As they neared lunchtime, with Harry having mastered both the stunning spell and the shield charm, Hermione suggested a break. "How about Ron and I take this book back to the library and pick up the other one we saw yesterday?" she said casually. "You and Draco can clean up the mess we made. We'll meet you in the Great Hall." Weasley frowned, ready to protest, but Hermione silenced him with a glare and pulled him out of the room. Draco had to restrain himself from rolling his eyes at her obviousness. Even Hagrid's blast-ended Scroots would have seen through her plan. A heavy silence settled over Draco and Harry as the door closed behind Hermione and Weasley. Unable to look at Harry, Draco bent down to pick up the cushions scattered on the floor, carefully stacking them on one of the desks. Just as he was about to use his wand to rearrange the tables, Harry's small voice broke through the silence. "Are you talking to me again?" Draco tensed at the question. The silence lingered until he took a deep breath and steeled himself to face Harry. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere shifted. A sensation surged through Draco like a physical blast. It had been weeks since he had allowed himself to really look at Harry. "I guess so," Draco finally said, his voice raw and rough. He cleared his throat, trying to regain control. His admission was met with silence, and then he found himself enveloped in an embrace so tight that it knocked the breath out of him. Harry pressed his face into Draco's shoulder. Draco absent-mindedly noted how much taller he had become during their silence. "I'm so sorry, Draco," Harry breathed, and Draco was surprised to hear the tremor in his voice. "I never meant to hurt you, I swear." "It's okay," Draco said awkwardly. "No, it's not," Harry argued, his voice edged with emotion. "I took you for granted. You were always there, always at my side, and I didn't realize how much that meant until you were gone. I thought you knew how important you were to me. I didn't understand that you were struggling until it was too late. I'm so sorry." Draco inhaled sharply, taking in Harry's scent, which made his heart race with excitement. It was overwhelming to have Harry this close and to hear him say these things. It was easy to drown in the moment. "I don't know why it was Ron down in that lake," Harry continued, tightening his arms around Draco's waist. "But I know that fighting with you was much worse than fighting with him. I need you in my life, Draco. I swear I'll never make you feel left out again, or like you have to try to be my friend. If you ever feel that way again, you can tell me, and I'll make it right. I promise. With a start, Draco realized that Harry was crying. He had never seen Harry cry before. It was always Draco who burst into tears. It was the realization more than his words that made Draco hug him back. One hand buried itself in Harry's messy hair, while the other wrapped around his trembling shoulders, holding him tight. "It's okay," Draco repeated, his voice thick. "It wasn't your fault, really," he added. "Yes, it was," Harry argued. "No," Draco sighed, resting his temple against the side of Harry's head. "I let my insecurities get the better of me. You haven't been a bad friend at all. I'm just..." He took a shaky breath before continuing. "I'm selfish and jealous by nature. I try not to act on it because I don't want you to hate me, but knowing that I'm not as important to you as you are to me. It was just too much." "Of course it was," Harry said thickly. "But it's my fault that you ever felt that insecure to begin with. If you'd truly known how important you are to me, you wouldn't have reacted that strongly." When Draco didn't answer, Harry pulled back to look at him. His eyes were red and bloodshot, and his cheeks were wet from tears. "You are the best friend anyone could wish for," Harry said with determination. "You are the most loyal person I've ever met, and you always think of me before you think of anyone else, even yourself. No one else does that, you know. Not like you do." Draco's throat closed up at his words, but before he could respond, Harry continued. "You say you're selfish, but I know, without a doubt, that there's nothing you wouldn't do to protect me. And it's different from me, Ron, or Hermione, because you aren't doing it for noble reasons or for the greater good. You really care about me that much, and you don't know how much that means to me. The only people to ever care about me like this were my parents. And I know that, even though I never told you. I should have told you sooner. I just assumed you knew, and that was stupid." "Harry," Draco said. Tears threatened to fall from Draco's eyes, and he knew that once he let them go, a flood would follow. "You said you needed to put a lot of effort into our friendship," Harry continued. "Maybe that's true. I never realized what it must have been like for you, not just because of your father but also because of your house. I thought I knew everything, but I never took the time to really understand what it meant for you. Please know that at this point in our friendship, you could refuse to help me again or never talk to me again, and you'd still mean the world to me. You don't need to try, Draco. You're stuck with me no matter what." These words broke Draco. A sob escaped his lips, and Harry pulled him back into their embrace, holding on to Draco as they both cried. It felt cathartic to let the tears fall, as if all the pain from the past months was washing away. When Draco surfaced, what felt like hours later, he was able to breathe deeply for the first time since February. He wiped his face with a tissue, smiling as Harry clumsily did the same with his hands and sleeve. "I've never seen you cry before," Draco noted, his throat sore from all the tears. Harry shrugged helplessly, looking at him. "So, are we okay again?" he whispered. "Yes," Draco nodded. "We are." "Thank God," Harry smiled, the upward curl of his lips tentative but sincere. He reached out his hand, and Draco took it, entwining their fingers. Chapter 12, A Question of Sanity. Going back to being Harry's friend felt like taking the first breath after being underwater for too long. The dread he had grown used to upon waking up seemed to have finally dissipated. When Harry waited for him in the entrance hall as Draco came up for breakfast, holding a bundle of sandwiches and wearing a hopeful smile, warmth flooded Draco's veins like liquid sunlight. He returned the smile with ease. They walked the grounds while eating their sandwiches, enjoying the fresh spring air and each other's company. Harry talked eagerly, updating Draco on every little detail he might have missed over the last couple of months. He was determined to keep the conversation flowing and avoid any awkwardness. Draco was thankful for it. It felt familiar, normal, and exactly what he needed. After finishing their food, students began to file out of the castle, enjoying the warm Sunday morning. Harry sighed and admitted, Hermione ordered me to the empty charms classroom on the 3rd floor for spell practice. But I wanted to spend a little time alone with you beforehand. It was nice, Draco agreed, tossing the rest of his sandwich into the lake for the squid to feast on. I think we needed some time to acclimatize, so to speak. Yeah, Harry nodded. We need to do this more often. Spend time just the two of us, without Ron or Hermione around, I mean. Or Crumb, for that matter. Do you have a problem with Victor? Draco asked, frowning. No, Harry sighed. It's just... I spend all that time with Ron and Hermione at the Gryffindor table or in the common room, and you spend time with Crumb at the Slytherin table, or with Hermione and him at the library. I want that for us too. Some time with you without any of them around. He fell silent, and Draco waited, sensing that Harry had more to say. Harry wasn't quite finished. He spoke very quietly. It's not that I dislike Crumb, he muttered. I just hated feeling as though he took my place these last few weeks. I know it was my fault, but I really hated it. Victor was a big help to me, Draco frowned. I appreciate how he tried to understand what was going on inside me. But, Harry, he forced himself to meet Harry's green eyes and didn't flinch away from the contact. There's no way anyone could ever replace you. It's just not possible. When Harry nodded, Draco smiled and bumped Harry's shoulder with his. Though I certainly won't complain about getting some attention, he joked, making Harry laugh. Well, good, Harry chuckled. Because you're stuck with me now. No more pulling away from me. I won't allow it. Consider me warned, Draco grinned as he led the way back up to the castle. At dinner, Victor joined Draco at the Slytherin table and scanned his face. Hermione said you and Potter made up. We did, Draco smiled. Thanks for nudging me a little, by the way. I did not do anything, Victor said quickly. But when Draco just grinned at him, Victor smiled back. I'm glad you are back to normal, he shrugged, taking a bite of his chicken. Was I really that bad? Draco laughed before wincing. No, don't answer that. I think I know. Victor chuckled, shaking his head. I'm sorry, though, Draco frowned, looking at him. With the 4th task ahead, Hermione and I might be pretty tied up with Harry. I hope you don't mind. It's fine, Victor assured him. Hermione said she will meet me in the library in the evenings. I have to prepare for the tournament, too. I will be okay. Good, Draco nodded. I wouldn't want you to think. You're cast aside because of Harry, Victor said. I think you should worry more about him than me, Victor mused. He does not seem to take ignorance well. You might be right about that, Draco chuckled, glancing over at the Gryffindor table, where Harry was nodding at something Hermione was saying. As if sensing Draco's gaze, Harry looked up and smiled. Their eyes met, and Draco smiled back. Do you remember when I told you about my friend Dorian? Victor asked suddenly, pulling Draco from his thoughts. Yes, Draco frowned. What about him? When I noticed your feelings for Potter, Victor said quietly, I compared you to them, and it worried me. But I think I was wrong. I am not worried anymore. Why? Draco asked, confused. Because now I think Potter will love you back someday, Victor explained, his eyes locked on Draco's. Maybe he already does, but he does not understand it. Don't be ridiculous, Draco muttered, trying not to blush and, most importantly, trying not to hope. Harry is straight. He's crushing on a girl. He's not interested in me that way. I think you are wrong, Victor shook his head. Or he is, about his own feelings. But maybe you are both too young. I always forget you are only 14. You and Hermione seem older than you are. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to feel offended or praised, Draco admitted, glowering half-heartedly. We're not that much younger than you. For years are a lot at our age, Victor laughed. Let's talk again when you turn 17. Fine, Draco huffed. I'll remind you. I look forward to it, Victor smirked, far too smug for Draco's taste. The next 2 weeks passed in a blur of spell practice for Harry's task, revision for exams, actual exams, and stolen moments spent with Harry. Gryffindor seemed to have made it his personal mission to take time off just for Draco at least once every 2 days. He took it very seriously, which made Hermione exasperated when they arrived late for practice sessions. Draco knew he shouldn't encourage Harry to slack off, but he couldn't help it. He was 14 years old and in love. Even though Harry didn't love him back in the same way, he wasn't going to turn down his attention. If this was all he could get, he was going to enjoy it to the fullest. During the week of the 3rd task, the reality of danger began to weigh heavily on Draco again. This time, it came in the form of another prophetic dream of Harry's. On Tuesday morning, Harry was waiting for Draco in the entrance hall before breakfast. While Draco had grown accustomed to this, the look on Harry's face made him stop. "What happened?" he asked wearily. Harry sighed and gestured toward the grounds. "Let's talk." Harry then told him about the dream he had, about Pettigrew and Voldemort, and how Pettigrew had been punished with the Cruciator's curse for a mistake he made. Voldemort said that Wormtail was in luck, Harry explained. That his mistake hadn't ruined everything, and that someone was dead. Therefore, he wouldn't be feeding Wormtail to his snake. So instead, he tortured him, Draco muttered, frowning. "Did he say who is dead?" "No," Harry shook his head. "But he said so it's probably not Bertha Jorkins." "Crouch," then, Draco said immediately. "It's the only thing that makes sense." Crouch escaped from whoever was keeping him locked up, apparently Wormtail, and someone retrieved him and killed him before he could talk. He bit his lip, deep in thought, before asking, "Did you tell anyone about this?" "Dumbledore," Harry nodded. "And I wrote to Sirius." "Good," Draco said. "What? What did Dumbledore say?" "He said?" Harry hesitated for a moment, glancing at Draco. It made his stomach swoop. If Harry was hesitant to tell him, it must be significant and worrying. "He said that I might be seeing the inside of Voldemort's head. The failed curse built some kind of connection between us, and what I can see is really happening." Draco stopped in his tracks, staring at Harry in horror. He also said that Voldemort was likely getting stronger, Harry admitted, sighing as if he was unwilling to continue. All these disappearances resemble what happened the last time he came to power. Bertha Jorkins, Barty Crouch, and apparently, a Muggle has been killed in the village where Voldemort's father used to live. He thinks it's all connected. "Of course he does," Draco whispered, still staring at Harry. "I knew there was something strange about your dreams, but how can you see inside Voldemort's head? What kind of connection do you have to him?" "I don't know," Harry shrugged. "Neither does Dumbledore, it seems. All he said was that my scar hurts not only when he's near, but also when he feels particularly angry, or something like that." "But this is huge," Draco insisted. "Is this some kind of legitimacy? Does it work both ways? Can the Dark Lord see what's happening inside your head as well? If yes, you need to learn occlumency, and fast." "I only understood half of what you just said," Harry replied flatly. "Legitimacy is the art of reading minds," Draco explained, forcing himself to calm down and clear his racing thoughts. "It usually works only when 2 people are close together, and eye contact is important. Not many people can do it, but it's a skill you can learn. Occlumency is the defense against legitimacy. It allows you to shut your mind off against attacks. It's easier to learn than legitimacy." "I can do it." "You can?" Harry asked, his eyes widening. "Yes," Draco nodded. "Mother taught me when I was a child. It's about learning to control your emotions." "Can you teach me?" Harry inquired. "I dunno," Draco muttered, considering. "I've never taught anyone, but I guess I can try. It might be difficult for you, though. You've always been very impulsive." "I see," Harry said, making a face. "Well, it might be worth a try." I certainly don't want Voldemort in my head. Obviously, Draco scoffed. I'll look into it, okay? First, you have to get through that task tomorrow, and then we can focus on keeping the Dark Lord out of your head. Sounds like a plan, Harry nodded. Oh, and I forgot to tell you. There is more. More than an ominous mental connection you share with an evil madman. Draco asked, an edge to his voice. Do I need to sit down for this? No, Harry replied, his lips twitching. Nothing on that level. It's just... I kind of accidentally saw some of Dumbledore's memories. How do you accidentally access someone's memories? Draco asked, his eyes narrowing. Are you sure you're no legilimens? Quite sure, Harry snorted. No, he had this thing out. He called it a pensive. Oh, Draco nodded, understanding dawning on him. So you saw the pensive and snooped around his memories? That's pretty intrusive, Harry, even for you. I didn't know what it was. Harry said defensively. I was just looking at it, and suddenly, I was pulled in and saw all these things. Yeah, right, Draco muttered, rolling his eyes. Your curiosity will be the death of you someday, Harry, I swear. When Harry glared at him in response, Draco asked, So, what did you see? You wouldn't have brought it up if it wasn't important. I saw memories of Death Eater trials after the First War, Harry said, his face growing serious again. Of Karkaroff, Bagman, 3 people called Lestrange, and Crouch's son. Okay, wait, Draco protested, holding up a hand. Bagman? A Death Eater? Apparently, he was passing on information to a Death Eater. He said he believed he was on the side of the Ministry and that he was tricked. Well, Draco frowned, tipping his head thoughtfully to one side. Isn't that interesting? He keeps trying to help you in the tournament, and now we find out he's had connections to Death Eaters before. I don't know, Draco, Harry frowned. Bagman really doesn't seem the type. Did Quirrell seem the type? Draco countered. Or Pettigrew? Well, no, Harry admitted. But still, he's not the only one here at Hogwarts. Karkaroff, yes, Draco said, biting his lip. He seems like the type indeed. He got free because he traded information to the Ministry, Harry remarked. He revealed Crouch's son as a Death Eater and the Lestranges. My dear relatives, Draco said dryly. Strange that father still seems so fond of him. Then again, he's free, too, so I'd be surprised if he hadn't traded in information back then as well. You're related to these people? Harry asked, his expression pained. Only Bellatrix is a blood relative, Draco sighed. She's my aunt. Mother's sister, and Sirius' cousin. Your mother's sister, Harry muttered, shaking his head. I don't see the resemblance. Of course not, Draco scoffed. My aunt is insane. Yeah, Harry agreed, trying to hide a shiver. It's amazing how normal you turned out, considering your family. Draco's thoughts flew to the letter he'd received at 11 and the conscious choice he'd made. But he quickly pushed those memories away. That was a secret he was determined to keep. To take to the grave with him. I guess, Draco shrugged. But we don't have to worry about my aunt now. She's safely locked away in Azkaban. Who we do need to worry about are Karkaroff, Bagman, and possibly my father. I still haven't ruled him out. I'll make sure to run if they show up in that maze, Harry vowed, cracking a smile. Don't joke about it, Draco hissed. This is the last task, and it's the final chance for whoever is behind this to hurt you. We can't take this lightly. I'm not, Harry promised. He reached out to entwine their fingers and squeezed. I swear I'm not, Draco. I'll be careful. You'd better be, Draco muttered. You can't make me forgive you and then just disappear. It doesn't work like that. I told you, you're stuck with me, Harry snorted. I'm not going anywhere. I'll hold you to those words, Draco said darkly, squeezing Harry's fingers in return. As if Draco wasn't already enough of a nervous wreck on the day of the third task, Rita Skeeter decided to publish another article about Harry. It was both her most ridiculous and her worst so far. Draco was sitting at the Gryffindor table for a change, unable to stay away from Harry for too long, when the post owl arrived, bringing the Daily Prophet. Hermione opened the newspaper first while Draco was still feeding Aquila some of his toast. All eyes landed on her when she spat out her mouthful of pumpkin juice after one look at the front page. "What?" they all asked. "Nothing," Hermione muttered too quickly, trying to hide the newspaper. However, Weasley grabbed it and, after reading the headline, called out incredulously, "No way. Not today. That old cow." Draco had enough at that point and picked up his own newspaper, unfolding it. Harry leaned into him, looking over his shoulder. They heard Hermione and Weasley protested weakly, but it was already too late. Both boys sat in silence as they read Rita Skeeter's latest malicious article titled Harry Potter, Disturbed and Dangerous. In it, Skeeter described Harry as mentally unstable and possibly dangerous. She referenced his nightmares, complaints about pain from his curse scar, and his ability to speak Parseltongue. Who did she talk to? Draco asked, furious. How does she know any of this? He glanced at the Slytherin table, where Nott was staging an unlikely imitation of Harry. Shaking his head, he muttered, "Never mind. I already know." Harry snorted and returned to his breakfast without a comment. "I want to know how she manages to get information and interviews about what is happening at Hogwarts when she's supposed to be banned from school grounds." Hermione hissed through her teeth. "Well, you've been researching magical methods of bugging these past few weeks," Harry pointed out mildly. "Haven't you found out anything?" "I have," Hermione insisted. But she broke off, an unfocused look on her face, the one she always got when she had an intellectual breakthrough. Draco raised an eyebrow at her as she raised her hand to her ear and started muttering to herself. She then excused herself to the library, leaving the two boys staring after her in puzzlement. "Well," Draco shrugged, turning to the other two. "I have to leave. Charms exam." "Me too," Weasley sighed. "History of magic." "What are you going to do, Harry? Read again?" "I suppose so," Harry said, sounding rather unenthused. Just then, Professor McGonagall called him over, and Draco took that as his cue to leave. When he returned to the Great Hall for lunch, he found Harry sitting at the Gryffindor table with Molly and Bill Weasley, who had come to support Harry in the tournament, along with the families of each of the other champions. Cedric sat surrounded by his parents at the Hufflepuff table. Fleur was with her parents and sister at the Ravenclaw table. Victor occupied their usual spot at the Slytherin table, deep in conversation with his own parents. When he looked up, their eyes met, and he waved for Draco to join him. Draco turned to see Mrs. Weasley at the Gryffindor table. She had already spotted him and was gesturing for him to come over. He smiled at her and mouthed, "One moment," before walking to the Slytherin table. "Draco," Victor said with a smile when he reached his side. "I won't keep you. I just wanted to introduce you to my parents. They have been asking about you." He then turned to speak to his parents in Bulgarian. Draco could barely make out his name before the Crumb stood and shook his hand with a warmth and enthusiasm that surprised him. Both of Victor's parents spoke very limited English, so Victor had to translate for them. From what Draco gathered, Victor had been writing to them about him and Hermione. Victor's mother, a woman with silky black hair and kind brown eyes, pressed a package of baked goods into his hands, talking to him in Bulgarian until Victor shushed her. Victor's father, a tall man who resembled his son, shook Draco's hand and tried to communicate through simple phrases like, "Thank you, Victor friend, and come to Bulgaria this summer." After about 2 minutes of this, Victor cut his parents off and sent Draco over to the Gryffindor table. "They are waiting," he muttered, nodding to where Draco saw Harry watching him before quickly returning to his conversation with the Weasleys. "Go." "Good luck, Victor," Draco said seriously, touching his shoulder for a moment. "Watch out for yourself, will you?" I will be fine, Victor shrugged. Go worry about Potter, Draco chuckled as he shook hands with Victor's parents one last time. He then walked over to the Gryffindor table and took a seat between Ginny and Hermione. He noticed that Hermione also had a package of Bulgarian pastries on her lap. Draco, Mrs. Weasley smiled warmly at him, and Bill reached out to shake his hand. How was your exam, dear? All right, Draco shrugged. I haven't been able to concentrate much on exams this year, so I'm not sure I'll do as well as I should. Understandable, Mrs. Weasley nodded kindly. He spent lunchtime enjoying pleasant conversation with his friends and the Weasleys. As Draco watched Harry laugh and feel remarkably comfortable despite the task ahead of him later that day, he realized what both Hagrid and Hermione had been trying to tell him after the second task. This was what Harry would have missed the most, this connection to a family that accepted him as their own, even without blood relation. The Weasleys truly came as a package deal, one that Draco couldn't offer. Instead of feeling pain and unfair treatment, which he had struggled with when others first pointed this out, he now felt understanding settling inside him. It wasn't that Weasley was worth more than he was, per se. After his Transfigurations exam in the afternoon, he joined the Gryffindor table again for the evening feast, though he could feel Snape's displeased glare. Draco didn't care, though. Harry was sitting beside him, close enough that their arms brushed every time they moved. This helped ease the growing lump of dread in Draco's stomach as the task approached. When the champions were finally sent down to the Quidditch pitch, accompanied by Bagman, Draco hugged Harry tightly, making the other boys' breath hitch. I'll be okay, he promised. We've done everything we can. I'm prepared. I can do this, Harry said. Be careful, though, Draco whispered. We know there might be things happening that are out of everyone's control. As soon as anything strange happens, run. I don't care if it costs you the cup. I just want you out of there alive. I know you do, Harry replied, smiling as he gently freed himself from Draco's tight grip. And, for what it's worth, you make me want to not be competitive or reckless. I think that's the best I can hope for, Draco sighed, squeezing Harry's arms once more before letting go and allowing Mrs. Weasley to fuss over him. Not long after the champions had left, the rest of the Great Hall followed them down the path toward the Quidditch pitch. The stands filled, and Draco found himself once more with the Gryffindors, kneading his hands in a nervous gesture as he looked out over the large hedges of the maze. He noted that, though the stands of the pitch were taller than the hedges, the shadows prevented them from seeing anything happening inside. Draco swore. So this was another task they wouldn't be able to follow as it happened. Ladies and gentlemen, Bagman's voice sounded across the stadium, making everyone perk up. The third and final task of the Triwizard Tournament is about to begin. Draco's eyes wandered to the small clearing at the entrance to the maze, where the jury table was located. Harry was standing among the other champions. He watched as Bagman rehashed the current rankings of the tournament and explained the basics of the third task. Only when Bagman turned toward the champions did Draco focus again. So, Bagman called. On my whistle, Harry and Cedric. 3, 2, 1. With the sound of the whistle, Harry and Diggory ran for the entrance of the maze and disappeared from sight, much to Draco's despair. Hermione reached out to grasp Draco's hand, and he held on. Draco felt thankful for the comfort of Hermione's hand. Victor entered the maze a minute later, and Delica followed a minute after that. Once all the champions were inside, the cheers of the crowd faded into quiet chatter. Honestly, Weasley complained. They could have at least thought of something to let us watch what is going on within the maze. They didn't for the second task, either, Draco shrugged. He thought bitterly, not that you'd know, but he kept that to himself. So all we do is wait? Hermione asked, her voice filled with distress. Yes, Draco sighed, feeling his heart beat painfully in his chest. All we do is wait. Chapter 13, The Horrible Answer to the Mystery. Time crawled as the champions faced unknown challenges in the maze. Draco was driven to the brink of insanity with nerves and worry. At least this time, he wasn't the only one losing his composure in the stands. Hermione squeezed his hand so tightly that he eventually lost all feeling in his fingers. Mrs. Weasley kept nervously checking her watch and mumbling updates to anyone who would listen. 20 minutes since the last champion entered the maze, she said. 24 minutes, 33 minutes. It shouldn't be long now. Twice, Draco's heart nearly stopped when red sparks shot into the air, signaling that a champion was in trouble. The first time it was Delica, and the second time, much to both Draco and Hermione's shock, it was Victor. Both champions looked incredibly shaken as the teachers led them out of the maze and back to their families. Draco watched closely as Victor's mother stroked calming circles across his back while their friend stared blankly into space, clearly in shock. After Victor had forfeited, there was a long stretch of silence. Too long for Draco's liking. Only Harry and Diggory left now, Weasley muttered after a while, frustration evident in his voice. Shouldn't that speed things up? Not necessarily, Hermione replied, shaking her head. If anything, having fewer champions to fight whatever creatures they have to face might slow things down. And even if only one champion is left, they can still get lost and walk in circles for hours. Not to mention we have no way of knowing if they are all right, Draco said, his voice tight. For all we know, they might have been attacked by something and had no chance to send up red sparks for help. Don't say that. Hermione hissed, her fingernails digging into his palm. An entire hour passed without any sign of Harry or Diggory. Draco grew increasingly convinced that something had gone wrong. The behavior of the staff seemed to confirm his fears. At one point, Karkaroff suddenly stood up, his face pale and filled with horror. He hissed something at Dumbledore before rushing off and disappearing from sight. He did not return. Soon after, Snape appeared at the jury table, demanding to speak to the headmaster. They backed around a corner to talk, and when Dumbledore returned, his expression was deadly serious. Draco stared at him, hoping for an announcement that would explain what was happening, but Dumbledore simply shook his head at Bagman and Maxim before taking his seat again. It was not until 2 hours after Harry had first entered the maze that he finally reappeared. There was a loud noise, and then he was there, right in front of the jury table, lying in the grass, unmoving. He clutched the Triwizard Cup in one hand and Diggory's arm in the other. They were both lying very still. Too still. Next to him, Hermione gasped and jumped to her feet. Weasley was yelling. But Draco remained frozen, knowing immediately that something was wrong. Voices filled the air as the staff hurried over to the two champions, with Dumbledore moving the quickest despite his age. Soon, they were in view. What happened? Hermione demanded. Are they all right? Are they hurt? Then, screams and cries erupted, and Draco heard words that made his blood run cold. Diggory's dead. Draco felt like he was going to be sick. His head buzzed, and he trembled violently as he got to his feet. Harry, he whispered. He couldn't see Harry. Everyone pressed closer to where they had appeared, blocking his view. He wanted to move, wanted to push through to ensure that his friend was alive, but Bill stood in his way. Held him back with a firm hand on his shoulder. You can't go there now, he told them, as both Hermione and Ron started to move, looking as frantic as Draco felt. But, Harry. They will take care of him. Draco barely heard the words. There was a white noise in his ears. He saw Diggory's parents pushing through the crowd. He noticed McGonagall and Snape trying to control what threatened to become a mass panic. He saw Dumbledore shouting orders. Draco couldn't breathe because he couldn't see Harry. Hermione clung to him, tears streaming down her cheeks from desperation and frustration. Ron was arguing with his brother, and Mrs. Weasley was saying something, but Draco couldn't focus. He couldn't think. He needed to get to Harry. This was torture worse than anything he had ever experienced. Later, Draco did not remember most of what happened in the hours that followed. No one seemed available to talk to them. Mrs. Weasley asked everyone she could find about Harry, but no one had a ready answer. They ended up going to the hospital wing to demand answers from Madame Pomfrey. She seemed shaky but tight-lipped and grew increasingly exasperated with their questions the longer they bothered her. Moody lay sleeping in a nearby bed, looking absolutely horrifying. Draco had no idea how he had ended up there. Despite his dislike for the teacher, Draco had to admit that anything that could roughen him up like that was terrifying to think about. What had happened tonight? Finally, the door opened. Dumbledore, Harry, and Sirius in dog form entered. The headmaster had his hand on Harry's shoulder, and his friend looked absolutely dreadful. His sickly pale skin was streaked with mud and sweat, and his green eyes were bloodshot and empty. Mrs. Weasley started towards them, but Dumbledore stopped her. Dumbledore stopped them, asking them to refrain from questioning Harry. "What he needs now is sleep, peace, and quiet," he said. "If he would like you all to stay with him, you may do so." Of course, they stayed. Madame Pomfrey led Harry to one of the 3 beds, giving him a moment of privacy to change his clothes. Then they gathered around his bed. Draco took a chair on Harry's left side, where he could reach out and entwine their fingers. Harry squeezed back in acknowledgement. "I'm all right," he said, though his words were slow, and he sounded completely exhausted. "Just tired." Mrs. Weasley stood to Harry's right, smoothing his covers with tears in her eyes. No one spoke until Madame Pomfrey returned and handed Harry a potion for dreamless sleep. He drifted off immediately after drinking it, leaving them to stare at his unconscious form in silence. "What the bloody hell happened to him?" Ron whispered. "I'm sure Dumbledore will let us know in time," Bill replied simply. They found out rather soon. It wasn't even an hour later when yells sounded from the corridors, breaking the oppressive silence. "They'll wake him if they don't shut up," Mrs. Weasley hissed indignantly. "What are they shouting about?" Hermione asked, gnawing on her lower lip. "Nothing else can have happened, can it?" Draco noticed that Harry moved ever so slightly, and his full attention was on him. Harry's eyes opened, blinking slowly and blearily in the direction of Bill and Mrs. Weasley. She was just getting to her feet, peeking around the privacy screen to investigate. "That's Fudge's voice," she whispered. "And that's Minerva McGonagall's, isn't it? But what are they arguing about?" The voices were getting closer, and soon they could make out the words. "Regrettable, but all the same, Minerva. You should never have brought inside the castle." When Dumbledore finds out, the door to the hospital wing burst open, revealing the minister along with Professors McGonagall and Snape. Bill pulled back the screens. Harry sat up and reached for his glasses. Draco handed them to him. "Where's Dumbledore?" Fudge demanded, addressing Mrs. Weasley. "He's not here," she replied angrily. "This is a hospital wing, Minister. Don't you think you'd do better to?" But then the door swung open again, and there stood the headmaster himself. "What has happened?" he asked, his sharp blue eyes flitting between Fudge and McGonagall. "Why are you disturbing these people?" "Minerva, I'm surprised at you. I asked you to stand guard over Barty Crouch." Draco felt a moment of confusion at the mention of Crouch's name. Was he alive after all? McGonagall shrieked, trembling with fury. "There is no need to stand guard anymore, Dumbledore. The minister has seen to that. When we told Mr. Fudge that we caught the Death Eater responsible for tonight's events," Snape explained, his voice low and cold. He seemed to feel his personal safety was in question. "He insisted on summoning a Dementor to accompany him to the castle. He brought it up to the office here with Barty Crouch. I told him you would not agree, Dumbledore." McGonagall interrupted. "I told him you would never allow Dementors to set foot inside the castle, but—" "My dear woman," Fudge bellowed. "As Minister for Magic, it is my decision whether I wish to bring protection with me when interviewing a possibly dangerous—" But McGonagall did not let him finish. She turned to Dumbledore and raised her voice even more to drown out the minister's protests. The moment that thing entered the room, it swooped down on Crouch and she did not finish the sentence, but her intention was clear. "Dementor's kiss." Draco let out a shaky breath. He had no idea what was happening or what exactly Barty Crouch had done to cause all of this, but it seemed he was worse than dead now. By all accounts, he is no loss. Fudge yelled. It seems he has been responsible for several deaths. But he cannot now give testimony, Cornelius, Dumbledore pointed out, his voice calm but dangerous. He cannot give evidence about why he killed those people. Why he killed them? Well, that's no mystery, is it? He was a raving lunatic. From what Minerva and Severus have told me, he seems to have thought he was doing it all on you-know-who's instructions. Lord Voldemort was giving him instructions, Cornelius, Dumbledore confirmed, and Draco felt cold all over. Those people's deaths were mere byproducts of a plan to restore Voldemort to full strength again. The plan succeeded. Voldemort has been restored to his body. For a moment, there was dead silence. Draco felt like he couldn't breathe. His eyes traveled back to Harry, but the other boy was staring at Fudge, not paying any attention to him. Draco heard the following discussion as if through an underwater barrier. It seemed they were talking about Crouch's son, who had been smuggled out of Azkaban by his parents and had returned to the Dark Lord's side this past year. Together, they had constructed a plan to capture Harry by turning the Triwizard Cup into a portkey to transport him someplace where he was forced to take part in the Dark Lord's rebirth. Which had, apparently, been successful. The Dark Lord was back. Sweet Merlin. Fudge, though, seemed unwilling to take Dumbledore's words at face value. You are prepared to believe, he started, a strange smile on his face, that Lord Voldemort has returned, on the words of a lunatic murderer, and a boy who, well. Fury broke through Draco's shock, and he was ready to respond. Shouted the minister himself when Harry said quietly, "You've been reading Rita Skeeter, Mr. Fudge." Everyone turned to look at him. Fudge's face turned an ugly shade of red as he angled away from Harry and toward Dumbledore. "So what if I have?" he called defiantly. "If I had discovered that you've been keeping certain facts about the boy very quiet? A parcel mouth, eh? And having funny turns all over the place. I assume you are referring to the pains Harry has been experiencing in his scar?" Dumbledore replied, his voice cold. "You admit that he has been having these pains, then?" Fudge pressed triumphantly. "Headaches? Nightmares? Possibly hallucinations?" "Listen to me, Cornelius," Dumbledore said, determined and grim. "Harry is as sane as you or I. That scar on his forehead has not addled his brains. I believe it hurts him when Lord Voldemort is close by or feeling particularly murderous." Fudge shook his head and backed away from Dumbledore. "You'll forgive me, Dumbledore, but I've never heard of a cursed scar acting as an alarm bell before. Look, I saw Voldemort come back." Harry shouted. He tried to get out of bed, but Mrs. Weasley pushed him back down. "I saw the Death Eaters. I can give you their names. Lucius Malfoy." Draco flinched and turned away from Harry. Malfoy was cleared. Fudge called, affronted. "A very old family. You're best friends with his son. How dare you?" "McNair," Harry continued. "Also cleared. Now working for the Ministry. Avery, not Crabbe, Goyle. You are merely repeating the names of those who were acquitted of being Death Eaters 13 years ago." Fudge interrupted. "You could have found those names in old reports of trials." "For heaven's sake, Dumbledore," he turned back to the headmaster. "The boy was full of the Ministry, then I cannot allow it. I won't stand by and let you undermine everything we've built." "Cornelius, this is not about undermining the Ministry," Dumbledore replied calmly. "This is about protecting the wizarding world from a very real threat." Fudge shook his head, his face turning red with anger. "A threat that only exists in your mind, Dumbledore. You're the one creating panic with your wild accusations. Accusations based on truth, which you refuse to acknowledge," McGonagall interjected. "Cedric Diggory and Mr. Crouch are dead, and it's time to face the facts." Draco could feel the tension in the room. He glanced at Harry, who looked determined yet troubled. The reality of Voldemort's return weighed heavily on them all. What would it mean for their future? Dumbledore continued, "If you choose to ignore the evidence, Cornelius, then you are putting us all at risk. I will not stand idly by while you choose to bury your head in the sand." Fudge's expression hardened. "You'll regret this, Dumbledore. You have no idea the consequences of opposing the Ministry." Draco felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that this conflict was far from over, and the danger was only just beginning. "The only one against whom I intend to work is Lord Voldemort," Dumbledore interrupted, his tone polite but firm. "If you are against him, then we remain, Cornelius, on the same side." There was another tense silence until Fudge pleaded, the fear finally showing in his voice. "He can't be back, Dumbledore. He just can't be." Draco did not expect Snape to step forward. His head of house had kept quiet during most of the exchange, but now he was pulling up the left sleeve of his robes and thrusting his lower arm at Fudge. Draco could not see what Snape was showing him, but Fudge recoiled visibly. "There," Snape spat. "There. The dark mark. It is not as clear as it was an hour or so ago when it burned black, but you can still see it. Every Death Eater had the sign burnt into him by the Dark Lord. It was a means of distinguishing each other and his means of summoning us to him. When he touched the mark of any Death Eater, we were to disapparate and apparate instantly to his side. This mark has been growing clearer all year. Karkaroff's, too. Why do you think Karkaroff fled tonight? We both felt the mark burn. We both knew he had returned. Karkaroff fears the Dark Lord's vengeance. He betrayed too many of his fellow Death Eaters to be sure of a welcome back into the fold." Draco felt like he was going to throw up. He had never seen the mark on his father, but he must have it, too. He must have felt it tonight and apparat to the Dark Lord's side, all without thinking of Draco, while knowing beyond a shadow of a doubt that he was placing himself on the opposite side of his son in an upcoming war. Meanwhile, Fudge was backing away from Snape and shaking his head. "I don't know what you and your staff are playing at, Dumbledore," he said. "But I have heard enough. I have no more to add. I will be in touch with you tomorrow, Dumbledore, to discuss the running of this school. I must return to the Ministry." Fudge made for the door but then stopped. He turned back and pulled a bag of gold from his pocket, dropping it onto Harry's bedside table. "Your winnings," he said shortly. 1,000 galleons. There should have been a presentation ceremony, but under the circumstances. With that, he turned and left. The moment the door closed behind him, Dumbledore addressed the adults in the room, giving orders to disperse the crowd. Bill left to notify his father, McGonagall went to fetch Hagrid and Madame Maxim to bring them to Dumbledore's office, and Madame Pomfrey was assigned to take care of Winky, the house elf. Once they had left, Dumbledore asked Sirius to reveal himself to Mrs. Weasley and Snape. Mrs. Weasley screamed in fear as the dog that had quietly spent the last hour among them transformed into the ruffled form of Sirius Black. His cousin looked as thin and shabby as he had almost a year ago. There was a tense moment as Dumbledore insisted that Snape and Sirius make peace with each other, forcing them to shake hands. Then, he sent Sirius off to contact Professor Lupin and several others that Draco didn't know. Harry, though, appeared distressed the moment it became clear that Sirius was to leave. Draco balled his fists and looked at his knees while Sirius offered a few comforting words to his godson. He felt the urge to reach out to Harry, but he knew it wasn't his touch that his friend craved right now. After Sirius had left, Dumbledore had one last, more ominous message for Snape that Draco could not quite decipher, causing Snape to leave as well. Dumbledore followed shortly after, ordering Harry to take the rest of his potion. This left only Draco, Harry, Hermione, Weasley, his mother, and the still unconscious Mad-Eye Moody in the room. The silence in the room was heavy. Mrs. Weasley moved to Harry's side and reached for the bottle on his bedside table. "You should get a good long sleep," she said gently. "Try to think about something else for a while. Think about what you're going to buy with your winnings." "I don't want that gold," Harry replied flatly. "You can have it. Anyone can have it. I shouldn't have won." It should have been Cedric's. These words seemed to break something within Harry, and suddenly, he was blinking back tears. Mrs. Weasley set the bottle down and pulled him into a comforting hug. Draco turned away, feeling his own eyes burn with unshed tears. Seeing Harry suffer like this, and being unable to help, was unbearable. He felt inadequate and useless. What did it say about him that he could do nothing to make the boy he loved feel better? A loud noise pulled Draco from his thoughts. Hermione had moved past him toward the window, cradling something against her chest. "Sorry," she whispered, her cheeks flushed. "Your potion, Harry," Mrs. Weasley said. When Draco finally dared to look back, he saw that Harry had drifted off to sleep. He took a shaky breath and sank back into his chair, burying his face in his hands. "I'm so sorry," he whispered, to himself, to everyone, and to no one. "Why are you apologizing?" Ron asked, his voice rough. He cleared his throat. "My father was there," Draco breathed, hot tears spilling from his eyes and hitting his palms. "You knew where he stood, Draco," Hermione said softly. "This is different," he insisted. "He actually went back." "Merlin? What if he uses me to get to Harry? What if being near me puts him in danger?" "Mate," Ron said, sounding alarmed. "I'm pretty sure you're in more direct danger with a Death Eater in your home than Harry." "Ronald," Mrs. Weasley scolded. Draco didn't even see her move. Suddenly, she was across the room, wrapping him in her arms just as she had done to Harry moments ago. Somehow, this made Draco cry even harder. "Don't worry, Draco, dear," she said softly. "It's going to be okay. You are not alone in this. You have Dumbledore to protect you if necessary, and you can always come to us when things spiral out of control. I've only met your mother a couple of times, but I'm sure she won't let your father drag you into this war. She will do whatever it takes to keep you safe because that's what a mother does." Draco couldn't find the words. He couldn't stop his tears. Mrs. Weasley continued to pat his back and hug him as if he were one of her own children. The next few days were the most depressing he had ever experienced at school, and he had lived through the opening of the Chamber of Secrets in his second year. Dumbledore had spoken to the students the morning after the final task, but he provided very little actual information. The students remained confused and subdued, while rumors spread through the school like wildfire. The atmosphere in the Slytherin quarters was the strangest. There was a palpable fear in the air, mixed with something completely unexpected, excitement. Draco shouldn't have been surprised. Slytherin housed many Death Eater children like him, and he was the only one who had taken a clear stance against his father's values. Most of the other students remained loyal to their parents, and this new shift was likely perceived as a victory. Then there were students like Pansy Parkinson, who looked at Draco as if they were desperate to interrogate him for any information that would ease their fear and prove the rumors were baseless. Harry was very quiet once he was released from the hospital wing. He didn't speak to them about what had happened in the maze, and they didn't ask. Instead, they spent all their time together and away from the chaos. From other people, building a wall around themselves that made everyone shy away. Draco knew some of them believed Skeeter's claim that Harry was dangerous, and for once, it suited them perfectly. The fewer people prying into their business, the better. The only exception was Victor, who Hermione had talked to the very next day. He joined them occasionally, fitting into their comfortable silence. It was as if they were warded off from the rest of the world. Even Nott didn't bother being nasty to him. At the end of year feast, Dumbledore finally revealed the truth about the Dark Lord's return to the rest of the school. Draco was unsure how much weight his words carried. He assumed Dumbledore knew it might be difficult to convince everyone. The Minister of Magic still stood firm against him. While Dumbledore might have a good standing with some parents, Draco doubted all of them would take his word over the ministries. The children usually followed their parents. Leaving Hogwarts this time was harder than ever. The goodbyes felt more heartfelt than usual, as if everyone was afraid they might never see each other again. "You know you are welcome to Bulgaria any time," Victor said, clapping Draco's shoulder. "If you need somewhere to go, I am there." "Potter," too. Thank you, Draco replied with a sad smile. But I wouldn't want to put you in danger. I'm not exactly the safest person to house right now. I don't care, Victor said firmly. You are my friend. If you need me, I am there. Thank you, Draco said again. I'll keep it in mind. And I'll let you know how things are going via Owl, I promise. Good, Victor nodded, squeezing his shoulder. The train ride back to London was very subdued, despite Hermione's revelation that she had identified Rita Skeeter as an unregistered animagus in the form of a beetle and had captured her, extracting a promise for a 1-year silence from her in exchange for her freedom once they reached London. Draco was impressed by Hermione's success in uncovering Skeeter's secret. He reminded himself never to get on the wrong side of her. Her determination was formidable. Still, the thought of what awaited him at the end of the ride made him feel like an insect trapped in a small glass bowl, rather than the unpleasant reporter. Draco's mother was waiting for him at King's Cross when they arrived. She pulled him into a tight hug as soon as she saw him. From the way she held him, he could tell she knew. This didn't surprise him. His mother was observant, and this was a significant thing for his father to hide. Are we really going back to the manor? He asked quietly, so only she could hear. She kissed his cheek and pulled away to meet his eyes. For now, she said softly. Why? He asked. Because we have to give him a chance, darling. He had his chance, Draco shook his head. Various chances, to be exact, and he's made his choice. You're too young, she sighed. You don't know what it was like, so you wouldn't understand. But please, Draco, trust me. I haven't given up hope yet. You don't need to believe in him, but please believe in me. Of course I do, Draco said, frowning. But promise that we'll leave if you are wrong. I promise, she nodded, gently brushing the hair out of his eyes. You need a haircut, darling. I like my hair long, he shrugged, offering her a small smile. She snorted but stepped back to give him some space. When it was time to say goodbye to Harry for the summer, Harry hugged him so tightly that it took Draco's breath away. Please watch out for yourself, Harry whispered. I hate knowing that you're going back to live with him. So? I do, Draco admitted. But Mother is there, and she won't let anything happen to me. Write to me at least once a week, Harry told him. I'm serious. I need to know that you are okay. I will, Draco promised, pulling away to smile at him. And the same goes for you. I'll go insane if I don't hear from you regularly. Noted, Harry said, smiling back. Looks like Hedwig and Aquila will have lots to do this summer. They'll manage, Draco chuckled. It's only a little over 2 months. 2 months, Harry repeated. It sounds like an eternity. If you get too bored, I'll break you out and we'll go to Bulgaria, Draco joked. I know somewhere we can stay. Harry laughed at that and finally let go of him. I'll keep it in mind, he said.